If vintage motorcycles get you stoked, then hold on to your helmets. From this stunningly rare 1915 Cyclone to Harleys and many other famous marks, even a unique trike for the ages, Mecum has the motorcycles in Vegas. Let's roll. Oh, do we ever. From the South Point Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, we welcome you to the world's largest collector motorcycle auction. There are so many bikes in this building today that would easily qualify as a centerpiece in anyone's collection. You've already seen a glimpse of a few. How about a 1941 Indian Chief? Look at this. One family owned since new, very original condition. This 1200cc V-twin was in storage for over 50 years, but it crosses the auction block today. How about a 1912 Pierce 4, the very first American four-cylinder bike produced? This is a stunning restoration of a very rare bike. Fewer than 500 of these Pierce 4s were ever built, and it's part of the Urban Hirsch collection that will dominate the early portion of our coverage today. In fact, well over 100 motorcycles from that Urban Hirsch collection will be crossing today, all at no reserve. Well, hi everyone, welcome to Las Vegas. I'm Scott Hoke here with my good friend and colleague and motorcycle expert Paul Dorleone. And Paul, we have been anticipating this auction, but this day for quite some time, in large part because of that Urban Hirsch collection, and I have a feeling that it's going to be a kind of a day that we will tell our grandkids about many years down the road.
Yeah, I keep a list of the top 100 most expensive motorcycles ever sold at auction, and in the top 10, there are 4 Crockers and 1 Cyclone, and we have 3 Crockers here today and a Cyclone. I have a feeling I'll be revising my list later today.
No question about that. We've already gotten a little glimpse of that trike that I know you want to preview for us right now that goes all the way back to the late 1800s.
That's right, 1898 to Dion Bouton. You know, what's interesting about this is not that it's a trike. Trikes were fairly common, but the engine, Count de Dion, developed what was considered the first high-speed four-cycle motor, and it became the pattern for all of the American motorcycle industry. Inlet over exhaust valves. Indian copied it, Harley copied it, and used it until 1930. This is one of the most important foundational vehicles in the world. There are actually quite a few of these survivors, and people still race them today. It's extraordinary.
And we'll hear more about that part of the story as this trike crosses the block a bit later on. To a little bit more modern race bike right now, and standing by with this one is Ralph Sheheen upstairs.
Scott, in 1994, Harley-Davidson decided to go AMA superbike racing. They hadn't won the Daytona 200 since 1969 with Cal Rayborn. They'd been very busy with the XR 750 and AMA flat track racing, but now it's time to go left and right and back up onto the high banks. And this is what they came up with. The 1994 Harley-Davidson VR 1000 pure race bike. Folks at Gemini actually built and maintained these for the factory race team, but this was truly a factory effort from Harley-Davidson. It's liquid-cooled electronic fuel injection. It is a bad to the bone, purebred race bike. Now, they did have to make a few with headlights and so forth to meet the homologation rules of AMA racing, but that was it. The rest of them were all race bikes. This one, ridden by Michael Smith. Now, the VR 1000 didn't exactly have the great success that the XR 750 did, but it is a very cool and very unique piece of Harley-Davidson history. And with another great motorcycle going through our auction today, here's Hannah Lopa.
Ralph, I'm taking the racing off-road this morning with this 1976 Yamaha TT500, purchased new by Urban Hirsch. In today's terms, it's what we would call an adventure bike. It was the first of the 500cc single-cylinder four-stroke engines, which was a big step away from the two-strokes that were popular at the time. It's known for its torque and low-end power, which made it great for challenging off-road conditions, and because of that, it became popular and largely successful in the desert racing scene. It also played a role in future development for both the YZ and WR series for Yamaha. With its strong racing pedigree and highly original unrestored condition, as you can see, it makes this a standout. It's got some real character.
Oh, it does for sure. Hannah Lopa, thank you very much. As we welcome you now into the arena here at South Point Hotel and Casino. Let's kick things off today on this Saturday with 1968 Bultaco 250 Persang Mark III, Paul, and $14,000 bid to lead off.
You know, this year is the year of the dirt bike. Yeah, last year was almost the year of the dirt bike, but this year the prices for Spanish two-strokes especially has gone off the chain.
13.5 for this one.
We've seen them go deep into the $20,000 range. 10 years ago, these bikes were $2,000.
Wow.
What has happened? All these incredibly shiny dirt bikes, now everybody wants them.
Well, here's one that a lot of people are going to want. First year production of the XR75 from Honda, 1973.
Yeah, I think a lot of people who started riding dirt on this exact motorcycle are thinking, maybe I want to have that baby back, and this is the cleanest one they're ever going to see.
Wow, is it ever? In fact, total ground-up restoration. They used NOS parts whenever possible and powder-coated everything in sight.
$11,000. There you go. Amazing. That's what a little nostalgia will do for you. Nostalgia equals dollars here at the auction scene.
100% accurate there. No doubt about that. And there that little Honda goes right in front of our perch, just off the auction block. Now it's a 72 Kawasaki H2.
That's right. And these Kawasaki two-stroke triples have been here in force. I think this is probably the 12th or 15th example we've seen just on our broadcast. I think people have gotten a clue that these are very, very valuable motorcycles these days and pulled them out of their sheds. I think the most we saw yesterday was well into the $20,000 range. Of course, the H2 is a 750cc two-stroke triple. This one didn't quite make. This one is not restored. That was an original paint bike.
And it's got the original acetylene headlamp as well.
It's not an acetylene headlamp, but
okay, what does this say right there? The original acetylene headlamp.
That's called a boo-boo.
All right, on to a CB750K from 1976, the legendary 754.
That's right. K model was still basically identical to the first Honda CB750s of 1968. And the K series, let's see, I think it was the KF or the K, I can't remember which it was, became a double overhead cam for. So that was the first change for the architecture. But Honda CB750s have been selling well. We've seen a lot of them coming over the block. Typically making in the high teens and 20s. This one they've taken the reserve off, so it's gonna sell.
$9,500 is the bid, and $9,500 is the hammer price for that Honda. We have a lot of good stuff cooked up for you today with that Urban Hirsch collection that begins in a little while. We'll have some special guests here and some potential record-breaking money going out the door today. Paul, can't wait.
Let's hope. I'm excited.
Yep.
Like I said, 3 Crockers coming up and a Cyclone that was originally owned by Bud Eakins, part of the Urban Hirsch collection. Haven't sold a Cyclone in 6 years at these auctions, and it sits there at number 2 on my top 100 list.
Well, this one, this Honda from 1983 sells for $11,000. And we will pause briefly. You will not miss any of the auction and none of the motorcycles. So stay with us. We'll kick off the Urban Hirsch collection in a moment.
This is quite an honor. There's people here that have known Urban for 40, 50 years, 60 years. I think I knew Urban about 15 years. And one thing we all agree on, he was quite a man. He was everybody's friend. He was full of life, and he was full of happiness. And he's got one of the best motorcycle collections that we've ever seen. Could be the best by the time it's over selling them. But just, he liked pre-16s, and you know, I'm at a loss of words to say much more about it. It's an honor to be chosen by the family to do this. Urban loved this sale. He came here for years. He came here with Ron before Mecum got involved. And so he's been a great supporter and bid with confidence. His bikes are as good as you're ever going to get. And let's have some fun while we do it.
Just want to say our dad came to this auction for many years. He's had these bikes for over 50 years. We love and miss him, but we know he's in the room because he came here so often. Dana, thank you and the whole team for this. We love you, Dad, very much. Good luck, everybody.
Love your brooch.
Dana says, let's sell bikes, Bobby. Here we go. S100 from the Urban S. Hirsch, the third collection. A 36 Cushman Model 1 Auto Glide. No reserve, sold on a bill of sale.
Somebody get $10,000 here. You better get $10,000. You better get 10. You better get $5,000. $5,000 here. 5 bid. You better get 2,000. You better get 2. Give $1,000 for it. $1,000 here. You better get 1,000. You better get $1,000. Sells at no reserve. $1,500. $1,500 bid. You better get 1,000. You better get 15. You better get $1,500 bid. You better get 1,500. I have 1,000, 15, $2,000, 2,500. At 25, you got 2,000, 2,500, $2,500 bid. You better get $2,500. You get 2,500. At $2,500 bid, now 3,000. You better get 3 bid. You better get 3. You better get 3. You better get 3. You better get 25, 3. I have $2,500 bid. You better get 3,000. Sold $2,500. Laura.
On we go with the collection. Now offering S100.1, a 46 Hiawatha Doodlebug, no reserve, sold on a bill of sale.
$5,000 here. You better get 3,000. You better get 3. You better get 2. 1,000. You better get $1,500 bid. You better get 1,500. At 2,000. You better get $2,500 bid. You better get $2,500 bid. You better get 2. You better get 2,500. At $2,500 here. You better get 5 bid. You better get 5 here. You better get $2,500 bid. Anybody else? At 22.5 bid. 5. 27.5 now. You better get $2,750. I have $2,500 bid. You better get $2,750 bid. You better get 7.5. 3. 3,000 now. You better get 3 bid. You better get 3. You better get 3. You better get 3. You better get $2,750 bid. You better get 3. So $2,750. Megan on the internet.
Now offering S101, a 1949.
Back here in Las Vegas, and you like your Harleys, you'll love this one. 1911 Model 7D. Fewer than 5 of these are known to exist. It was Harley's first production V-twin, and we will be privileged to see it cross the block a bit later today.
Amazingly, it's our second 1911 Harley-Davidson Model 7 V-twin from this auction. This here is extraordinary what we're seeing. That's the rarest of the rare, most important Harley-Davidson ever built, arguably their first V-twin, and there's 2 for sale here.
Almost half the world population is here in this room. Here is a 19, and by the way, this is the first motorcycle that we're seeing from the Urban Hirsch collection on our telecast, a 1949 Schwinn Whizzer pacemaker.
So cool, so popular they started producing them again in the 1990s. But this is an original 1949 model. Using a paperboy frame, Schwinn frame, with a Whizzer motor. So cool.
So $3,000. So
no
$3,000.
reserve
Jordan.
for the
Now
Urban
offering
Hirsch collection.
S102.
All of them, no reserve, even that Cyclone.
That's
so
right.
We know
I'm putting my hand up, man.
Oh,
I'll bid up to 10,000.
yeah. Let's go back to 1908 with this Vedette bicycle with a Lamson motor on it.
Pretty cool. I mean, these early machines are so rare, so unusual, so specified. Some people are a little bit concerned that these pre-1910 bikes might not have the audience they used to, because the people who hankered after them are largely gone, so a lot of the knowledge of these bikes is gone. But this is one of 2 known in the world.
Wow.
Talk about rare. So very cool. Everybody know, well, I won't say everybody, but collectors know what a Lamson engine is. That was an engine you could buy separately and put in any bicycle. So that's effectively what you have here.
And
the Vedette bicycle with a Lamson engine.
And that's what a lot of people were doing back in those days,
that
right?
was a motorcycle. I have a
Exactly.
1902 Clermont. That is basically a little Clermont motor within a Clermont bicycle frame. That was a motorcycle.
Yep.
Sold $11,000.
$11,000 at no reserve. And, you know, that's one thing that Urban Hirsch was so passionate about, wheels and motors, and pairing the two together.
Yeah. He was an incredible collector, very discerning. Urban was had probably the foremost ink supply company in California, maybe in the West, period.
Supplied the ink for the LA Times.
That's right.
And many other industrial publications.
Every, circular you would see dropped in your mailbox. And there's a story once from a friend, and he was checking his mail while Urban was visiting him, and there was a junk mail flyer, as he called it. He says, "That's not junk." He pointed at the paper. He says, "Look at that ink."
Isn't that
That's
awesome?
my ink.
That's my ink, right. That's hilarious.
This is Urban's special custom road glide, kind of a club-style bike. Urban had a little of the badass in him.
He bought this one new himself.
Yeah.
Sure did.
Heavily modified. Very, very cool.
$6,000 for that 2000
What a bargain.
Harley.
I don't think that's what people came here to buy from the Urban Hirsch
No,
collection.
not at all. Here is a 1926 Harley Model BA, an overhead valve single. And, it's interesting that Urban got into collecting motorcycles after he met Bud Eakins.
That's right.
Back in the day, and they became friends, and they ran with Steve McQueen, and
Sure.
The rest is history.
Yeah, all those guys hung out in Southern California in the 1950s and had a grand time together, collected motorcycles together. Steve McQueen had 300 motorcycles, and Urban was very young then, but he started collecting bikes too shortly after that. And this BA is pretty neat. This is Harley's first production overhead valve motorcycle. Basically the same engine as their Pea Shooter Racer, but you could buy an overhead valve 350 Model B or BA for the road. And a lot of people love these because they are the same engine as Pea Shooter and Harley's first production roadster with overhead valve engine. You could also get it with a side valve engine. That was Harley's first or second production side valve motor after the flat twin sport twin we saw yesterday.
So 33.
Beautiful original paint bike, 33,000.
So we will move to a 1915 Indian on the turntable right now with a Merkel motor wheel.
Yeah, pretty interesting. A lot of companies in these early days produced accessory motors that you could attach to your bicycle. Merkel, which is one of the oldest motorcycle companies in the United States, in fact, became the Flying Merkel later.
Sure.
Originally produced these little attachment motorcycles. We saw Smith motor wheels yesterday. We're seeing some others later today, but this is an Indian bicycle chassis. Of course, George Hendy produced Indian bicycles long before he produced motorcycles.
13, you want to get $500 here, you want to get 13,500.
And that just the appearance of this bicycle motorcycle is a kind of a do-it-yourself, put it together at home, some assembly required,
Yeah, pretty sophisticated for what is effectively a moped from 1915.
And a $14,000 price tag on this day today in Las Vegas.
Folks, if you're watching on YouTube and you think they're not paying enough for this thing, or you might want one, you can bid from home.
Absolutely. Internet, pre-register there. Also, telephone bidders, very much a part of our Mecum auctions. You can find out more about that at mecum.com. Here is a 1949 Monarch Super Twin. Essentially the same thing as before, right?
Except this is the Mac Daddy of all the attachment motors. Check it out. Twin cylinder.
Yes.
So dead smooth, a lot more horsepower. The Monarch was indeed the king of attachment bicycle engines.
Only $5,000 for
Amazing.
that piece of history. We have more than 100 bikes, 100 lots as part of this inventory, and this is a very interesting one. It's a Reading Standard with a Smith motor wheel.
That's right. So two motorcycle manufacturers, Reading Standard, of course, made motorcycles. They were the first company to produce side valve motorcycles in the United States, and they also built bicycles. And the Smith motor wheel was, again, one of these little bicycle attachments. This is the first of two we're seeing. And these are going pretty good, guys. If you want to buy one, hop on the internet. We've got another one coming up next, a 1915 Indian bicycle with a Smith motor wheel.
$4,000 for that one. And here is 1915 Indian with the same motor.
Look at the beautiful castings of the Smith motor wheel attachment. Has an aluminum arm that bolts right onto the rear frame of the bicycle. Really elegant, really nicely done. I love the disc wheel and the little gas tank on top. Very cool.
$7,000. You ever ridden one of these?
You know, I never have.
$7,000.
Pretty neat. I mean, they're a moped.
Yes, exactly. Okay, $7,000 is the sale price there. When we continue our coverage in a few minutes, the holy grail of this auction and anybody's collection will be on the block. Don't go away.
Anybody give 7, anybody give 8, anybody give 8, anybody give $8,000. I have 7,000, anybody give 8,000, anybody give $7,500, 8 now, 5, 85, 8,500. At $8,500, 9,000, anybody get 999 bid, anybody get 9 here, anybody get 9,000. At 9, now $10,000 bid, anybody get 9 bid, anybody get 10, anybody get 10, anybody get 9 bid, anybody get 10. I have 9,000, anybody get 10,000, anybody get $9,500, anybody else? At 9,000, anybody get 95, 10,000, now anybody get 10, now 11,000, anybody get 10, 11. $11,000 here. You better get 10 bid. 11,000. You better get 10, 11. I have 10,000. 11,000. You better get 12,000. 11 bid. You better get 12. I have 11,000. You better get 12,000. 11 bid. You better get 12 here. You better get 12 bid. 11's bid. You better get 12,000. Sold $11,000. Sold $11,000, Alex.
Now offering S104.1, a 1917 Cleveland single sold on a bill of sale, no reserve.
$30,000 here.
From
You
the
better get
Hirsch
30 bid. You better get 10.
collection.
You better get 12,000. You better get 10. You better get 12. At $12,000 bid. You better get 12 bid. You better get 10 bid. You better get 12 here. You better get $12,000 for it. At 12,000. You better get 10 bid. You better get 12 bid. Anybody else? At 12,000. You better get 11,000. You better get 11 bid. 11,000. You better get 11. $11,000. $11,000. $11,000 here. You better get 11 bid. You better get 11 here. You better get $10,000 for it. What am I missing? That bike's not worth 10? Is it worth? Oh, I thought it was worth 10. 11. $11,000. 10,000. 11,000. Sold $10,000. Nick Spracklin.
Now offering S105. That's a 1936.
Our coverage continues here on YouTube, Mecum's YouTube channel from Las Vegas, the South Point Hotel and Casino. Scott Hoke with Paul Dorleone, Ralph Sheheen, and Hannah Lopa. And this 1936 Velocet, Paulie.
I'm the chairman of the Velocet Club, so I'm
I know
a
you
little
are.
bit partial. My friend Kim Young is bidding on this bike. I think she has a $10,000 limit, and I think she might get it. She might get it. Very interesting. It's a 500cc upgrade. It's got a specially cast barrel there. Normally these were only 350s. Oh, I think she just passed her reserve limit. Super rare to find one that's been enlarged to 500cc. This bike was found in South Africa, and maybe she did buy it. We'll see. I'll send her a text.
All right. 10 grand, buys it. The Velocet Super Sports model, the KSS, for $10,000. Here is a 1952 Nimbus 4. Very much a high-end, if you had one of these in the early 50s, you had arrived sort of motorcycles, yes?
In Denmark, for sure.
Yeah.
Made by a famous vacuum cleaner manufacturer. But don't say it sucks. This is a really good bike.
Oh, I think you've been waiting for that one all day.
Oh, dear. 4-cylinder, overhead valve exposed to the breeze, flat steel strip chassis, so they're a little bit wiggly. Usually these are attached to a sidecar. They're not super fast. It does have a little bit of suspension for the seat by a rubber band, telescopic forks. The chassis is a little bit flexy, but a lot of fun to ride. Not super fast, elegant, wonderful sound, very collectible. They have a rabid following. I really like these. Shaft drive, of course. Really neat bikes.
And not super high production numbers. I mean, less than 13,000 made over the course of their lifetime.
30s, yeah.
Right. This one brings $14,000. You talk about vacuum cleaners, sewing machines, bicycles, small arms companies. I mean, it seems like everybody who is in any kind of manufacturing, oh, by the way, they were also building motorcycles in some way, shape, or form back in the day.
Generally, when there was a bump in popularity, a lot of these companies that had engineering capacity would start building motorcycles. But Scott goes way back.
Here is a 32 Flying Squirrel.
Scott being a two-stroke twin, water-cooled since the day they started production way back in the 1910s. Won the 1912 and the 1913 TT with 2 speeders. This is a much later bike with a 4-speed Veloset gearbox. Hand shift, and a lot of fun to ride those Scotts. Really wonderful handling, really terrific motorcycles.
All right. One more motorcycle before we get to the Cyclone. Here it is, a 1928 BMW R42. 500cc twin.
Side valver, flat tank as they call them, because the tank nestles underneath the frame rails there. They'd only been producing motorcycles for 5 years when this bike was built. Has Bosch electric lighting. It's got a 3-speed gearbox, fully enclosed unit construction motor, shaft drive. It's got a rear brake on the shaft there, and brakes front and rear. This bike is completely equipped. Very collectible.
$80,000 for the 1928 BMW. One of the most anticipated motorcycles ever to come to the auction block here at Mecum, Las Vegas is on the turntable right now. 1915 Cyclone V-twin, completely restored by the expert in that business, Stephen Wright. And world records may fall here, Paul.
We'll see. This bike was purchased by Urban from Bud Eakins and his buddy Stephen Wright, who wrote the American Racer books, did the restoration. Stephen knew his early American motorcycles. Terrific machine. Last one that sold in 2019. 800 grand. Let's see what we do today. No reserve. This bike is going to sell.
Yes. You may have heard the air horn in the background indicating a telephone bidder is in play with this motorcycle. $500,000.
Well, we're already on my top 10 right now. The point of entry is 500,000. Wow. Now we're at 6.
It's climbing.
Keep going, guys. Push us into the stratosphere.
Oh, that's awesome.
700,000. I think we're at number 3 on my list now.
$850,000.
Just give $1 million. Give $1 million for
Come on, guys.
Oh,
we're
my
already
goodness.
at the most expensive motorcycle ever sold at auction.
The first $1 million motorcycle is within reach here, ladies and gentlemen.
Push it over the top, guys.
$1 million. 900. Okay. $1 million
Oh,
is bid.
there it is,
We
Paul.
have finally broken the $1 million barrier. We've been talking about this since Cyclone was sold in 2009. Here we are.
1,200,000. Give 1,200,000.
We're just blown away.
You know what?
Hey, give me 150.
He's going to be riding your Cyclone.
Give me, hey.
Give him
Give me
$1,200,000. 1,100,000. 1,200,000.
150.
1,200,000.
Hey! $1,150,000.
1,150,000. 1,200,000. 1,200,000.
Hey, a $50,000 bid is not insignificant.
I have 1,150,000
but not on a
bid.
$1 million bike.
At 1,200,000. 1,200,000. 1,200,000. 1,200,000. What, he knocked you out for a measly 50 grand? 1,200,000. $1,150,000 is the bid. Anybody else? 1,200,000.
Oh, we're not finished.
1,300,000. 1,300,000. 1,300,000.
We have obliterated the world record, which was at 950,000. We are $300,000 past that, kids.
$1,300,000. Wait a minute. Hey, it almost worked before. You want to give 1,250,000? 1,250,000. 1,250,000. 1,250,000. Once.
Only one line.
$1,250,000. Do it. Give 1,250,000.
Give one more. He just bid. He's ready to bid again.
1,250,000. 1,250,000.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your help. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Frank, we got it.
Sold. $1,200,000.
Look at the crowd.
Drake Sprackland.
That's
That
it.
was
Light
exciting,
it up.
folks.
Light it up.
Here's
Blew
Russ
away the
Conklin.
world record by $300,000.
Wow. And you have just witnessed the first ever motorcycle to sell for $1 million plus.
Way over $1
Anywhere.
million. Way over $1
Anywhere.
million. Wow. Well, I've been saying, I said yesterday that motorcycles are back. Boy, are they back. Wow.
Oh my goodness, that's the shot heard around the motorcycle world.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
For years, perhaps.
I just posted that on my the auction on my Vintage Ent Instagram, the Vintage Ent Instagram.
Yes.
You can see the whole thing again. Fantastic. How exciting. This is what we do this for.
You have goosebumps?
I got goosebumps.
Oh, me too.
So fun.
And lest you think we are finished, we are far from it. There may be other records that fall today, and other motorcycles that will join the top 10.
I think so. We've got Urban Hirsch's Crocker, which is well known, lots of provenance. We shall see.
Wow.
Crocker hasn't sold at auction since 2019, although they've been offered. People have been a little timid, but this bike has history, so I think people feel a little bit more confident about it.
That Crocker's coming up here in just a little bit. They're working on a 1906 Thoroughbred single, a little 260cc, 2.5 horsepower single. This bike was once a member of the E.J. Cole collection. And much like the MC Stockholm collection we talked about a little bit yesterday, anything that E.J. Cole touched was seriously collectible and worthwhile.
Yeah, for early American motorcycles, E.J. Cole was the king. Now, the engine for this Thoroughbred looks a lot like an Indian. There's a good reason for that. It is an Indian design. So the Aurora Automatic Machinery Company in Aurora, Illinois had the production capabilities to make engines, which India did not when they started producing motorcycles. So between 1901 and 1908, Aurora made the engines, and they were licensed by Indian to sell those motorcycles, those engines to anybody.
Wow.
And Thoroughbred was one of the brands they sold them to. So it's basically an Indian.
And it sells for $39,000. Well, you ever heard of a Holly carburetor? Who hasn't? Have you ever seen a Holly single? I haven't.
Who has?
Right, exactly. George and Earl Holly built bikes from the early 1900s up to about 1911 while they were trying to figure out and get their carburetors all sorted out. And this is one of their early efforts from 1901.
Very, very famous name. Not many people know that they made motorcycles before they started making carburetors for cars, which was their fortune.
Yeah, I didn't know that until today. I mean, you learn something new every day.
Yeah, pretty cool. Super rare bike. You're seeing that with the famous name. You're seeing the price go up on a very, very obscure early motorcycle. We haven't seen a pre-1910 motorcycle sell for more than $100,000 in a long time.
Wow.
You'll notice it's that same inlet over exhaust engine design as the Indian and as the de Dion Bouton. That was the gold standard for these early models, and it developed later in the mid-1900s and on.
20, 120, sir, 115, 120, 120 pounds at 120.
Wonderful to see it in completely original, untouched conditions, original tires.
125 pounds.
What a piece of history, especially if you're an automotive fan and into Holly carbs, performance carbs. What a cool thing to put next to your car that has a Holly carburetor on it.
$120,000. Not only did it sell for six figures, but well beyond $100 grand.
People are buying, they're buying big today.
Well, let's hope that continues.
It went to or through Vince Martinico, my buddy, who was an incredible 1908 Indian torpedo tank racer in original paint.
Right now, let's check in with Ralph Sheheen.
If you're going to buy a motorcycle from the very early 1900s, right at the turn of the century, one of the things you have to think about is, do you want a fully patinaed, original condition motorcycle like this 1908 Pope, or do you want something like this 1913 Emblem, which is fully restored and absolutely gorgeous? Now, this motorcycle's engine, it's a V-twin, and it was 1,265 cc's, which in the day was a monster-sized motor producing about 15 horsepower. This motorcycle would do 75 miles an hour. But what I love about it is that blue and white color scheme and pinstriping, but look at even the wheels matching with the pinstriping and colored just like the motorcycle. Absolutely gorgeous 1913 Emblem V-twin.
Thank you, Ralph. That is coming up. Piece of jewelry right there. Here is what the audience in the room is looking at and bidding on now to the tune of $25,000. This is actually one of the cars that is in the Urban Hirsch collection. It's a 1914 Spaka prototype. It's a cycle car prototype, Paul.
Is that like a Porsche?
It is like a Porsche.
You know, SPAC provided the engines for Sears motorcycles. In fact, we got a couple of Sears coming up with SPAC engines.
And we are going to take a walk over to the next car in this grouping, and it's a 1903 Cadillac Model A. It's a rear entrance tonneau, and you'll see what I mean by rear entrance. That's the front seat, if you will. But to get into the back, you got to go through the very, very back. And there, yes, there is a door back there and a step for you to make your entry into the rear of that car.
Is that where the term backdoor man comes from?
I don't know.
Where's our blues fans who could give us an answer?
There you go.
Wow. Urban loved early motorcycles. He was a regular at the pre-16 motorcycle events, but he also really loved early cars. And this 1903 Cadillac, fantastic vehicle. Look at that radiator. The design for radiators, engines, chassis, bodywork was not standardized in 1903. We were still emerging from the horse and carriage days, and this still looks like a carriage, although they had to figure out a radiator for a water-cooled engine.
You saw the wooden artillery wheels, the kerosene headlamps, the horn on the steering column.
You think this is, I mean, it's got to be one of the oldest Cadillacs in the world.
Absolutely, I would think.
I've actually driven a 1930 Cadillac, beautifully restored. It's kind of awful because the steering was so loose. Even though it was brand new, these early cars they're funny, but so beautiful.
$95,000. Look at the money that this is bringing.
I think it's because it's a Cadillac and it's so early.
And the restoration is just
superb,
incredibly detailed and correct. Perfect. Look at that. And even $100,000.
That's right. People say it's the car guys that are ruining the motorcycle scene because of prices. I don't think that's true, because both of those cars went for a heck of a lot less.
They
than
sure
the
did.
Cyclone.
They sure did. Here's another one from the very beginning of the previous century, 1902 R&H.
R&H kind.
Single.
Yeah.
3 horsepower.
Yep. And once again, we've got that inlet over exhaust engine. Looks just like a de Dion engine. But R&H, I believe, made their own motors. It's got a very interesting front fork there. You see how the front axle pivots back and forth over bumps with a spring back there.
That's unique.
Now, an engineer would say it's a terrible idea to shorten and lengthen the wheelbase on your motorcycle as you're going around a corner or even in a straight line. But I've ridden a bike with a very similar suspension. It actually works pretty well, and it doesn't seem to upset the handling.
Okay. Well, that one brought $14,000. And next up is a 1910 Hudson, and it quite possibly is the only original 1910 Hudson that's unrestored left on the planet. And let's keep it that way, shall we?
Well, I think it'd be pretty foolish to restore a bike that's 115 years old.
Yes.
Amazing intact condition. Someone's clearly been at the motor. I bet it runs, because Urban liked to make his motorcycles run even if they were in original condition. Very, very rare motorcycle. You know, before 1915, there were probably close to 300 American motorcycle manufacturers. With the advent of World War I, there was lots and lots of inflation, and it just knocked about 90% of these tiny motorcycle manufacturers out of business. You only had a handful afterwards. So these early bikes are so rare. Probably produced less than 1,000 or 2,000 motorcycles. It's amazing this bike even survives.
In the room.
Go one more, go at 85 and see what happens.
Standard 80.
80 pounds at 85. Negative 80 pounds at 85.
Okay, we're gonna go for the
So
next one.
80 pounds at 80,000.
Okay, $80,000. An exceptionally rare Hudson. One of the most coveted motorcycles in the world, the Crocker. Here is a 1938 Crocker Twin. That is the first of several that we have here.
Urban Hirsch's Crocker at no reserve. 38 small tank. What a beauty. Designed by Al Crocker. Very low production. Considered probably the second most collectible American motorcycle.
$250,000 and going up.
I think we got a long way to go here.
Might be time to hit the edit button on your top 10 list again.
I'd be very surprised if we made 1-3, but hasn't been a Crocker sold since 2019. This is definitely going to sell. If we get over 500,000, yep,
close.
It'll be in our top 10.
Only around 200 Crockers ever built, right?
Well, that's a bone of contention.
Okay, that's why I asked you. You're the expert.
Mystery, and I've been digging into it just of late. I've had a look at some archives. I've been copying a lot of archives, and we'll see what comes of that. But I'm very, very curious to find out what the true story is behind Crocker motorcycles.
600,000 and beyond.
Yeah, we're definitely in top 10 price here. Top 10 most expensive motorcycles ever sold in the world at auction. We pushed over 700,000.
725. 725.
What was it and what is it that so many people loved about these Crocker twins?
Well, you know, there was nothing radical about them. It's just a V-twin with a nice overhead valve engine. Harley-Davidson produced one. A knucklehead, but Crocker was a lot faster, a lot lighter, and it was styled even better. Al Crocker took his cues from the customizers of the day that produced cut downs and bob jobs.
Wow.
And right now, this is the most expensive Crocker ever sold at auction. We're already over $800,000.
That's the right answer.
825. Let's go. 825. Sold. 800,000.
There it is. Another record at Mecum, Las Vegas. $800,000.
Amazing.
1938 Crocker small tank twin. Wow. We will pause our coverage. You will not miss anything as we continue from Las Vegas.
$12,000. Look what I'm doing. $10,000. $12,000. Yeah, 10, 12. Negative 10, 12, $15,000. 15 to bed, 15 to bed, $15,000 down. Negative 15, 17. You're down 17 to negative $15,000. 17 to bed. You're down $15,000 down. $17,000 down. 20 down. 20 down. 20. You're down $20,000 down. 17 to negative 20. You're 20. 17 to negative 20,000. 17 thou, 18 thou, anybody else, 18, 19, 20, 21, 21, 21, 20 down, down, 1, here now 1, higher negative 21, here now 1 to bed, down negative 21 down, down to bed, down, last call, here 20 grand down 1, 21,000 out of bed, anybody else, here now 21,000 out of bed, down 1. Sold $20,000. Sold $20,000 internet.
Lot S 109.1, 19.7 Harley-Davidson strap tank single. Sold no reserve.
I'm a cheer. 50. Higher negative 50 down. $30,000 bid. 30. Higher negative 15 to bid. 20. $15,000 20 bid. Negative 15 to negative 20,000. Here now 20 bid. $15,000 $20,000 bid. $15,000 $17,000 on it. 15,000 $17,000 out of bid. Here now 20,000 out of bid. 17 to negative 20. Not 20. Not 20. And 17 to back it at 20,000 out of bed. 17, 20. I had 17,000 out of 20,000. 22,000 out of bed. You're 22. I had now 5. I had 7. You're 27. I had 25 to back it at 70 bed. You're 7. I had 27,000. 30. And now 30,000 out of bed. Back it at 30. Gonna be 30. Gonna be 30. Gonna be 30. 30,000 out of bed. 27's bed. 32. 32. 32. 32,000 out of 5. 35,000 out of 7. 37,000 out of bed. You're 7. I had 35 to back it. 37, 40, 40, 42, 40,000 out of 42, 40,000 out of down to the bed, 42 to bed, 5, high 45, 47, 47,000 out of bed, yes, 7, high 45, 47,000 out of 90, 47,000 out of bed, 47,000, here now 47 to bed, down to 47,000, here now 50, 50,000 out of 50,000 out of bed, yeah, 50, high 47 to bed, 50,000, 50,000 out of bed, 50,000 out of 90. 47, 50, $50,000. Anybody else? 50,000. Got 47, 50, 52, 52, 52, 52, 55, 55,000 out of bed. 55 negative 5. Yep, 5, 57, $57,000, 60, $60,000 internet, you're out, 60,000 out of bed, 60,000 down negative 62, 60,000 down to the bed, 60,000 down to $62,000. Anybody else? 60,000, 62, last call, 60,000 down to the bed, now 5, 65,000 out of bed, yep, 5, 65, 67, 67, 70,000 out of bed, 70, 70,000 out of bed, 70, 70,000 out of bed, down 72, 72, 75, 75,000 out of bed. Yep, 5, higher down 5 here, down 75, now 77,000 out of bed. Internet 77. Last call, 75, 7, 80, 80,000 out of bed. You had 80,000, 5, 85, 85, 90, 90,000 out of bed. 90, hit 90, higher negative 90,000 out of bed. You're down 90, down 5, higher 95, internet 95, 100. You're 100,000 out of bed. You're 95, going to be 100,000 out of bed. 95, 105. You're 100, down 5, internet 105,000 out of bed. You're 100,000 out of bed. Anybody else? 105,000. So $100,000. So $100,000 Nick.
Lot S 110 and 1911 Excelsior single on a bill of sale, no reserve.
Our coverage from Las Vegas today, presented by State Farm, continues Don't forget to stop by MecumFinancial.com. While you're here, they are up on the upper deck. Nikki and Ben and the gang are there to help you take care of all your finances. Make sure you are able to bid with more horsepower. You can find out more at MecumFinancial.com. Well, we are very happy to have with us in the booth today to talk a little bit about these motorcycles and much more. Our friend, very well-known sculptor and motorcycle collector, Jeff Decker. And Jeff, first of all, I've got to ask your reaction on seeing the Cyclone sell for $1.3 million and that Crocker $800,000 right behind it.
Oh, what I can do is it's mixed. I've had a Cyclone before and sold it, and I've got a few Crockers and I'm holding.
It's good strategy.
Yeah. Well, you've known both of those bikes for a while. Did you expect that finally the Crocker dam would break and we'd get a very good price?
It seems like it's been dormant for 4 or 5 years, you know, and Crockers have a sordid history, as do the Cyclones. But when they're so important, I think that you got to make do with what you got.
Yeah.
And that Cyclone is great. Bud Eakins had that Cyclone. It sat in the Otis Chandler Museum for years. Urban had it. So it's got a modern provenance that's wonderful.
Yeah.
Looking at a 1911 Excelsior single here in the mid-20s, you knew Urban Hirsch quite well, spent some time with him. There's an interview with him that you facilitated that's part of the Mecum website if folks want to go look at that. Just describe him and his passion for collecting seriously pre-1916 motorcycles.
Well, I was born and raised Southern California, and he was a Southern California eccentric. And I knew him always, and he was funny and eclectic and funny. And he collected surrealistic art, and one of the few living artists that he collected was me. And it was such an honor because, and I must be a cartoon character, but he was my mentor for years. And but more than anything, I remember his sense of humor and his quirkiness.
Yeah, he had those embroidered shirts he would wear with ribald quotes at every rally, and they were always different.
Oh, I love cats, but I can't eat a whole one by myself. Yeah. we gouge the other guy and pass the savings on to you, these kinds of things.
So corny, but so funny.
Yeah, that is so good.
Yeah.
Very interesting. 1910 Excelsior single before Excelsior sold out to Schwinn. So this is still an Excelsior autocycle. Beautiful design, super clean castings. What a wonderful restoration. This might be a Steve Hunsinger bike. I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah, it looks that good, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That one just sold for $30,000 straight up. And so we'll move on now to a 1906 Armac single.
That's one of the charms of this collection is there's so many oddballs.
Yeah. You don't see an Armac every day or every year,
No.
or maybe once in a lifetime.
We talked about that with that Holly, that 1901 Holly a little while ago. Didn't even know that.
Oh, there's a lot of one-offs in this little collection.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's a few Armacs around. Very interesting. See that giant top tube is not a separate gas tank. I think it's actually brazed onto the frame as part of the frame.
Oh.
Kind of like a Pierce.
Right. I think they gave inspiration to Cannondales so much years later with those big
Hey,
tubes.
I'm a former Cannondale owner. I know what you're talking about.
There you go.
Absolutely.
You know what I love is just the artistry of these castings. You know, it's not an Indian casting. It's got a much more rounded crankcase. Beautiful, beautiful design.
Well, this one brings $32,000.
A lot of history and a lot of motorcycle for not a huge amount of money.
No.
All right, up on the turntable now, 1914 Yale single.
Yale started out as one of the oldest manufacturers. Started out as the California model out in San Francisco. And
oh, that's the same motorcycle.
It is the same, and was the first motorcycle, actually the first motor vehicle of any kind to be taken across the United States way back in 1902.
And
he
not
sold
much more than a bicycle.
Yeah, basically a moped.
Yeah.
Had to push it probably most of the way. But he sold out the design, which then shortly became the Yale.
37,000. Give it out. 37, 40, $40,000. $40,000. What am I going to do? 37, 40, $40,000. Give it out. 37, 40.
Love that logo. Nothing to do with the university, but why not? We'll
Not
take
at
it.
all. Are they going after that? The kind of the collegiate look?
I think that was the idea.
Okay.
All right, the Yale heads down the ramp and out to a new collection. And we've already discussed this, that Urban Hirsch was not all about motorcycles. There were a few cars in his collection as well. This is one of them, a 1906 Orient buckboard.
That's right, and we previewed the 1898 de Dion Bouton motor. This has the same kind of motor in the back. Orient, of course, was the first, some people say, American motorcycle manufacturer. So this 1906 Orient was made after they had already been producing motorcycles for a few years.
And the motorcycle head was really unique. It was a waffle, and it was a sheet metal copper foil.
Sweated onto the cylinder.
Really
yeah.
interesting.
Urban, of course, loved early American everything. Very unusual to see a mix of these super early cars with a motorcycle collection.
And what a bargain. That's a great souvenir right there. This next one is what excites me.
The Beverly Hillbillies truck.
And it's right next door. It actually conjures up memories of the Beverly Hillbillies, and there's a sign in the window. It says, "Please don't touch." Wait a minute, I messed that all up. It says, "Touch, but don't look." There it is. I blew that one.
We went to a Beverly Hills car show with him, and he was wearing overalls cut off, far too Daisy Duke. And we'd park next to Bentleys and Ferraris worth, millions and millions.
That's a scream.
He had a heck of a sense of humor.
Yeah.
And people are loving it.
Oh, yeah, look at this, $20,000.
You know what? It's hard to sell a restored Model T for more than $15,000. So
You can't give a Model T away anymore.
Truly
Absolutely
loving
right.
this,
Yes.
which is great. Urban had this out at his backyard the last time I visited his house.
And that'll all buff out.
Including the skeleton.
Yeah.
Oh, that's hysterical.
Thank you, 27. 25, 27.
$25,000.
If somebody's looking for a keepsake for Urban Hirsch, this is the vehicle.
Yeah.
There's nothing more that speaks to his personality than this very car.
One of the other things, and you guys touched on it in the interview with Urban before he passed last year, was that the door was open. I mean, everybody was welcome to come in, and he was kind enough to let everybody see his collection.
Yeah, he had a few guest rooms in the back of the house, and if you stayed too late, you spent the night. It was great.
True gentleman.
Yeah.
32.
And an eccentric, as you say.
Yeah.
Fabulous weirdo.
In a good way.
Yeah.
Loved him. Really one of my favorite people.
33,
Well, you're the car guy, Scott. I mean, how are Model T wagons doing these days? Or trucks doing?
I was going to say, you guys touched on it. I mean, this is double what we normally see from this era from a Model T, even ones that are, restored or in original condition. We just don't see this kind of money on a vehicle like this.
$36,000. Amazing.
Good.
Yeah.
That is so cool. And the student driver sticker just adds a little bit extra to it, doesn't it?
He would special order Mercedes station wagons that were sleepers with big fancy motors under the hood.
Well, I want to give you a chance, Jeff, to talk about a little bit of the art that you have produced. Very well-known sculptor specializing in bronze, and some of your work is here just to our right and on the other side of the block as well.
Well, the big hill climber they just showed is a maquette of the bigger than life-size piece that's in front of the Harley-Davidson Museum.
Yes.
And Urban bought all this stuff from me right as it came out. The little dodo next to it was a collaboration with Robert Williams, and that speaks to more my personality or Urban's personality. That's the quirky that we love. the art that people expect are the motorcycles in that. That's a strap tank Harley-Davidson that we did a few of, and Urban had every piece he could buy from me. Really did help me raise 4 children.
Thank you, Urban.
A 1905 Crouch, while we're talking about that, just sold for $80,000. Another one that's just totally obscure.
That was a special machine, yeah.
And the only other one I've ever seen was Steve McQueen's.
Oh, right.
Well, here's a 1913 Indian Racer, single racer.
And this is a personal favorite. There's nothing terribly exotic about the machine itself, but it's a real racer, and that's a lot to say about a bike in this configuration. And those tires are perhaps one of the only sets I know of. Fantastic.
Of original racing tires?
Oh, those are Firestone Goodyears,
wow.
And they have the blue streak on them, and they're racing, and for some reason the canvas would kick that white rubber off, and they just never lasted.
Yeah.
That's a beautiful thing. I don't know if I'm a fan of seeing them rolled, but
is that where the term racing a blue streak came from?
Yeah, exactly. It was part of the ad campaign.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
So by 1913, the engine had moved out of being part of the frame, and it became a loop frame. As Jeff just said, this is not a factory racer, but it was raced, and most of the board track racing and dirt track racing was, of course, privateers with a few factory bikes. So this does have history.
Oh, it's a totally honest machine. It really is, and it's just not exotic because it has a 4-valve configuration or anything along those lines. But an honest racer is almost an impossible thing to say about something that early.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I think there's maybe 3 or 4 original 8-valve racers, Harley-Davidsons, but you know they have a survival rate of 1,000%.
and it going to 80,000, I love that, as it should.
Yeah,
so people understand what it is.
It's a real
I'm
bike.
happy. It is. Yeah, good.
80 grand.
Very good. And congratulations to the buyer. They got a beautiful piece.
Well, next up on the top of the block is a Steve Hunsinger bike, a 1910 Indian single. Look at the restoration quality of this.
And if you don't know Steve Hunsinger, well, if you want to win a show, he's the guy you go to, because he does the most exquisite, detail, perfect restorations in the world. A little on the shiny side, but that's not such a crime. People like a little bling.
Camera sure loves it.
Look at it sparkle. But, you know, he hasn't done anything crude like, you know, use shiny nickel on the timing case or anything like that, or over polishing. This is a very accurate restoration, just a very shiny one, and that's why people hire him.
Yes, you won't see a Phillip head screw or chrome anywhere. So
yeah.
Look at that, and still in the 40s for singles. That's great.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's almost an identical motorcycle to the previous one. It just has the full road equipment on it. A good buy.
We're going to pause. Go ahead. Sorry.
Isn't that strange that half the motorcycle fetches twice the money?
That's a very good quote.
I'm
going to write that down in my book. We're going to pause here. You're not going to miss anything at home. We'll resume our coverage with Jeff Decker and Paul Dorleone here in a second.
5 pounds on the bid, and a 5 bid. How to get it a 6,000 on it now? Is that Pat? At 5 pounds out of bid. Hell, Pat, how to get it about 5, 600. You're long ways from home. 5 bid, 6 out of bid. In 5, how to get it a 6 here. How to get it about 5 pound bid, 600. And how to get it about 5 in a trout, 6,000 on the bid. In 5, how to get it about 6 here. How to get it about 5 bid, 6,000 on the bid. And how to get it about 5 here, 6 here. How to get it about 6 here. Down 5, 6,000 bid. And 6 here, 15, 5 here, 6,000. Now 6, Pat. Now 6, down 5. And a 5 bid, Paul. He's going to be 5 there, 16, 5. In 5 down, 7 a bid. How to get it? How to get it? He says 65, right, Pat. How to get it a 7. And how to get it 65 there, 7 a bid. And 7 down bid. And 7 here down. How to get it? Mitch is down 7 here, 7 a bid, 7,000. And 7 here down. How to get it? 7 a bid. How to get it? 7 down. Last call. And 7 down bid. 9 half 5 down 75. And 75 bid. 75 here down 5, 8,000 a bid. Out of new bidders and 8,000 down 75 bid. 8,000. 8 down bid. 75 here. 8 down bid. How to get it? 75 bid. And 75 on a bid. 8,000 down. Hands high. And 75 bid. How to get it? 75 down. Last call. And 75 down. How to get it? 8,000. Sold 75. Sold 75 $100. Jordy Hunter.
Now offering S114, a 71 Cheney Triumph T100C. Sold on the bill of sale, no reserve.
Cheney time down. How to get a bit of a tan hair down. How to get a bit of a tan hair. 5 down bid. Hit 5. How to get a bit of a 5 here. How to get a bit of a 5 here. 2 $2,000 cut of a 3-down bid, and a cut of a 2 down to 3, down cut of a 3 down 3 down 3. Pat, you a 3 down 4, and 3 down 4, and 4 here 5 down 5. George's way down 5, and cut of a 5 down 5 600, and 5 6 out of bid, and cut of a 5,000. George out 6 out of bid, and 5 out cut of a 6 7, and cut of a 7-down bid 6 7, and 7-down bid, and cut of a 700 bid, and cut of a 6,000 65 here 5, and 6,000 cut of a 5 down 65 in a bid, and 6,000 cut of a 5 here down, and cut of a 65, and cut of a 5, and 6 here, and cut of a 5 down 5 here, and cut of a 5 down 5 7 a bid, and 65 7,000, and 7 here, and cut of a 7-down bid down 7 down 7, and cut of a 65 7 a bid, and cut of a 7-down here down 7 down, and cut of a 7-down half, sold 65 $500 Chicken George.
Now offering S114.1, a 60 Cheney Triumph T110, sold on a bill of sale, no reserve.
I'd get a bit of a shiny, I'd get a bit of a 10, I'd get a bit of a 5,000 a bid, ain't even get 5, I'd get a bit of a 5 here, I'd get a bit of a 5,000 down, I'd get a bit of a 5 down 5, I'd get a bit of a 4 3 4 down 5, and 4 down 5, and I'd get a bit of a 5 here, I'd get a bit of a 5 6 down bid, I'd get a bit of a 5 in the back, 6,000 a bid, and 5, I'd get a 6 7, I'd get a bit of a 7-down bid, I'd get a 6 7, and 7 here, I'd get a 5 down 7 a bid, 7-down bid, and 7 a bid, 7 a bid, I'd get a 16 5 down 7 a bid, and I'd get a bit of a 7 5 5 75, I'd get a bit of a 5 down 8,000 bid, and I'd get a bit of 8 down 8, I'd get a bit of 8,000 down 585 bid, 8,005, hit 5, I'd get a bit of a 585, I'd get a bit of a 5 8,005 in a bid, I'd get a bit of a 5 8s in the back, 85 in a bid, 85. 8,500, 8,005, and down 5 bid, and I'd get a bit of a 585, I'd get a bit of a 5 8,000, I'd get a bit of a 5 8,500. Sold 8,000, sold 8,000 Paul's way.
Now offering S115, a 57 Cheney Triumph T110, no reserve.
Welcome back to our live YouTube coverage on the Mecum YouTube channel from the Las Vegas Motorcycle Auction here at the South Point Hotel and Casino. It's all presented by State Farm. And before we get back to the block, let's check in with Hannah Lopa.
Scott, I have had my eye on this bike all weekend long, a 1972 Harley-Davidson XRTT 500. This bike is absolutely gorgeous, one of 200 produced. The engine was rebuilt by Carl Patrick, who is arguably one of the best race engine builders of all time. This is special because this was the first year for the aluminum engine for the XR 750. It was also a bit of a transition year. Some of the factory bikes ran dual disc brakes sourced from Honda, but check out this front brake here. The big Fontana 4 leading shoe drum brake, which I personally think is much cooler. The fairing was designed with wind tunnel input from Caltech and allowed these bikes to exceed 150 miles an hour at Daytona in 1972.
Hannah, thank you very much. Ooh, I see Ralph in the background there doing some research on his next motorcycle that we'll see. Ralph and Hannah out and about in our 303 staging lane here in Las Vegas. I'm Scott Hoke in the booth. Paul Dorleone, Jeff Decker with us here as we continue with this amazing Urban Hirsch collection and kind of a more common motorcycle here. Paulie, yes, 1969 TR6 Trophy.
But still a very cool motorcycle.
Oh, yes.
In the late 60s Triumph, they're all great, but the trophies with the high pipes on the side, this is a genuine desert sled bike. Whether it was raced or not, didn't really matter. Had terrific style. I mean, Edward Turner had really plugged into what Americans wanted. He bumped his engines up to 650 in 1951, and the TR6 was their special desert racer bike.
And really spoke to who Urban was. I mean, he raced with Bud Eakins and Steve McQueen and all those guys on those very bikes, did Catalina and all the events.
Yeah.
Here's a hot rod Harley, if you will, a 1928 JDH twin cam. Only a couple years they made these,
of production.
Right?
Harley's first twin cam engine. Previously, they'd only used that configuration in their racing bikes, their factory racing bikes. This was their road bike. In fact, this was their fastest road motorcycle until the 1950s, until the KHK came out. When the Knucklehead came out in '36, the JDH was still faster. Some say the origins of the outlaw term for outlaw racing or outlaw motorcycling was because there's a lot of guys that tune their JDHs for racing, and the AMA promptly banned them at the behest of Harley-Davidson because they wanted to sell knuckleheads. And so people still kept racing their JDHs as outlaws, unsanctioned racers.
I love these things, how they made their first cut downs and the whole custom genre. This was kind of the grandfather that was the best one to chop up and make special.
Yeah. Very special bike.
1911 Harley single here.
No reserve.
Model 7, no reserve. All these are no reserve.
So this is the same year as Harley-Davidson produced their first V-twin, but of course, since their actual production began in 1905, this is all they built, was single-cylinder bikes with an F-head engine that is actually shockingly reliable. We've had a bunch of people in the Cannonball ride those across the country, 3,600 miles with no problems.
Close to the end here.
Well, I think it's unbelievable that there are 2 twin 1911s in this auction.
Amazing,
Unbelievable.
amazing. This is by far the most interesting auction we've ever had in terms of just the collectible bikes.
Yeah.
Right.
2 of the rarest
How about
V-twins,
33?
the most
You guys got
important
33
V-twins
now.
showing up. Very curious to see what this does, because there's actually a demand for these now for guys who want to do the Cannonball, guys and girls who want to ride the Cannonball. The only chance you have of winning is with something this old, 1911.
And who would want to do something like the Cannonball?
It's so fun. Both Jeff and I have done it many times. I did it 4 times. Oh my gosh. I mean, it's a silly thing to do, but gosh, it's fun.
Jeff, I want to ask you another question about your art, and specifically the sculpture. This is the mini version of the real thing that's outside the Harley-Davidson Museum in Milwaukee. The real thing is 16 feet tall, weighs something like 5,000 pounds, out of bronze. Give our viewers a sense of how tough something like that is to put together.
Well, the bronze that on the screen came before the monument, and the Davidson family had bought Willie G. Davidson one for Christmas. And that was about the time that the funding for the museum came about, and they commissioned me to make that monstrosity with 480 separate molds. And I started with clay, put a silicone rubber mold on it, and cast each individual piece, and it took a better part of a year.
So they weld the pieces together afterwards?
Every single one of them. And if you don't use the right, when you TIG, MIG, whatever you want, but if your alloy's not correct, you'll start to see the stitch marks when the patina fades. So let's hope that doesn't happen.
And who does your patina?
A guy named Nathan Bennett. He's been with me forever.
Fantastic.
Very cool. Very cool. Good insight. How about a tri-car, an Indian tri-car? Paul, have we ever had one of these on our auction here?
It's been years, and in fact, we've never had a 4-car tri-car. We've had a commercial tri-car with a box on the front that you could put your delivery goods in.
Right.
This is the first one I've seen that actually has a chair. This is from the Indian factory. It's a catalog model. It's a very basic single-cylinder design. And
I can't see that. Is that original paint too?
It looks like it's original paint. It's original upholstery. Fantastic piece of history here. Look at that tuck and roll upholstery and that sleigh type curl up front. That's your only safety feature, is somewhere to tuck your shoes into. But there wasn't a lot of traffic in 1907. And it's actually better than keeping you as a passenger or in the rear as they tried. They didn't know where to put a passenger back then. Sidecars weren't really being produced at that time. Nobody was really putting someone on the back. This was how they did it in the earliest years.
It just doesn't seem like a great idea.
Well, that's why you can't get a 4-car today, I think.
But look at that money, $52,000.
Really a great piece, though. That's a good center of a collection right there.
Sure.
And you know, if that was a Harley-Davidson, a 1907 original paint Harley-Davidson, I think you'd see a 3 or a 4 in front of that number. But that's the difference between Indians and Harleys at the moment. Harley has a cult following. Indian has not yet developed, the Polaris Indian has not yet developed that cult following. But this is an incredibly historic machine in original paint.
Such an odd duck, too. I mean,
Yeah.
you know.
Where are you going to find another one?
Exactly.
Exactly. And you know what, to your point, Jeff, we talked about this at the beginning of the show.
Just
There
give
are
me
so
55.
many motorcycles here
Okay,
today,
that's all
not
he
just
wants.
from the Urban Hirsch collection, but yes, in
That's
his
all he wants
collection,
is
that would be the
54.
centerpiece of any mere mortals collection, yes?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look at that. I mean, that's
you gotta
the
go again.
center of a living room.
Yeah, I'd put that in my living room.
Interior decorator's dream.
Well, unless you had a Miller. That would be an interior designer's dream.
Or a nuts.
You got to go 56. Done.
That's neat. Neat
Well,
piece.
$55,000
Well
buys
bought.
that Indian tri-car.
Yeah, well bought.
Jeff Decker, we appreciate you standing or joining us in the booth here for a few segments to talk about these incredible machines. And best of luck the rest of the day, and enjoy this like we are.
Thanks, you guys. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate it. Jeff Decker with us here in Las Vegas. We'll be back, but you will be able to continue watching uninterrupted coverage from Vegas here on the Mecum YouTube channel.
25 down, 5 go, 5 out, get a bit of a 30 bid, 30,000 a bid, at 25, 30,000, 30 bid, 25, 30 bid, hit 30, not get a bit of a 5, 35, 35, not get a bit of a 40, down to 40,000 a bid, at 35, 40 bid, 40 bid, 40 bid, 40,000 are down, 35, 40,000 a bid, hit 35, not get a bit of a 40,000, hit 40, not get a bit of a 35, get a bit of a 40, get a bit of a 35, down 40 bid, 35, 40,000 a bid, at 35, it is there, not get a bit of a 40,000 down, 35, 40 bid, at 35, not get a bit of a 40,000, and not get a bit of a 35 down 7 here, not get a bit of a 35, 7 a bid, and not get a bit of a 5, Frank, get a bit of a 7 here, not get a bit of a 35, 37, not get a bit of a 5, 7 a bid, at 35, 37, thank you, not get a bit of a 5, down 7, down 40, and not get a bit of a out, 40,000 a bid, at 7 a bid, not get a bit of your call, not get a bit of a 40,000, 2 down 2 to 2, hit 40, not get a bit of a 2, down 42 bid, and not get a bit of a 2, down, not get a bit of a 2, not get a bit of a 2, not get a bit of a 2, down 2, down 5, hit 5, not get a bit of a 45 bid, hit 5, not get a bit of a 5, down 5, not get a bit of a 45,000 a bid, and not get a bit of a 5 here, not get a bit of a 5, 45 here, not get a bit of a 45, hand side here, 5, hit 5, not get a bit of a 40, get a bit of a 5, 45,000 a bid, hit 5, not get a bit of a 40, get a bit of a 5, down 5, not get a bit of a 45, get a bit of a 40, not get a bit of a $42,000 last call, you have 2 back there, hit 40 bid, 42,000, and not get a bit of a 2 here, 40, not get a bit of a 42, down 5, get 42, 45, hit 2 bid 5, and not get a bit of a 5, and 5, get a bit of a 5, 42, not get a bit of a 5, 45 here, 45 hands high, hit 5, not get a bit of a 5 bid, 42, 45 here, 42 bid, 45,000. Sold 42, sold $42,000 Megan's Way.
Now offering S118.1 from the Urban Collection, a 1914 Harley-Davidson twin. Sold on a bill of sale, Nevada resident, display only, no reserve.
Here it is, twin time down. I'd get a bit of a 15, down 150, I'd get a bit of 100,000 a bid. Hit 1, I'd get a bit of a bid, I'd get a bit of 50,000, start at 50,000. At 50, I'd get a bit of a 50, I'd get a bit of a 50, I'd get a bit of a 30, 40 bid. At 30,000, I'd get a bit of a 40 bid, 30 bid, 40 bid, 40,000 a bid, 30,000, 40,000. If you get 40 bid, I'd get a bit of a 40 here, 40, 50, and a 58,000 a bid, I'd get a bit of a 40, 50,000 a bid. Hit 50, I'd get a bit of a 40 bid, 50, I'd get a bit of a 40,000 here, 50,000 a bid. At 50, I'd get a bit of a 50, I'd get a bit of a 50,000, I'd get a bit of a 50,000. Hit 50, I'd get a bit of a 50, I'd get a bit of a 50 here, I'd get a bit of a 50,000 bid, and I'd get a bit of a 50 here, I'd get a bit of a 50, I'd get a bit of a 50, I'd get a bit of a 40, 45 bid, 45,000 a bid, 50, and now 50,000, at 45, 50 bid, and now 50,000 a bid, I'd get a bit of a 50 here, down 50, down 50, I'd get a bit of a 50, 45, 50 bid, hit 45 here, 50, at 45 bid, I'd get a bit of a 50, I'd get a bit of a here, 45 here, 50,000, and I'd get a bit of a telephones out, down 50, I'd get a bit of a 45, 50 bid, at 45, I'd get a bit of a 50, not saying I'd get a bit of a 5, down 50, last call, at 45 here, 50, I'd get a bit of a 45, Zach, y'all done, 50,000 bid, at 45, somebody get 50,000, I'd have. Sold at 45, sold $45,000 Megan's Way.
Oh, my, now offering S119, a 1913 Fieldbach Limited twin. Sold on a bill of sale, no reserve.
Limited twin time down, I'd get a bit of a 50, down, I'd get a bit of a 100,000. At 1 bid, I'd get a bit of a 1, down 1, I'd get a bit of a 50,000 bid. Hit 50, I'd get a bit of a 50 here, I'd get a bit of a 50, I'd get a bit of a fun here, I'd get a 20, 25,000 bid. At 25, down 30, at 30 bid, 30, I'd get a bit of a 5, 35 here, down 40, down to 40, down to get a 35 here, 40,000. Hit 40 down, I'd get a bit of a 5, down 5, get a bit of a 45 bid here, 5 down, 40 down to 5. Hit 5 here, I'd get a bit of 58 down here, 58, I'd get a bit of a 58 down 5, Ryan's Way. At 55, 68,000, Ryan. At 68, I'd get a 68 down 5 here, 5, and down 5 down 70,000 a bid, 70, gotta be 70 here, 5, 75,000 a bid, 80,000 a bid, 80,000 under down, I'd get a 5, 85 down, 90,000, sir. You want 90 here, 90 bid, 95, and 95 down here, 100,000, and a 1 here, 1, 95, 100 bid, 5, get a bit of 5 here, 105, in 10, 105 down, $10 down, you want her here, not get a bit of 10 down, 105, 110 bid, 105, don't quit there, go 110, 15 new bidders in, 110, 115 a bid, 115 you, sir, 115 here, 120,000 a bid, 120, 120,000, 120 bid, 115, 120, not get a 120 bid, 115 here, 20, 115, not get a bit of a 20, right away, 120 there, 125, back in the game, 125,000 a bid, 130,000, 130,000 out of 140,000 a bid, 140,000, 140,000, 140,000 a bid, I'd get a bit of a 40 bid, 140 bid, 140 bid, I'd get a bit of a 40 bid, 140,000. 135, 140, 140, 135, 140,000 a bid. Mitch Round as well, 140,000 a bid. 140. How about the front row there? 140,000. Got your whole life to pay for it. 140,000 a bid. 135, 140,000 a bid. Ryan Yeldon, $140,000. Yes or no, sir? 140,000. Your call. 135, 140,000 a bid. 135 bid. 140,000. Sold 135. Sold $135,000. Jordy Hunter, thank you.
Now offering S119.1, a 1903 California single.
Well, look at this. As we resume our live coverage, a 1913 Feilbach Limited Twin just sold for $135,000. Another Steve Hunsinger restoration, Paul.
Absolutely spectacular, super, super rare, technologically interesting, big bucks.
Okay, a 1903 California single.
Okay, and I mentioned the California brand when I was talking about Yale, but California was the first motorcycle to cross the United States, the first motorized vehicle of any kind to cross the continental United States.
Wow.
And that was a heck of a journey.
What, 3 or 4 days?
Yeah, exactly. More like a month, and it did a lot of pushing.
Yes.
I actually displayed this particular motorcycle in the Peterson Museum in my exhibit called Adventure Overland as a similar bike to the bike that went across country that is no longer extant, apparently.
Yeah, 3,800 miles and 50 days, we're told, for that. Very cool. Well, another one of the four-wheel vehicles that we have here as part of the Urban Hirsch collection, 1917 Metz Model 22. It's a 143 cubic inch inline four-cylinder.
And the cool thing about that story, the Metz story, is Charles Metz established the Waltham Manufacturing Company in Massachusetts, which also produced watches and other instruments, and they had the Orient Bicycle, Motorcycle, and Car Company as well, the earliest motorcycle manufacturer in the United States. So Metz has deep roots. Later on, they produced the Marsh Metz motorcycle. It's a cool, it's either a much older restoration or an original car. I'm not quite sure.
Boy, there's a lot of patina there.
Yeah, $5,000. I mean, come on, folks. That's a heck of a lot of history. But early cars are not really selling for huge money, even in the car auction.
Sold 5,000. Sold.
Except if it's that Beverly Hillbillies Model A that we had a little while ago.
I think we should get Grandma up here on the
Granny.
Granny.
That's
sorry.
right. Irene Ryan.
Amazing.
Yes. All right, that one sells for $5,000. Let's check in again with Ralph Sheheen upstairs.
This is a bike that Hannah Lopa previewed yesterday. It's a 1967 Honda CR450 factory race bike built specifically for Daytona. The man that rode the bike that year in March of '67, my buddy and Hot Shoe Hall of Famer Jim Odom. Jim, where did you guys find this bike? Because it's been a long time since you last saw it.
Well, yeah, about 60 years. I found it through a phone call from the gentleman that restored it that was a great friend of Bob Hansen. Bob Hansen's the guy that I rode for, Sweet Savage and myself, and Larry Schaefer. We were going to Daytona to ride his G50 team. And when we got there and opened up the garage, there was these Hondas that showed up. Unbeknownst, nobody knew. The AMA didn't even kind of really know at that time that they came to win Daytona with Sweet and myself. I was a junior on this bike that year, and I had to race against a road race star who was Walt Fulton Jr., and I was just kind of the dirt track guy, the dirty guy that got a road race ride from Bob Hansen.
You told me a great story, if you can tell the folks real fast, about sitting behind the fairing and trying to figure out how to attack the banking.
Oh yeah, I was in the pits talking to some of the older gentlemen that were there, like Markle and Nixon and stuff like that, and I said, how do you guys get on that thing and you're behind that windscreen and you look down that long straightaway, because we at that time qualified on the tri-oval, And I said, so how do you keep yourself from not wanting to jump up out of the windscreen and sit up and turn the throttle and go into that corner like you're in the dirt? And they're going, just hold it wide open, Jimmy, and drive it to the bottom of the racetrack, down to where the invert is, and leave the throttle on. I said, that's really hard. So when I went out there to do it, I was gung-ho at 19 and said, oh, I can do this. Well, my chicken bone in my right hand started to give up on me a little bit. I had to reach over and go, and put it down. But that was crazy. I did it and broke the track record by a whole bunch. I think it still stands for this bike at 134 miles an hour. And it was 112.
That's awesome. Jim, great seeing you. We'll see you tonight at the Hot Shoe Hall of Fame function. He's a member of that as well. And Scott, they found this bike in 27 different boxes. Put it back together, and Jim says it looks as beautiful today as it did the day he raced it in March of '67.
Oh, that is so cool. The memories there,
I mean, that's just what's beautiful about the Las Vegas auction is you get legends who come here to see their old bikes and tell the story. Amazing. That was a wonderful story.
Yes, absolutely. And let's check this out. A 1927 Ford Track T Roadster. You saw it while they were talking to Jim. $70,000. That Track T was custom built for Urban Hirsch. That's a 350 Chevy V8, small block V8 under the hood with Edelbrock dual quads on that polished Offenhauser intake. Look at all of that bling under there. It's got a 700 R4 automatic transmission, a Curry 9-inch Ford rear end. That's a big deal. And House of Color, that's called Hamster Gold with the red interior. And it sold for $70,000. That is super cool.
Very cool.
What a piece. Okay, moving on to 1914 Harley-Davidson single.
Original paint. Amazing. We had a 1910 single a little bit earlier that was restored, and this one in original paint is already $20,000 past that price. This is a very, very rare one-year only two-speeder. See that rear hub there? That's not the brake. That's actually an epicyclic hub. You're looking at the brake right now. On the other side, there's a two-speed gear in there. And up on top of the gas tank, you see the rod that extends all the way to the top of the gas tank.
Yep.
That little lever is the gear change. It was 1 year only. It was a little bit fragile.
Wow.
Next year, they got a proper three-speed gearbox.
$68,000.
1 year only model.
Wow. You said yesterday that motorcycles are back, and today, we could say, okay, it's the year of the single. Last year was the year of the dirt bike, right? This is the year of the single, or almost fill in the blank.
Yeah, it's been a terrific year.
Wow. Here's another single from 1913. This is again a Steve Hunsinger restoration,
which means it is correct in every detail and beautifully, beautifully finished. This one is polished up, and what a beautiful bike. And I don't think we're even approaching the cost of the restoration here on this 1913 Harley single. But look, this is a year older than the bike we just saw go across. It's had an exquisite restoration, and yet we're half the price of the 1914 bike that just went across, which shows you that motorcycle collectors value originality above all.
Even Urban Hirsch commented in the program that Jeff moderated. You can see that on our Mecum website. Urban said as long as the bike is not too far gone, if it's in reasonable shape, don't touch it. Leave it alone.
Yeah, we'll see a bike later, a Sears, that was restored, and everybody knows it shouldn't have been because it was a nice original paint bike. Steve Wright restored it, but that's what happened in the 70s. People didn't really wise up to the value of originality till a bit later.
Very true.
And the car world is just kind of dawning that, hey, maybe this is a good thing.
They're only original ones.
That's right.
Here is an Emblem V-twin from 1913. Look at this.
What a beauty. Another inlet over exhaust V-twin. What a restoration. Shiny, shiny, blingy, blingy. And very rare model, you know, one of those hundreds of American manufacturers. Emblem was a major manufacturer at the time. It was a rival for Redding Standard and some of the other kind of middling level manufacturers that were below. Indian was the #1 at this time in the world.
Right.
Largest manufacturer in the world.
Emblem cranked them out, though. I mean, they 15,000 or so just in the first couple of years.
That's right. Very popular bike. Pretty much forgotten today, except by true collectors.
Wow, look
who
at
value
this.
this one to the tune of $90,000. And we're not done yet.
$110,000. Absolutely from him. 105, 110, 110, 110, 110,000 a bid. 105, 110. 110, 115,000, 115,000 your turn, 115,000 a bid, 110 here, 15.
People like the Emblem because it has a 1265cc engine. That's about, what, 75 cubic inch? One of the biggest
Give or take,
V-twins produced in the United States until Harley-Davidson started producing the FL series.
$115,000.
Well sold.
Wow. What a beautiful machine. 1903. That's the year of manufacture for this Thor single.
And if it looks like a 1903 Indian, there's a very good reason for that. Thor was the house brand of the Aurora Automatic Machinery Company that was building the engines for Indian. So that's a Hedstrom Indian engine design. George Hendy, his business partner, who was already building Indian bicycles, did not have the facilities to manufacture an engine. They didn't do that kind of engineering in a bicycle factory, so they hired the Aurora Automatic Machinery Company of Aurora, Illinois. Actually visited the site of the factory a few years ago.
Oh, cool.
See if it was still there, and it is. And so Aurora's house brand was Thor. And they were allowed to make their own motorcycles. They were allowed to sell the engine to other manufacturers. And really, it was kind of the foundation of the American industry to have this good working motor and a good carburetor available for your own chassis. And 1903 is darned early because they started making them only in 1901. The American industry was in its infancy. This is before Harley-Davidson even produced motorcycles. They produced their first prototype in 1903.
$75,000.
Neat bike.
Well, let's go forward on the calendar by 10 years and see kind of the evolution of the Thor single.
That's right. Same company. The deal with Indian, the licensing deal ended in, I think it was 1907, and Thor had to design their own motors, so they hired Jerry Ottaway to redesign their engine. You'll see the timing chest there is completely different. It's kind of a map of Africa now. And much more sophisticated, had a positively actuated inlet and exhaust valve. The carburetor is still basically the Hedstrom design, but the engine was different, so they could sell it as their own Thor brand. They also started making V-twins, side valve V-twins, before Jerry Ottaway was hired away to run Harley-Davidson's race team. You'll see that right there. You're looking at the 2-speed rear hub at a time when very, very few American manufacturers had multi-speed gears.
Well, that motorcycle selling at $50,000 puts us in excess of $4 million total.
Just for the Urban Hirsch collection?
Just for the Urban Hirsch collection, yes, sir.
Right on, Urban.
Yep.
Tip my hat.
Well, here is one of your favorite makers of all time. I know that, Paul. It's a Brough Superior 680.
This is the little SS100. It's an overhead valve, 680cc V-twin, produced after the introduction of the SS100 in 1924. The 680 started being produced in 27. This is a little bit later model with enclosed rocker covers on that JAP V-twin overhead valve. This one has Bentley and Draper rear suspension. You see those springs beneath the saddle and the little friction damper. That whole rear end pivots in the middle. Front and rear suspension on a big V-twin, sophisticated, expensive, beautiful. Gonna cost you $110,000 these days. Wonderful bike.
Yep. Kind of hard to get a size perspective when you don't have the SS100 right next to it. Yes?
A little smaller.
A little bit smaller. Yeah.
Been through the wash.
True. Okay, Paul, here is your Didion Bouton from 1898. How spectacular is this?
Right, this is the oldest vehicle in the auction. Look at that beautiful restoration. The Didion Bouton is not incredibly rare, but it is rare. And because people still race these in Europe, they have race events. They don't go very fast. It's probably only good for about 32 miles an hour, but it's amazing to see guys with helmets and leathers hanging off these in a parking lot racing series.
You got to be careful.
But super significant bike. So that engine, the Didion engine, designed by the Count de Dion, is the first high-speed four-cycle engine. Has an inlet over exhaust configuration. The inlet valve is automatic, which means it's sucked in by the piston suction, the vacuum created with a piston dropping down. So it didn't produce a huge amount of horsepower. It wasn't that efficient, but the design was good, and Indian copied it, Harley-Davidson copied it, everybody copied it in those early days. It's a foundation of the motorcycle industry around the world from the era when the French dominated the pioneering engineering of all engines.
How popular was this style of transportation back in the day? I mean, people gobbled these up, didn't they?
Yeah, trikes and quads were very popular in those early days. They're lumped into the origins of motorcycling because it's not a car, obviously.
140.
Yeah, we're looking at appropriate money for these. This is beautifully restored. It's real, very, very collectible all over the world. And there are very, very few in the United States.
150, 150, 150, 150, 45, 50, 150,000. You know he ain't going to give 150, so just try it on for size. Give 150, sir. 150,000, another bid. I'm going to give 150. 100, just give 150. 150. Who wants him to give $150,000? I'd like to see a tricycle sell made for 150. Give 150. Give 150. 150,000. Last call. 155. I'm going to get 155. I get 155 pound at a bid. I get 150. 155. Thanks for the help. I do appreciate it. So $150,000.
Well, Paulie, when you previewed this at the top of the show, did you ever have an idea that this would bring $150,000?
You know, that's an appropriate price. That's what they tend to sell for in Europe. So I'm glad to see there's an American buyer, I'm presuming it is, who understands what that is.
Wow. Okay. By the way, that is the third place machine today behind the Cyclone and the Crocker. And your Didion Bouton trike is right behind those two.
Y'all thought I was a weirdo for picking a trike as my feature bike for the day.
I don't know who said that. It wasn't me. Well, here is a very interesting motorcycle, Paul. We talked about this the other day. It's a Brough, yes, but if you look closely at the tank, this is a 1913 W. Brough. William Brough was the father of the legendary George Brough.
And, of course, as his son came of age, his son was the star rider in endurance events and won a lot of them for William Brough, his dad. William Brough designed and built the whole motorcycle, unlike a Brough Superior. That's a William Brough design engine, V-twin. These were really, really well-engineered bikes, solid, not the most technically sophisticated, but totally respectable, just like his dad. His son, on the other hand, was a young tearaway. Very, very fast rider, a successful competitor, and during World War I, he daydreamed with his best friend about an ideal motorcycle. He came back to his father, says, "Hey, Papa, let's produce the fastest motorcycle in the world." His father said no. George went ahead and built it anyway, and he came back to his dad and he said, "I'm calling mine the Brough Superior."
Take that.
Imagine how
Take
his
that,
father
Papa.
said. Wow, Oedipal stuff.
Oh, so cool. 1950 Vincent Rapide now on the block.
Shadowized Rapide, which means
A replica.
It's
of a Black Shadow, perhaps, yeah?
Basically, yeah. I mean,
Okay.
they're fundamentally the same motorcycle. They say that the Shadow was selectively assembled because, to be honest, the machinery that the Vincent factory had was not all that accurate. So some parts fit better than others. The Shadow was selectively assembled so that it could reach its 120-mile, 125-mile-an-hour top speed. Fastest motorcycle in the world until Kawasaki introduced the H2 and then the Z1. So Shadow is a very popular bike. Everybody wants one. So if you paint a Rapide black, you put 20-inch rear wheel, 21-inch front wheel, that big old 5-inch speedometer, suddenly you've got a shadowized Rapide, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. And we're fetching Rapide prices, but that's a pretty cool bike.
$50,000 now.
Yeah, nice older restoration and recreation of a Black Shadow.
$50,000. That is going to be the hammer price on that 1950 Vincent.
£100 bid. 100 who get 50 to start at 50. Iron David to get down 50. Iron David to get 20, 30. Iron David to get 30, 40. Iron David to get 40 to bid. 30. Iron David to get down 40. Iron David to get 40 down 40, 40, 40, 50. And down 50, 60. And down 60. Iron David to get 60. Iron David to get 60. It's $60,000, $70,000 bid. And now 80, 80. Iron David to $80,000 bid. Iron David to 80. Yep, 80. Iron David to $80,000 bid. Iron David to be on to give 75. Paul, you're out as well. 75, $80,000 bid. Now 5. Internet 10, 90. Hit 90. Iron David to 90. Iron David to get down 90. Hit 90. Iron David to 90,000 bid. Iron David to be on to be 90,000, sir. 90,000. Iron David to 90. Down 90. Iron David to 85, 90. And 85, $90,000 bid. Iron David to 85, 90. Iron David to 90,000. Go ahead, sir. Give 90,000. Give 90,000. $90,000. Last call if you want it. You want to give 90, sir? And 90. Now 5. Now 95. Internet. 90's bid. 95. 90's with Nick. 95. Hit 90. Iron David at $5,000. Hit 90. Iron David at 555. Anybody else at 95,000? I get 90 bid. $95,000. Final call. And I have. So, $90,000 Nick Spracklin.
Lot S125, a 1910 FN4 on a bill of sale, no reserve.
Yeah, Brian, have it on David, I'm here. Iron David, I'm 80,000. Iron David, I'm 80. Iron David, who get $50,000 to start at 50. Iron David to get down 20. Iron David to get 20. Iron David to get 20. Iron David to get 10, 15. I'm at 10 here, $15,000 bid. I'm at 10 here, down 15, 15, 15. Somebody get $15,000. $15,000. Hit $15,000 bid, down 15, 20. Iron David to get here, 15, 20. I got 15 online, 25. Iron David to get 25. I'm at 20 bid, down 5. Iron David to get 20 bid to get 5. Hit 20. Iron David to get down 5 bid. Iron David to 20's bid, down 5. Iron David to get 22. Iron David to 22 bid to think there. Iron David to get 20 bid to get 2. $22,000 to get 20 bid, 2. Down 5. Down 25. 22, 25. Iron David to get 2, 5, 5, 5, 7. Iron David to get here 7. And now 7 to bid. Iron David to get 26. You want to give 26, sir? Got 24 bid, $26,000. Hit forward. Iron David to get 6 here. I'm at 20 forward. Iron David to get $6,000 bid. Iron David to 26. Now 8. Now 8. Now 8. Now $28,000 bid. Hit 8. Iron David to 8. 8. 8. Iron David to get 26. Now 8. Who did it? Now 8. 30. Hit 32. Iron David to 32. Iron David to get 32. Drake, I put you in at 30. You got to be 30. I took 28 ahead of you. You got to be 30. I'm sorry. 30. Got to be 32. 35. 35. 35. 35. We'll figure it out. Now 7. Now 37. 35. 37. 37. 35. 37. Iron David gets 7 to bid. Iron David on 7. Nick, you want to give 37, sir? 37. 37. 37. Iron David to get 5. 7. Now 40. Now 40. Iron David at 40. And now 40 to get 40. 40. 40. Internet 2. Now 42. 42. 42. $42,000. Iron David to get 42. Iron David to get 42,000. Iron David at 42,000 bid. Iron David at 42. $42,000. Nope. No, I don't. 45. 42. 45. 45. 42. 45. 45,000. I got 42. He's all done. 45. Anybody else? Nick has bid. 42. 45,000.
So $42,000 next rack lane.
Lot S 125.1, a 1915 Indian V-twin on a bill of sale.
Our live coverage here on Mecum's YouTube channel continues today from Las Vegas. Scott Hoke with Paul Dorleone, Ralph Sheheen, Hannah Lopa, and a 1915 Indian twin. Now up on the block.
Indian big twin, and look at the back end of that Indian. See those leaf springs? It's got full suspension, front and rear. Indian was one of the few motorcycle factories to introduce full suspension to all their motorcycles. Pretty neat. Leaf springs are inherently self-damping, so it's not like a coil spring that just keeps going boing, boing, boing without sort of hydraulic assistance. They've used the leaf spring on the front end for years, but in 1914 they introduced the rear springing as well, making it a very comfortable motorcycle, actually. You see the rear brake there it's a dual brake. It has external contracting band and internal drums, because by this time there were regulations on vehicles and you had to have two brakes on a motorcycle. It's just two brakes in one.
So $50,000 Jordy.
Take a look here, lot S 126, 1912 Hirsch.
Okay, 50 grand for that 1915 Indian. And now to the 1912 Pierce 4, Paul, that we previewed at the very beginning of the show. The first production, American production, four-cylinder motorcycle.
That's right. And if it looks a little bit like an FN that we just rolled over the auction block, there's a good reason for that, because Pierce, of course, was the same company that produced the Pierce Arrow car. They wanted a bicycle and motorcycle division. So that was the son of, I believe it was William Pierce, that went to Europe to scout out the best motorcycles in the world. He decided that the FN was the machine, the pattern in which they would make a motorcycle. So they brought one back to the United States. The Pierce engineers took it apart, re-engineered it so it's not identical to an FN engine, and they designed a radical chassis for it. You'll look at the gigantic tubes on the top and the rear. Those hold the gas and the oil, and they're also incredibly strong. In the late 60s and 70s, motorcycle chassis designers would return to the big tube idea because they resist flex in every direction. They're just incredibly robust, and not a lot of these Pierce 4s are left. I imagine less than 24. Super historic machine.
Isn't it funny how sometimes manufacturers will go back to what worked back in the day?
Yeah, that was unorthodox, but a really good idea.
Beautiful machine, as is this 1941 Indian 4, model 441.
The last of the Indian 4s. Indian built four-cylinder motorcycles from 1928 to 1941. Not a huge production run, but legendary. And by 1941, they had plunger rear suspension and those sweeping fenders designed by Briggs Weaver, and that teardrop gas tank. Look at the elegant profile of that machine. The lines just flow from the tip of the front fender to the tip of the rear fender. Super elegant, beautiful, fast, 100-mile-an-hour motorcycle. They just don't get any classier than that. Basic and solid color red with chrome accents. What a wonderful motorcycle.
You want to give 125, sir, to get 120 bid already. 125. Paul, last call if you want, said. You want to give 125. 125.
Still had a hand shift and foot clutch.
I believe it now. 125.
Lots of support for owners of these. You can get the parts for them. You can get them rebuilt.
That's such a
great
work of
investment.
art.
Yeah.
Art on two wheels.
Art on two wheels. And it's a machine you can ride today,
oh,
for
yeah.
sure. Lots of performance, lots of parts.
$120,000. Bought that Indian. And the next machine up for auction here is a 1914 Imp cycle car, Model Z. This is from my dad's neck of the woods up in Auburn, Indiana.
Wow.
He was born and raised in that area, went to Garrett High School back in the day. Of course, Auburn, the legendary Auburn Cord Duesenberg family of cars, and still home to the museum there.
And this is not one of those.
Oh, no,
it's
no.
An Imp. And check out that motor. overhead valve V-twin in 1914. Now that was rare. The motorcycle industry was not there. Only Pope was making overhead valve V-twins. But this is a Rochester engine. This is a very cool little cycle car. Typically, cycle cars are underpowered. They use motorcycle engines. They usually have the passenger behind the driver. Very simple transmission. This has a 2-speed, 2-belt transmission. So you just switch between one belt and the other. No front brakes, dummy rim rear brakes, but overhead valve engine that probably produces about 18 horsepower. So this thing would probably fly along at 70 miles an hour with not much brakes. I love this car. I thought about bidding on this car, but look where we are right now.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
85 grand. This is the most we've seen for any of the cars that have come across the auction block today.
Belt drive and a 100-inch wheelbase. That looks like it's a long wheelbase car, and it is, especially considering the size overall.
And the 32-inch track of it.
Right.
Skinny little thing.
Beautiful. Yes. It sold for $85,000. And in other cars, we are in excess of $4.5 million now overall for the Urban, just for the Urban Hirsch collection, with that Cyclone leading the way at $1.2 million. But this is a 1914 Ford Model T Speedster.
Yeah, this is really cool. It's built on a Ford Model T chassis and a Ford Model T engine that has the Rochester cylinder head on the top. Is that what it is?
I believe so.
Yeah, with the overhead valve cylinder head, which must have strained that crankshaft a little bit, but that's what the hot rod guys were using in the teens. What a cool car. This is like the Ur hot rod or racer from the day. And again, find another Model T selling for 35 grand these days.
No doubt about that. And that's the number, 35. Let's check in again up with Ralph.
Scott, you're looking at a Suzuki GSXR 750 limited edition. Right there. 1986 motorcycle coming across the block here in a little bit. It's back in the staging lanes right now. Now this motorcycle was $6,499.99 back in 1986. Most expensive Japanese production motorcycle you could buy back in the day. Just to get to the limited edition part of this motorcycle cost you $2,100 above a normal GSXR 750. The dry clutch alone, Scott, $2 grand.
What a cool Gixxer.
Oh, yeah. No question. That is on the way. Not too long away from right now. Thank you, Ralph. And here is that 1900 Kanda that you've been talking about, Paul, the auto quadricycle.
That's right, and it has that 4-car design, but it's got 4 wheels. Once again, basically a de Dion Bouton rear engine. The Kanda was kind of a copy of a de Dion Bouton. De Dion Bouton also made quads. It has a reduction gear on the side of the engine. Basically a bicycle chassis. Your passenger sat up front with that little guard to protect them. Fabulous historic motorcycle. Kanda Motorcycle Company dates back to 1901. The roots of the American motorcycle industry right here. Before Indian was produced.
I've got 62.5 bid. You're going to be 65. You're out. That's 65,000. Yes or no? Iron David to get 2.5. Anybody to get 65,000? So 62,000.
Well, Trevor Morvac gavels that at 62,500.
That's going to the Barber Museum.
To the Barber Museum. Yeah. Oh, very good. All right.
Some get 75. 75. Who get $50,000 to start it? 50. Iron David to get 50. Iron David 50. Pound David to get 50. David to get 50. David to get 20. $20,000 and 30. $30,000, $40,000, $50,000, $50. Iron David to get 50. Iron David to get 40. David to get 50. I get 40,000. David to get 50,000. David to get 40. Bid 50. 60. It's 60. Iron David to get down 50. 60. I get 50,000 down 60. Iron David to Paul holds mail. $50,000. Silver gives $60,000. Iron David to get 50 down 5. Yep, 50,000 down 500. David to get 50. David to get 5,000. $50,000. $55,000 bid. I get 50 down 5. Iron David to get 50 down 5. David to get $55,000 to get 50 to bid. 55. 55,000. Last call. Is that all she wrote? 55. Iron David to get down 50. Iron David to get $5,000 bid. Iron David to get 50. David to get 5. David to get 55. David to get 55,000. So, $50,000 Paul Guck.
Lot S128, 1914 Harley-Davidson Model 9E on a bill of sale in the reserve.
And have a chair, Donor David, a mayor, Donor David, about 100, Donor David, about 100, Donor David, about 50, 50. Iron David to get here, 50,000, Donor David at 50, some get 20. Iron David to get 20, David to get 20, David to get 20 bid, Donor David at 20,000, hit 20, 30. Iron David at 40, Iron David to get down 40,000 Donor bid, hit 40. Iron David to get down 50, Iron David to get down 60, Iron David to get down 60, Laura, and down 60,000, Donor David to get 50,000 Donor, 60,000 Donor bid, Iron David to get 50 bid. 60. You want to get 55, sir? 50,000 under 5. I'm at 58,000 under down 5. Under David, 58,000 under down 5. All later done. You want to get 55, 55, 55. Internet, do you want back in at 55,000 under? Got 50 bid. 55, 55, 60. Now 60. I got 55 ahead of you. Got to be 60. Hey, sir, tell you what I'll do. I'll take 57. I'll take your half bid now. You want to get 57? I got 55 on the net. 57, 55, 57, 57. Last call, yes or no? 55, 57,000 under bid. Internet has bid. I'm 55,000 under down 7 bid. All later done. I'm 55, 57 down 7 down 7 here to have. So $55,000, Katie.
Take a look here. Lot S128.1, 1921 Henderson K1000 with a sidecar.
We're going to continue here live on the Mecum YouTube channel as we cracked that $5 million barrier now, all told, so far for the Urban Hirsch collection. And we'll get into the next $5 million, if you will, with a 1921 Henderson K1000 with a sidecar here. And that unmistakable Henderson logo on the rear of that sidecar.
Love that big red X.
Sure
that
do.
was Schwinn's Excelsior brand, their first motorcycle brand. Of course, Schwinn was a bicycle manufacturer. They decided to buy in another manufacturer instead of going through the process of developing their own motorcycle. They brought the Excelsior Autocycle Company in 1911, and then they bought the Henderson Company in, I think, 1915, and started building Excelsior Hendersons. By 1921, this was a very sophisticated, fast. They called it the Duesenberg of motorcycles because they were elegant and powerful and beautifully designed.
80 grand for this.
Note the twin spotlights and the horn and lots of accessories on this, the speedometer.
So $80,000, Jamie on telephone.
The ultimate accessory being, of course, an original Henderson sidecar.
$80,000. That one heads out the door to a new collection. And next up, we are looking at a 1915 Yale twin, as you can see, with a Rogers sidecar.
Yeah, Rogers was one of the original sidecar manufacturers in the world. Supplied sidecars to all the other manufacturers, including Harley-Davidson, who desperately wanted them just to produce sidecars exclusively for them. But Rogers had lots of other business. The Yale, of course, we've discussed. Origins were the California motorcycle. When a group of investors bought the California, they decided to rename it Yale because it turned out there was another manufacturer using the name California. So that's why we have Yale motorcycles.
I got 50 with Laura. 2, 5, 55.
I love how they cast the cylinders front and rear with the finning to make a nice horizontal band. It's an aesthetic choice.
Yeah, that's
really
interesting.
lovely. There's only one other manufacturer that did that with V-twins. It was Wanderer in Germany.
You would know that because you're the man.
Because I've seen a few Wanderers. I've done some Wandering myself.
Yes, I'm sure.
Yes or no?
By the way, I'll give you an opportunity to plug your website and newsletter and all that. Where can folks go to get connected with you and stay in the know about all things motorcycles?
There you go, yeah. Check out The Vintagent. So that's the word vintage with NT on the end. TheVintagent.com, that's my website. It's been going since 2006. And I'm looking forward to my 20th year next year. It's got thousands of articles, has a new film every week. Over 450 films in our database right now. And lots of stories, mostly about culture. We don't really dig deep into techniques, although we did discuss them. And we certainly keep a top 100 list of the most expensive motorcycles ever sold. And we're having a couple of editions this year. It's terrific.
Here is a 1916 Henderson 4 and a $70,000 bid. 61 cubic inch inline 4. These Hendersons first started production in 1912, continued on into the early 30s, and we've talked about it many times before. One of the largest and one of the fastest bikes on the road anywhere. There you're looking at that 2-speed rear hub. You saw it. $90,000 bid.
We're at one now.
And we often refer to these accurately, Paul, as the Duesenberg of motorcycles.
I mean, look at that bike. It's so elegant. You know, it's not particularly streamlined. It's built before all that streamlined vogue, but it's just a beautiful balance. This is a later chassis. It's called a short chassis. The early ones had a very long chassis. By 1916, they only had the short chassis model. And it's just a beautiful balance between the mass of the engine, that long tank, the chassis, those unique forks that have a central spring on the leading link fork. Gorgeously built. Schwinn kept up that quality manufacture, and they do really well on the Cannonball.
And $115,000 hammer price. Somebody just picked up that 1916 Henderson 4.
Urban's Ace.
Here we go. 1920 Ace 4.
Also designed by William Henderson. William Henderson, as a boy, was obsessed with motorcycles and sketched out his ideal 4-cylinder engine. His father was the engineer at the Winton Car Company. He was a vice president. His grandfather founded the Winton Car Company. And his father, the engineer, would critique his cheeky little designs until, oops, they became kind of hard to critique. And the son insisted. The father invested a little money to build a prototype in 1911. It was so good, they raised money and started a factory, the Henderson factory, for 1912. Hard times, 1915, around with a lot of inflation around World War I. Schwinn bought the Henderson Motorcycle Company. William Henderson got tired of working for Schwinn after about a year and decided to design a totally new motorcycle for 1919 called the Ace. Fastest motorcycle in the world. They tuned a couple of them for land speed racing, hit in the 130-mile-an-hour range. Beautiful American motorcycle.
115,000, 115, 120, 115 bid,
Of course, the Ace, designed after William Henderson died in 1921, was sold to Indian, who produced it as their own Indian motorcycle.
So, $115,000.
All right, 115. Shea's got the man who just bought that 1920 Ace 4 for $115,000.
Yeah, I think they were saving the bidders were saving their money for this bike.
Yes, very likely, because this is a 1913, very early Henderson 4 that appears to be in original condition aesthetically, but the mechanicals have been gone through apparently, right?
Yeah, for sure. Urban liked to ride his bikes, but he also respected originality. Second generation Henderson, the original 1912 models had kind of a torpedo tank. For 1913, it's got kind of a squarish tank. They were starting to shorten up the chassis. But hey, Where are you going to find an original paint 1913 Henderson 4? That's why we're seeing $250,000 being bid up on this bike. A record for a Henderson 4 is about $500,000. That was for a 1912 in original paint condition. We'll see where this goes today.
300's a bid. 310, 20, 320. 320,000. You better get 310, 320, $320,000. 320. 330, 330.
All right, no problem. Now they got 320, asking 330.
330.
You got her. Congratulations.
How about that?
$20,000.
$320,000. Wow. Well, that one now a solid number 3 overall on our list of top sellers today thus far here at the Mecum Motorcycle Auction in Las Vegas. And now to a Cleveland 4, Paul, from 1929.
So cool. You can see how the styling of four-cylinder motors had really changed. Look how compact that Cleveland is. The gas tank is snugged right on top of that beautiful four-cylinder engine. The wheelbase is short. The overall height has been kept really low, and these were 100-mile-an-hour motorcycles, guaranteed from the factory. $100,000 for 100 miles an hour.
How about that?
Cool bike.
Sold on a bill of sale, Nevada resident display, only no reserve.
100,000 on the bid, 100. Hey, you better get 10, 20, 20, baby, you better get 30, baby.
All right, so that one rolls down the ramp, and 1911 Excelsior Twin is next. Again, a lot of originality. Maybe an older restoration, Paul. What do you think?
It might be a patina bike. I'm not quite sure about that. Hard to tell. I think the people that are bidding know what they're looking at. So more than me, who's not had a really good look at this bike. I think it's a patina restoration. But it's a beautiful machine. Genuine 1911 Excelsior Twin. First year of Schwinn taking over manufacture from the Excelsior Autocycle Company, which means this was produced very late in 1911.
Now 65.
Yeah, it looks pretty original.
$65,000. 60 bid, you better get 65,000. You better get 5 bid, you better get 65. Now 70. I have 65,000. You better get 70,000. You better get 70. At 65, $70,000. I have 65 bid. You better get 70 bid.
Just like Indian, Excelsior used that leaf spring front fork.
So $65,000.
Got a $65,000.
131.1 in 1914 Minneapolis single. Sold on a bill of sale. Nevada resident.
No reserve on that Excelsior for $65,000. That one will roll away, as will we, but you can continue watching here on YouTube.
At $30,000 bid, you better get 40,000. You better get 50,000. You better get 50, 60. I have 50 bid. You better get 60,000. You better get 50, 60, 70. At 70 bid, you better give 80 bid. You better give 80. You better give 80. You better give 70, 80. I have 70 bid. You better give 80 bid. You better give 80. You better give 80. You better give 80,000. At $80,000 here, you better get 75, 80, 85. At 80 bid, 5, 90. At 90 bid, you better get 90. You better give 85, 90. I have 85, 90 bid. You better get 95, 95 here. You better get 100. At $100,000 bid, 100 here, 100 bid, 110, 110 bid, you better get 20 bid, 120, 120 bid, you better get 20, 20, 21, 20, 30, 130, 130, 40, 140, 140 bid, you better get 40, 50, 150, 150, 60, 160, 160,000, 170,000, 170, 180, 180, 180, 90, 190 bid, you better get 90, you better get 200. At $200,000 bid, you better get 210. At 210 bid, you better get 10, 20. 220. 220 bid, you better get 30. 230 bid, you better get 30. You better get 30. You better get 40. 240. $240,000 for it. 230 bid, you better get 40 bid, you better get 40. You better get 240. 250. 250,000. 240 bid, you better get 250. Sold. $240,000, Nick Sprecklin.
Now offering S132, a 1912 Harley-Davidson Model 7A single, no reserve.
$100,000 bid, 100 here, you better get 100. At $100,000 bid, you better get 10, 20. At 20 bid, you better get 20, you better get 30 bid, you better get 30, you better get 30, you better get 30. Is that it? No. Anybody else? 30, 40, 35, 40. $40,000 here. You better get 40 bid. You better get 35, 40. I have 35 bid. You better get 40,000. You better get 40 bid. You better get 40. I have $40,000 for it. $40,000. $40,000. 35, 40. I have 35. I need 40. Oh, 37. 40 to you. 37, 38, how's that? 37, 38, 37 bid, you better get 38,000. Sold, $37,000, Laura.
Now offering S132.1, a 1911 Harley-Davidson single, sold on a bill of sale, Nevada resident, dealer display only, no reserve.
$80,000 here, you better give 80 bid, you better give 80, you better give 80, you better get 10, you better get 20 bid, you better get 20, 30. At 25,000, you better get 20's bid, you better get 25, 30. 30 bid, you better get 30, you better get 30, you better get 25 and 30,000, you better get 30. I have $25,000 bid. Anybody get $30,000 for it? At 25 bid, you better get 30, you better get 30, you better get 30, you better get 30,000. Wow. Thank you. Now 35. 30's the bid. 35. 30 bid, you better get 35,000. You better get 30 bid, you better get 35,000. 35. 32. 35. 32 bid, you better get 35,000. You better get 2's the bid, you better get 5. I have 32, you better get 35,000. Give $35,000. 32, 5, 7. 35 bid, you better get 37. At 37, 40. At 40 bid, you better get 40, you better get about 38. You want to do that? 38,000. 38,000, you better give 8 bid, you better give 8, 8, 8, 8, 40. 38's the bid, you better get 40 bid, you better get 40, you better get 38, 40. Sold, $38,000. Katie.
Now offering S133, a 1912 Sears Deluxe Dreadnought Twin. Sold on a bill of
Well, we are into our third hour of coverage here on YouTube from the Mecum Motorcycle Auction in Las Vegas. Scott Hoke with Paul D'Orleone, Ralph Sheheen, and Hannah Lopa. We promised you that the Urban Hirsch collection would dominate at least the first couple hours and beyond in this day's telecasts, and we continue with this collection now. And a 1912 Sears Deluxe.
Deluxe Dreadnought. Yep, same Sears. Sears, Roebuck and Company not only sold motorcycles, hey, they made motorcycles too in the early years. I believe they started doing catalog sales of motorcycles in about 1909 or 10. This was their second generation with a SPAC engine. Beautifully designed motor, look at that. Shaft and bevel drive to the magneto. Wonderful, wonderful castings. One of the prettiest engines from the American industry, and it's a Sears. How cool is that? Sears, of course, resumed selling motorcycles in the 1950s, first with Vespas, and then they started selling Benellis and all sorts of little bikes.
How about this price? $75,000.
Well, people really like those Sears bikes. The bikes with SPAC engines are rare. This one coming up is even rarer. I was talking with Chris Simmons, the wife of Pat Simmons from the Doobie Brothers.
Yes.
Who's they're both big motorcycle collectors, and they ride their vintage bikes. They've done the Cannonball many times. Last year they bought a Sears V-twin they call Peppermint Patty, but they don't have a single. And here it is.
Here it is.
They're going to be raising their paddle for it.
1914. Is Pat here?
They are here. I said hello to him just a little bit ago.
Oh, good deal. $45,000. Yeah, Pat's been a regular. I mean, he's been here most every time that we've been here covering this event.
Yeah. Well, I encountered Pat. I didn't meet him, but back in the 80s when I was at school at UC Santa Cruz, I would see these old Indians and stuff parked on the sidewalk outside this bar near my house. Who was it? Everybody says, oh, that's that guy from the Doobie Brothers.
Seriously? Yeah? Okay. Cool.
You better get 7, you better get 7, you better get 55 bid, you better get 57. Sold $55,000.
There we go.
Okay.
Now offering S1.
See, that's that same SPAC motor, but a single with that beautiful bevel drive magneto casting. Lovely bike.
All right, that might, I don't know if you need to send Pat a text and see if he got that
In
mic.
fact, I will. I sent
that
them,
bike.
I had a chance to photograph an original 1914 Sears catalog 2 days ago.
Really?
And son of a gun, I sent them pictures of the single. They were like wondering if it was original and real. I said, there it is in the catalog.
Wow.
Take a look.
Here is a Flying Merkel. We talked about the Merkel yesterday as part of our coverage, and here is one of the legendary motorcycles you'll ever encounter. 1910 here, and this one's selling at no reserve.
So cool. Joe Merkel was one of the original Milwaukee motorcycle manufacturers. He was already building his own Merkel motorcycles before Harley-Davidson were even thinking about it. When they actually started producing their prototypes, they used either Merkel chassis or chassis that were identical to Merkel chassis. So they're deep roots in the Harley-Davidson story as well. Eventually they were sold to other companies, the Merkel name, and they became the Flying Merkel.
Not to be confused with the Scott Flying Squirrel.
Other things could fly too, you know.
Right.
Even a Merkel, whatever that is. So
another bike from, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was saying we saw the Pierce 4 earlier. They also made a single-cylinder model. By chance, I also took photographs of a 1911 Pierce catalog, part of Urban Hirsch's literature collection, which was extraordinary. In fact, someone paid $20,000 for 8 binders of his original literature yesterday.
Wow.
I was glad I took photographs of them.
Sure.
But the new owner is a very generous man, Kevin Bradburn, and he said you could come and look at any of my literature anytime.
$80,000 for this Pierce single. Look at that.
That shows the respect that the Pierce Motorcycle Company has. And believe it or not, the single is rarer than the 4.
Now 5, 95, 95,000, 95.
But everybody loves a 4, so it's probably not going to sell for quite as much. But
give 100 at 95, 100, 95 bid, you better get 100, you better get 1 bid, you better get 100.
97, Jimmy.
97.
Yeah, that's what he wants. Ho!
Hey, 99. 99 or 100. I would give 100. 100's the bid. 102.5.
Now it's up to you.
102,000.
That one was just for fun. Now it's up to you.
$100,000 bid, 102.5.
You done? Yep. 2.5.
105. 102,500. Hey, let me just give you a little bit of secret here. He's finished. You give 105 and you're going to get it. I guarantee it. $105,000. 105. I'll tell you what, I'll make you a deal. You give 105, I won't ask you for another bid. If he bids again, I won't even come back and ask you.
Wait for
fair,
it.
Right?
Wait
give
for
105 and I won't ask you again. Okay? So, $102,500.
There we go.
All right, 102.5. There it is. I think, you know what? I think I saw Pat Simmons in the background of that previous camera shot right there.
Well, I just texted, see if they bought that.
Okay.
I'll let you know.
We'll have details coming up for you after we throw it over to Hannah Lopa. Hannah?
Surprise, surprise, Hannah found another race bike. I've got a 2001 Ducati 748 RS. This is a factory homologation special. Less than 20 of these were hand-built in Bologna for World Superbike. Unmistakable Troy Bayliss 21 livery with that silver paint. This has all the goodies, the single-sided swing arm, Brembo brakes, inverted Öhlins front forks, Marchesini wheels. It's got some character, too. Some damage to the tank, some of the body work and front wings from crashes in practice and qualifying and during a race. It's also signed by Troy Bayliss himself, who captured his first championship with Ducati in 2001. Really cool piece of racing history.
Hannah, thank you very much. I kind of like that. Some battle scars on the chassis, the body work, rather. Yes.
Instant patina. That's no Bologna.
Nice.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Hey, talk about Pierce.
Right, 1900. shaft drive bicycle.
That's right.
No motor in
Pierce
sight.
Made bicycles before they made motorcycles, and most of them featured a shaft drive. A lot of people don't realize that shaft drive bicycles were a thing in the end of the 19th century, early 20th. Rear suspension too. Check that out. There's the bevel gear at the back. Very, very simple. You can see the shock on the back, so that whole rear end pivoted. Quite a comfortable bike. They advertised it as being trouble-free because you didn't ever have to adjust the chain. The chain never slipped off the sprocket. Just went and went. It's a full suspension bike because that front fork is a spring steel.
You can't quite call it a duo glide, but close.
Well, Pierce duo glide. I like that.
All right, that one rolls down the ramp, and we check out 1919 Excelsior Model 19, the big valve twin.
So called because it has a big inlet valve for lots of power. At this time, their factory racing team was doing really, really well with these V-twins, and they brought a little of that technology to their roadsters. Excelsiors were faster than Harleys and Indians. Shh, whisper it at this point. Beautifully built. It's green because they were still making them in military colors after the war.
40,000, you better get 2,000, you better get 42.
I love the sweep of that front fender, very distinctive. Before a lot of other manufacturers adopted the same look.
45. At 45,000, you
get a little bit of extra grace of their styling. Also has that lovely curved tank at the top. Beautiful bikes.
$42,000, and that will be enough to buy that bike from 1919. Dial back the calendar a few years to 1914, and now a V-twin 2-speed.
Restored by Steve Wright.
Again, yes.
Author of the American Racing Motorcycle books.
Same guy that restored the Cyclone.
Yep, expert restorer, true historian of early American motorcycles. It's a little extra cachet to any bike because you're pretty assured that it's going to be the real deal.
45. 40, baby, we're get 45,000. You got 40? 37 is what we have over here, Laura. I have 37. Do you want to give 40?
You can see the differences in the bike
37 bid, you better get 40, you better get 40 bid, you better get 37.
Only 4 years later that looks so much more modern.
40 bid, 42. $40,000 here, you better get 2,000, you better get 42. At 40 bid, you better get 2 bid, you better get 2, you better get 42. So $40,000, George.
$40,000, and going to that gentleman right there with Chicken George, I think, for $40,000. All right, a 1911 Flanders 4.
Yet another one of those obscure American manufacturers that in stay actually was important. Still important. The 4 doesn't refer to a 4-cylinder bike. It refers to the 4 horsepower nominal rating of the engine. Of course, it probably had 10 horsepower in reality, as we measure it today.
4 on paper, right?
Yeah, that was the engine capacity, actually, which meant it was about a 500cc bike.
17, baby, we're get 20 now, 2. 20, baby, you better get 2, baby, you better get 2, 2.
Got a leading link front suspension with the central spring, a Bosch magneto.
25,000, you better get 25, 27.
Bosch, who was the most successful magneto manufacturer before World War I. Of course, when the United States declared war against Germany, couldn't get Bosch magnetos anymore, and that actually spurred the American industry to start making mags.
Another one of those inlet over exhaust. There, you could get a good look at it right there. You've talked about that so many times this weekend.
It's really the root stock of the American motorcycle, well, basically the world motorcycle industry.
And there it is, 35 for that 1911 Flanders. We continue with the Urban Hirsch collection. We've got quite a ways to go with this really cool slice of motorcycle history, and a 1910 Marsh Metz single is up next.
So cool. I found a postcard yesterday here. There's stuff besides motorcycles at auction. There are vendors here. I found an original postcard from 1909 from a fellow named Rodriguez who was going around the world. He was from Holland and was wearing Dutch clothing and clogs. And in the United States, somehow he hooked up with the Marsh Metz company. He had 1909 Marsh Metz in this postcard that he supposedly rode across the United States and then took trains and boats the rest of the way around the world. Same owner, founder, Metz, as Orient Cars and Motorcycles.
Okay.
Deep roots in the American car and motorcycle industry.
Anybody get 40, anybody get 40. Now 2, 42, 2, 2 bid, anybody get 2.
Some of them later were known as the MM, same company.
Sure.
I have 40 bid, anybody get 42,000. So $40,000. Right.
All I can think of it when you said that is plain or peanut. All right, 40 grand. Right now, let's pause for a second. Send it over to Hannah Lopa, standing by with a special guest.
I'm here with Ben Bostrom. Ben, you have raced everything from flat track to road racers to supermoto. What brings you out to Mecum here this weekend?
Actually, I've raced some of these old bikes too for Marsh Runyon, and still got a nasty clavicle from that. But my dad kind of got me into it. I showed up here last year so Dad could sell a Freddie Spencer bike. I believe it's in the Barbary Museum now, and I thought, man, I'd like to have a couple actually, you know? And normally I just have whatever the factories give you. Ducati's like, here's bikes. Honda's like, here's bikes. You ride them around, they're great. But as I'm getting older, I'm starting to get more vintage too. And I'm like, I just want to ride slower. Ride to the golf course, slide the thing around the street a little bit and have fun. So I've had, you know, and maybe add some art to the wall. So some of the bikes, you're just literally hanging on your wall. So I'm kind of a new collector, we'll call it, new collector. Yeah.
Is there anything in your collection that maybe people at Mecum Motorcycles would hope to see on the block someday?
I don't know. Not really, no, because mine are like newer bikes, or we'd put like factory race motors in them. Sorry, Ducati, we took some of that. But those are in some of my friends' museums, or I have like Ben Bostrom replicas and things like that, and I have scramblers and like Huskies and things to ride around at the house. But for me, I want something more vintage, or like a flat track bike that I could put headlights, some blinkers on it, or just put my hand signals out, right, and slide around and ride. And I had my eye on maybe, I love bicycles too, I'm a big bicyclist, so get a penny farthing bike to like hang on the wall, not to ride. I don't need to fall off that thing. And then I really had my eye on a Vincent Black Shadow, and I knew they had a Black Lightning replica that was really fun to ride around the street, and I didn't realize it was this morning, so now might have to try to track down the owner of that thing. But there's still a Black Shadow coming through here, so we'll wait for that and see, and and then to start collecting from there.
Thanks so much for the time, and hopefully you find something cool to add to the collection. Don't go away. We'll be back with more at Mecum Motorcycles, Las Vegas.
You better get 25,000. You better get 5 bid. You better get 25. At 25, now 30. 30's a bid. 35, and now 40. At 40 bid. You better get 40. You better get 35. 40. I have 35 bid. You better get 40. You better get 40. You better get 40. You better get 5 bid. You better get 45. At 40's a bid. You better get 45,000. You better get 40 bid. You better get 45. At $40,000 bid. You better get 45,000. 40's bid. 45. I have 40 bid. You better get 45,000. Now 50. Now 50. 45 bid, you better get 50,000. I have 45 bid, you better get 50 bid, you better get 50, you better get 50, you better get 50. 45. Now 50. 45 bid, you better get 50,000, you better get 50. So $45,000, George.
Now offering S137 on the turntable. That's a 1913 New Era single. sold on a bill of sale, Nevada resident, display only, no reserve.
$100,000 bid, 100 here. You better give one bid, give 100. At $100,000 bid, you better get 10, you better get 20, you better get 20, you better get 30, you better get 30, you better get 40, you better get 40, you better get 50. At 60,000, you better get 60 bid, you better get 60 bid, you better get 50, 60. I have 50 bid, you better get 60,000, you better get 60 bid, you better get 50, 60, 70. At 70 bid, you better get 70, you better get 70, you better get 70, you better get 70. At $70,000, 50's bid. $70,000. 50 bid, you better get $60,000 here. You better get, I got you at 50, right? I put you in at 50, 60. 50 bid, you better get 60,000. I have 50 bid, you better get 60,000. You better get 50 bid, 60. And you better get $55,000. Last call. Sold $50,000, Laura.
Now offering S137.1, a 1911 Pope single. Sold on a bill of sale, Nevada resident, display only, no reserve.
$100,000 here, 100, get $50,000 for it. $50,000 bin, you better get 10, 20. At 20,000, you better get 20, you better get 20, you better get 10, 20, 30. 30 bid, you better get 30, you better get 30, you better get 20, you better get 30,000, you better get 20's bid, you better get 30. I have 20 bid, and you better get $25,000 for it. At 20 bid, you better get 25,000, you better get 25, 30. I have 25, 30 bid, 5, 35, 30's bid, you better get 35, and now 40. At 40 bid, you better get 5 bid, you better get 45, 50. 50 bid, you better get 50, you better get 50, you better get 50, you better get 55 bid, you better get 55, 60. At $60,000 now, 565 bid, you better get 5 here, you better get 65. At 60's bid, you better get 65,000. Anybody else? At 65, 70. At 70 bid, you better get 70, you better get 70, you better get 5 bid, you better get 75. At 75 bid, you better get 75 here, you better get 70 bid, 75,000. Sold $70,000. Ryan, here's Russ Conklin.
On the block now, showing his lot.
Welcome back to our live coverage here on the Mecum YouTube channel from Mecum, Las Vegas, the world's largest motorcycle auction. I'm Scott Hoke, Paul Dorleone over there on the other side of the booth, and we are very happy to have with us Johnny Lewis, long-time American flat track racer, supermoto as well. Just here in the building hanging out and enjoying some great motorcycles. What do you think?
Yeah, no, it's cool. I've actually been here 5 days behind the scenes doing all the social media stuff. So I'm up on all the social pages. It's been, Mecum is something.
What do you make of these record numbers that we've seen today? The $1 million Cyclone, the $800,000 Crocker.
Yeah, I a lot of social media this week, and it was a history lesson all week long. And just to see these numbers, motorcycles, the people, it's been almost legendary for me.
Mm-hmm. Now, I know you did a lot of racing and development work with Royal Enfield.
Yep.
Pretty interesting. Did you catch any of the Enfields coming over the block from the 30s and stuff?
Yep, I saw the 1930.
There was the big
KL,
the KX
yep.
twin. And,
It's amazing to see, just from the 1900s to now, just the development of motorcycles, not alone just the Royal Enfields and things I've been involved with.
For sure.
Johnny, Ralph Sheheen over here. Of course, you raced the Royal Enfield and flat track, and I'm sure you've seen some of the older flat track racing bikes that are around here this weekend. Pretty incredible how little technology they were back then, considering flat track is even as serious. It's pretty stripped down to begin with.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was, again, a history lesson in itself, just looking at these motorcycles and thinking about, man, those guys were doing what we're doing out in the same track, Peoria TT. There was the 1968 Peoria TT winning bike here. It was a Triumph, and just to see all these bikes, the flat track side of things, it was a little bit more of a connection. And to know that some of these bikes actually still run to this day, the race bikes and stuff, knowing that, we push those things to the limit week in and week out, and seeing here going through the auction booth is amazing.
What would you say to somebody who said, hey, Johnny, we're going to put you on a motorcycle. We want you to race it, but don't forget, it doesn't have any brakes.
Yeah, I mean, it's the brakes became something we use a lot now in American flat track. But, yeah, I think back then I probably would have been like, yeah, sign me up.
Sure. That's the way it was. $45,000 right now, no reserve, and that 1908 Comet will leave and go to a new collection. Alex McLaughlin, our bidder assistant on the scene there.
Looks a lot like a strap tank Harley, but Comet was its own manufacturer.
it's amazing to see how many manufacturers there were. 180 different brands that are represented here this week.
Yeah.
Here's an early Excelsior, Paulie, 1908 single.
That's right. Excelsior was an old, established American brand. Very well respected, beautifully built. Look at those lovely castings, a generous crankcase with a big flywheel in there. So simple, though. Look at that. It's truly a motorcycle. It has an open diamond frame that, with the engine as a stressed member, full suspension up front, their own unique version of a leading link. You'll see at the top of the front link, there's a spring box in there inside the rear tube. Wonderful design. Super robust. Excelsiors were known for being very well built, reliable machines, which is why Schwinn bought them to begin their own motorcycle manufacturer.
Here in the booth with Johnny Lewis, a veteran racer who's retired now and still working on developing racers. And I'm going to ask you about your shopping list in a second. But first of all, you're doing a lot of instruction, teaching guys how to ride flat track.
Yeah,
Tell me about that experience.
Yeah, we do. And it's actually, it's trying to get people out to understand the motorcycle and just getting more the appreciation of a bike. Flat track really teaches you how to control a motorcycle, and it actually goes to any discipline then. So it's been amazing. And then we've actually, with Royal Enfield, we launched the Slide School. It's basically a learn to ride flat track program, but we're also have 2 locations in India, Italy, Netherlands. We're working on other locations across the world and over in Thailand, and it's growing, the scene of flat track and just through Royal Enfield.
Wow, when are we going to see the first Indian flat track rider in the United States?
Hey, I mean, that's a goal of mine. It actually is. It's something that I'm pushing for, to especially see some of these guys excel, learn the basics, and hopefully in the next 5 years we're developing some riders. Yep.
That'd be amazing.
Oh, that's cool.
Truly it's always been such an American sport. It'd be amazing to see it become an international sport.
No doubt. Well, you heard Ben Bostrom talking. You were in the booth with us already, so you overheard. You were able to eavesdrop on Ben's conversation with Hannah Lopa, and he was talking about, having some race bikes at home, but kind of getting his appetite for some of these older bikes. What about you?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm there yet as far as affording them, but
they're not all $1 million.
They're not, but it's
Right.
the appreciation. I mean, just looking at the innovation. I mean, how they just came from one year to the next era to the next era of bikes, and it made me really appreciate what we're riding these days, but also the engineers behind each and one of these motorcycle manufacturers for years.
Johnny, Royal Enfield does a tremendous job with the Build, Train, Race program as well that your sister runs. And that's where they take young ladies, get them into racing, actually make them build the motorcycle, train them how to race, and then they take them out to the American flat track events and let them go at it. We've seen some very strong female racers develop. How long do you think it'll be before we see some of them that have been doing BTR move on to the full series?
I mean, that's also another goal. We're working hard at it. My sister, they're actually at the bike build right now down in Texas for both the Moto America and the American Flat Track Series. And the Moto America, there's a little bit more classes for these females to jump into, and they've gone from the BTR class on the Royal Enfield and actually are now racing Moto America, and actually 2 of them raced some FIM World stuff this year. So the program has been great. Royal Enfield jumping in and kind of developing this program has really created a lot of amazing opportunities for some actually really amazing females.
What's the benefit, male or female, to being involved in the build process of a bike? You know what it's like. You see how everything's put together, and you know what that build is like before you go out and race the bike.
Yeah, I mean, at my level, sometimes it was good and bad. These last 5 years, I really pushed these motorcycles. Took a Royal Enfield from 46 horsepower to one of them hit over 100 and some horsepower.
Wow.
This last season, and you start to understand all the characteristics of the motorcycle. You start hearing noises if there is issues going on, and that's where the bad thing also starts to happen. Then you start thinking, oh man, is this thing breaking? We're out there racing at to its limits.
Not a good time to have it break.
Yeah,
in fact, it is breaking. It's just a question of when.
Just when. And but for these females to build their bikes and being in control of the situation and know week in and week out, it's allowing them to then leave the scenario that they're in at the pro level and start kind of venturing more into the amateur local races and have more fun and creating more opportunities for them.
$35,000 for a 1911 Reading Standard single.
Original paint. What a beautiful bike that was. Incredibly detailed. Amazing how it survived.
By the way, did you ever hear back from Pat Simmons?
In fact, Chris and Pat bought that 1914 Sears single and the next bike, the Minneapolis single.
Nice.
Congratulations, guys. They said they're over the moon.
Well done, all.
Well, Johnny, the 2025 season is about 4 weeks away. You had a nasty crash at Ventura that kind of led you into retirement, but you did find some other riders to keep the Royal Enfield program going. What can we expect in 25 from your team?
Yeah, we're, you know, unfortunately, I think I made the right decision to call it a career. You know, the years of development has been tasking, but I was able to get some wins and some podiums, and then put other riders on these bikes these last 2 years, you know, at certain times, and also saw success with other riders. So we're really excited to announce. It actually goes out Monday, so I can't share yet. But the Royal Enfield dealer meeting is actually here in Vegas this week, and
cool.
We're going to be announcing it there, and I'm excited about who's going to be in there. I think it's a younger kid that I can kind of coach, train. I can kind of maybe manipulate at times, say, hey, like, you can do it. Maybe if you can't, but he gets it done. That's the exciting part for me, to make the journey from a professional racer as a team manager, owner now, and then just on the coaching side of things. I really love it, and I think I'm going to be more passionate about that than I actually was sometimes on the racetrack these last couple of years.
Cool.
Less pressure.
27, yes. $27,000, and you could make that announcement right here with us on YouTube if you really wanted to, right? You might get in trouble for that.
I wish.
Hey, Johnny Lewis, thank you so much for spending a little bit of time with us here, and we'll let you get back to the task of putting together a shopping list here.
Well, I'm done. I wait for the video.
Okay.
15, 17 pounds and out of 20 out of bed, 20, 17, 22, you 2, 5, 25 to bed, you 5, 25 pounds and out of bed, now 5, now 5, you 5, 25 to bed, negative 5 to negative 25 pounds out of, you're now 5, 25 pounds and 27 pounds on, you 25 to bed, 27 pounds and out of bed, you 25, 27, 100 out of bed, anybody else, 25 pounds and out of bed, 27,000. So 25,000 George.
Lot S 141.1, a 1903 Humber tricycle on a bill of sale for display purposes, not for public use. No reserve.
50,000 out of bed. Get 30,000 out of it. 30,000 out of bed, 10,000 out of 15 to bed. You're 10, 15. High by the negative 10, 15,000. You're 10, 15 to bed. 10,000 out of 15,000 out of bed. I had 10,000 out of 15,000 out of it. You're 10, 15, 10, 12, 12,000 out of bed. You're 10,000 out of down 20 bed. 12,000 out of. You're 10,000 out of 12,000 out of bed. I had 10,000 out of 12,000 out of bed. You're down 10, 12. High negative 10 to bed. 12,000 out of 15,000 out of 12,000 out of 15,000. 15 to bed, 15,000 out of 12, 15,000 out of 12,000 out of bed, 15,000 out of it. You're 12,000 out of 15,000 out of anybody else, 12,000 out of bed, 15,000 and 15 to bed down negative 15,000 out of bed, 12, 15, 17. 17, 15 to bed, 17,000 out of 15 to bed, it is 17,000 out of 15 to bed, down negative 17, 20, high negative 20, gonna be 20, you're 20, high 17 to bed, it is 20,000, you're now 20 bed, down negative 17 to bed, it is 20,000 out of bed, you're now 20, high 17 to bed, it is 20,000, anybody else, 17,000, 20,000 out of bed, 20,000 out of 100, 17,000 out of 20 bed, last call, high negative 20 bed, negative 18, down 20, 18,000 internet, you're out 20, you hit 18,000, 20,000 out of bed, 18 gonna be 20, negative 18 gonna be, okay, I got 18 back here, 20, you gotta be, sorry, I take 19 though, Ryan, 19,000 out of bed, 18, 19, 19,000, so 18, 19, pick the wrong one, 18, 19, 18,000, 19,000 dollars, anybody else, 18 gonna be 19, sold 18,000 dollars, Alex.
Lot S 142, a 1923 Hirsch Berlino Ono, sold on a bill of sale.
50, negative 50, down 40, 30,000 out of bed. You're 30, negative 10, 15, 10,000 out of 15 to bed. You're 10,000 out of 15 to bed, down negative 10 here, down 15,000. You're 10,000 out of 12,000 out of bed. You're 10,000, 12,000 out of 15, 17,000 out of bed. 15, 17, down 20. You're 20, down
2, 20 gonna be 2. You 5, 7, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, 2, 5, 35 pound out of bed. You 5, 35 to bed. I'm gonna do 5, 35,000, 37,000 out of bed. 35, 37, 40, 40,000 out of bed. 40, 45, 45, 45, 50, 50,000, 50,000 out of bed. 45, 55, 50,000 out of 5, 60, 60,000, 5, 65,000 out of bed. 500 negative 65,000 out of you 500 down negative 60,000 out of down 5. Get anybody else? 60. I got 60 in the front row. Oh, 55. You got to be 60, Ryan. 55, 60, 60,000 out of bed. 55 pounds another 60,000, 60, 100 down negative 60,000 out of anybody else? Last call, 60. So 55, so 55 pounds another Mitchell.
Lot S 142.1, 1939 Excelsior single.
We are in the South Point Hotel and Casino Arena, the headquarters of the Mecum Motorcycle Auction, the largest motorcycle auction in the world, and here now a 1939 Excelsior single.
An Excelsior Manxman, named after the Manx Grand Prix. It's an overhead cam, single cylinder, 350cc. This is what would be called a clubman model, meant for basically any kind of sporting event, from TTs to scrambles and grass tracks, drag racing, what have you. This is the do-it-all bike. Rare bike in this configuration, original paint, especially in this clubman trim. Very, very unusual to find one with a high pipe like this. The drop bars, ready for racing. It also has racing brakes on it. Pretty cool model. That's why we're seeing strong price for a pre-war British motorcycle in original paint.
24,000 is the bid. Yeah.
This is a really neat bike. This bike piqued my interest when I saw it come across my catalog.
Last call. Anybody else? So 25.
You ever owned one of these?
I've never owned an Excelsior Manxman. I've never ridden one either. They're not that common in the United States. They were never imported.
Mm-hmm. Well, somebody just bought it for 25 grand.
Well bought.
And we move on to a 1923 Niracar. We've had these before here, and they're always fun to talk about and discuss, Paul.
This is the most successful hub center steered motorcycle ever designed. And that Yamaha offered one, Bimota offered one, the Tezzy. You know what? Niracar had them all beat. I think they made about 21,000 of these. They were produced in the United States and in Britain by Carl Niracker. And he did a play on his own name, called it a Niracar, because it was kind of close to a car in its comfort. I actually have ridden one of those for 6 laps, hands off, around the Montelari Speedball.
I remember you told us that.
32 miles an hour.
Look, Ma, no hands, right?
That's how stable that chassis is.
Wow.
Fantastic handling.
That is right.
Yeah.
How crazy. A 1941 Ariel Square 4 next.
Yeah, this is a 4G Mark I model. Has an iron cylinder and head with external ports. This is kind of a little bit of a Bob job. It's kind of a California special. They shortened up the rear fender and put a P-pad back there. Put on a couple of shorty mufflers and some high handlebars. Typical 1940s California style. Urban Hirsch's bike. Otherwise, pretty original condition, except for that Harley Tombstone tank.
Right.
Somebody got a bargain. It's a lot of motorcycle for 10 grand.
Harley taillight as well, and you said it, unrestored, 10,000 bucks. That is cool.
Now, the next machine is wild.
Yeah, it's a 1915 Williams Claddy. Am I saying that right?
I don't know, because I don't know where the Claddy or Clady came from, because this was designed by Mr. Williams, J. Newton Williams, who was an American inventor who was actually kind of in Glenn Curtis's orbit, designing aircraft engines with the Aircraft Institute out there in Hammondsport, New York. And that engine, that 3-cylinder radial engine, was actually intended for an airship. Mr. Williams decided, well, maybe you could use it for a motorcycle. And he had this notion of putting it inside this rear wheel. You see the strap instead of the spokes.
Yes.
That means the carburetor and the magneto had to work inside the rear hub. Believe it or not, Mr. Williams put 11,000 miles on this motorcycle, testing it and showing it off, hoping to interest a manufacturer in the design. He built several of these as experiments. This was the last example, and the most successful example. Amazing it survives. It's the only one of his 4 bikes that survive. We have lots of documentation. Unique motorcycle, fantastic piece of the Urban Hirsch collection.
Just look at that. The mechanicals inside that rear wheel.
One of very, very few motorcycle designs to use an engine inside the wheel. Of course, the most famous is the German Megola, which had a 5-cylinder radial inside the front wheel.
Wow. How does that even work?
You know, I had someone in Germany who was restoring one show how the ignition timing was done with a ring, and then he explained that no, it's not a 360, it has to go on a 300-degree radius, and oh, it was so fiercely complicated.
I was going to say, it sounds like there's a lot of math involved. I don't want any part of that.
Because there are no manuals for this kind of bike.
Wow. Where do you find parts? $150,000. Look at this.
It's great. This is appropriate money for a unique and fascinating motorcycle.
160, Ryan. 160,000 out of bid. Anybody else? 160, last call. 160.
That is an 873cc triple, 10 horsepower inside the rear wheel, and it just sold for $155,000.
Going to the best possible place, the Barber Museum.
Oh, very good.
You can go and visit it anytime once they set it up.
Excellent.
And that crazy display. If you've never been to the Barber Museum in Alabama, it's amazing because they have these spiral stacks of motorcycles, and they have Lotus Formula One racers hung vertically. It's just a beautiful building, amazing facility.
Well, here's another one. This is a 1917 Autoped NYC, and I'm going to go ahead and call that because it's from New York City, Long Island.
That's right. And it's an evolution of a child's stand-up scooter, except it has a motor in the front wheel, and you would move the handlebars back and forth to engage the drive. It had a throttle twist as well, and you pull the handlebar back and it engaged. It disconnected the drive and activated a brake.
So 30,000 out or so.
Very cool. One of the earliest scooters ever made.
Hey, scooters have made a kind of a comeback. I mean, people are using them to get around downtown in many metro areas these days. You can rent one.
Always been a convenient way to travel.
Okay, let's talk about Rare once again. We have previewed this motorcycle and showed it to you before. It's a 1911 Harley-Davidson Model 7D. Fewer than a half a dozen of this model are known to exist.
And the second one we've sold here. What a wild year. Yes, it's the first ever Harley-Davidson production V-twin. They did make 20-odd prototypes 2 years earlier, in 1909. Apparently they scrapped them all because none survived. They never produced a spares catalog for those first 1909 bikes. It was clear they never intended to actually produce them. This was different. This was their first production motorcycle. In many ways, the most important V-twin of the whole line because it was the first. Everybody loves the first of any successful production line. And unlike the one we saw earlier, this one has been completely restored. Beautiful condition. Acknowledged, original, correct restoration of Harley-Davidson's first V-twin.
130, 140, 130, 140, 140,000 internet, 130, 140, anybody else, $140,000. Last call, 140.
So 130 pounds and under.
130,000.
Yeah, looks like Vince Martinico bought it or is representing the buyer.
And with that, we'll pause. You can continue watching bikes here on YouTube.
10, 20, high negative 10, negative 20,000 out of bed. 10,000 out of bed, 15,000 out of bed, 10 out of bed, 15,000, 15,000 out of bed, 10, 15, 20, down 20, down 20, down 5 here, down 20,000 out of down 5, down 5, down 5. Hit 5, 20,000 out of down 5, negative 25 ahead. Hit 5, down 25, 5, going to be 5 all through 30. Hit 30,000 out of bed, 25, 30, 30,000 out of down 30. Hit 30, 25 negative 30,000. 25, 30, 5, 30, no, got 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 30,000 out of now 5, hit 5, higher negative 35 to bed, 30,000 out of 35,000 out of 35,000 out of now 5, 40, here now 35 to negative 40,000, 40, higher negative, you're going to get 37, George, 35, 37, 37,000. Now 40. Now 40 to you, sir. Now 40. 37, 40. 40,000 out of bed. 40. Yep, 40. 37 back at it. 40. 42. 40,000. Going to be taken to bed. 42. Give it out. 42,000. Last call. 45. 45. You got to be 45, Paul. Now 47. 47,000. Way up top. 50,000. 50,000, right? 50,000 on it. 50,000, $55,000, but 55, 55,000 out of bed, 55,000 out of 55, 55,000 out of bed, 50,000 out of now, pound bag it, $55,000. Anybody else? $55,000 on it, 60,000 out of bed, $60,000, 60,000, 55,000 out of 60,000, 60, higher negative 60, yes, 60, see ya, higher 60,000 out of bed, down. So $55,000 up in the Budweiser.
Lot S 146.1, a 1979 Honda CBX unrestored, no reserve.
Here by bottom of the magnet 10, high negative $10,000, $2,000, $3,000 bed. Here 2, 3, high bottom of the magnet 10, negative 3, negative $3,000. Here $2,000, $3,000 out of bed, negative 10, now 3, $3,000 on it. 3, 4, 4,000 out of down, 3,000 out of down, 4,000, 5, 5,000 out of bed, hit 5, my way, 4, 5, 5,000 out of down, 5, 6, hit down 6,000 out of down, 6, 7, 7,000 out of bed, and a 6,000 out of 7, 8, hit 8,000 out of 9, 9,000 out of bed, 9,000 out of 9, hit 8,000 out of 9, 9 going to be 9, 10, 10,000 out of bed, 10, 10,000 out of 9, 9, 10, my way, 9, 10, hit 9, 10, high down to bed, 10, 10,000 out of anybody else, 9,000, 10,000 out of that. Sold 9,000, sold 9,000 internet.
Lot S147, a 2006 Vespa Piaggio, no reserve.
No reserve, I have 5,000 out of bed, 3,000 out of 3,000 out of 1,000 out of bed, 1,500 out of bed, 1,000 out of 1,500. You 1,000 out of bed, now 1,500 out of 1,000 out of bed, 1,500, 1,000 out of 1,500, 15 to bed, 1,500. So I give $1,000 on a Vespa. Give $1,000. Thank you, 1,500. $1,000, 1,500 out of bed. 1,250, 15, 1,250, 15, 17 and a half, $2,000, 2,000 out of bed, $2,000 on it, 2,000 out of, now 2,000 out of bed, now 17 and a half, $2,000, 22 and a half, 22 and a half, 22 and a half, $2,000, 22.50, yeah, $2,000 down, 22 and a half, down, so $2,000, so $2,000 Jordan.
Lot S147.1, a 1970 Husqvarna 400 Cross, and it said that Urban himself rode this bike with Steve McQueen.
One of the most anticipated motorcycles ever to come to the auction block.
No reserve. This bike is going to sell.
Yes.
Just give $1 million. Give $1 million for it.
Come on, guys.
The first $1 million motorcycle is within reach here, ladies and gentlemen.
$1 million is bid.
Push us into the stratosphere.
Hey, $1,150,000.
I have $1,150,000 bid. Anybody else? $1,200,000. Sold. $1,200,000.
And you have just witnessed the first ever motorcycle to sell for $1 million plus.
Way over
anywhere.
$1 million. Way over
anywhere. Well, what a moment that was, Paul. Huh?
Definitely the high point of the auction. Wow. What fun.
Man, oh man, just shake your head at that one.
You know, it hasn't happened in a few years, it's great to have a world record broken. And to have that million. It's been so long that people have been saying, oh, I'm not going to sell for $1 million. Finally.
Right.
Since 2009, we've been thinking Cyclones were going to reach $1 million.
Absolutely. Well, it happened here. This may be the least expensive part of the Urban Hirsch collection. This Velocilex. Velosolex, thank you. Sold for $500.
Hey, man, that's a bargain. Those are pretty cool bikes.
And this, I can tell from the patina, is the bike that Hannah previewed for us at the beginning of the show, 76 Yamaha TT500.
You know what's cool is the collection consists of a lot of bikes that Urban bought new and used, exactly like this. The Husqvarna went a little bit ago, and this TT500 Yamaha was his original bike. $2,000 is pretty cheap.
And we told you that he and Bud Eakins and Steve McQueen were pals. They hung out together, and, you know, who knows? I mean,
I'm sure he went riding with Steve McQueen on that bike.
And some of these bikes, he may have said, hey, Steve, take this one for a minute, you know? You never know.
You never know.
Okay, on to a 76 XL 175 from Honda here.
We had one of these go across the auction block just a little bit ago for about $11,000. That was beautifully restored. This one, obviously original unrestored, went for about 10% of that.
$1,000.
Go figure. Auctions.
That's all. Heck, you could buy this bike and, you know, put $20 in the slot machine down in the other part of the building and get your money back in a hurry. If you're so inclined.
If you're so inclined.
Well, here we go with the next vehicle on our auction, which is not a motorcycle. It is a 1941 Cadillac, which used to be there. And it's a Series 75 Fleetwood sedan. This is something you would normally see on one of our automobile auctions for sure.
Love the license plate. 41 Limo.
Yeah, but look under that hood.
That beautiful engine.
That is a modern LS engine that they have dropped into that 41 Cadillac. It's got automatic transmission.
It's probably got disc brakes. But
yep, four-wheel discs, updated
style.
Autometer, black face, speedometer. So a little bit of a mix of old and new on this Series 75 Fleetwood sedan, and it just sold for $25,000. I'd say with that power plant and the modern mechanicals, that's pretty well bought, huh?
I would say you could drive that every day.
Absolutely right.
18 units. The first one is S151. It's a 1912 Excelsior 30.5 thick-inch single-cylinder motorcycle engine. No reserve. Give him out of mic. Got it?
Found another one.
All right.
Thank you, Bob. I'd get a by that engine down. I'd get a bit of a chair down. I'd get a bit of a 5,000 bid. Hit 5. I'd get a bit of a 5 down. I'd get a bit of a 5, 3, 2. Give 1,000 bid. 1,000 bid. 1,000 under down. I'd get a bit of a here. 1,000 bid. Hit 1. I'd get a bit of a down. I'd get a down here. 15, 2. At 15, I'd get a 2. I'd get a bit of a 5 down. 2 to bid. I'd get a bit of a 5, 3. Hit 3. I'd get a bit of a 3 down. 3. I'd get a bit of a 3. I'd get a 25. 3 down 5. Hit 3 to bid. I'd get a bit of a 5 down. I'd get a bit of a inside of 5. I'd get a 3 bid. 5 here. Hit 3,000 a bid. I'd get a 5, 4. I'd get a 4,000 a bid, and I'd get a 4 down 4. I'd get a 4 down a bid. I'd get a 35, 4, 45 bid. Hit 4. I'd get a 45, 45. I'd get a 4. I'd get a 45 in a bid. Hit 4,000. I'd get a 45, 45. 5,000. Got your back 5 bid. Hit 5. I'd get a 45, 5 here. I'd get a 5, 55, 55 in a bid. Hit 5,000 a bid. I'd get a 55 here. I'd get a 5, 5,500. Sold 5,000. Sold 5,000 next way.
Now offering S152, a 1911 Thor Aurora Model W 5 horsepower, single cylinder, motorcycle engine, no reserve.
Another 5-horse engine there, down. Not gonna fit a here, forward here, 3 down 2. And 2,000 out of bid, not gonna fit 225 here, not gonna fit 2, 5 down 3. And not gonna fit 3, 5 here, not gonna fit 4, not a 4, not gonna fit 4, not gonna fit 5 here, 5 bid, 5,000. Hit 4, not gonna fit 5 here, not gonna fit 4, not gonna fit 5 here, 5, 6,000 bid. Hit 5, not gonna fit 6 here, not gonna fit 5 down bid, 6,000 bid. Hit 5 here, not gonna fit 6,000, not gonna get 5,000 bid. You want to give 6? Hit down 5 bid, not gonna fit 6 here, not gonna fit 5 bid, 6,000 bid. Hit 5 here, not gonna fit 600 down. Last call, 9 half, not gonna fit 6,000. Sold 5,000, sold 5,000 next way.
Now offering S153, the Strand motor, no reserve.
Strand motor down, not gonna be any better of a 6 here, not gonna be a 5, 5, 5, not gonna be a 2. 2,000 out of bid, not gonna be 2 here, not gonna be 2,000 bid, 3, 2 to bid, not gonna be 3, 4, not gonna be 3, 4, 5 here, 5 down 6 here, hit 6 out bid, 7 to bid, not 8 down, 8 down, 8, not gonna be 9 down, 10 down, 10 to bid, 12, hit 10 down, 12 here, not gonna be 15,000 to bid, not gonna be 15, hit 12, not gonna be 15, 15, not gonna be 12 down bid, 13,000, hit 12, not gonna be 13, 14 here, not gonna be 15,000 bid, at 15, 15, 15, not gonna be 15,000 here, 15,000, at 16, not gonna be 17 bid, not gonna be 17, 18,000, 18, not gonna be 19 down, 20 bid, not gonna be 20,000 bid, not gonna be 22, and not gonna be 2, 2, 5, not gonna be 25 here, 25, hit 5, not gonna be 5 down, 5, not gonna be 25 bid, 2, not gonna be 5, and not gonna be 5, 7 here, not gonna be 700 down, not gonna be 5 down, 7 bid, hit 5 down, 7 here, Robbie on 7, 6, 7, and 700 bid, not gonna be 7 down, not gonna be 27,000, not gonna be 7 down, paid, and 8 here, down, paid, not gonna be 30 bid, not gonna be 30,000, hit 30 bid, not gonna be 30,000 bid, not gonna be 8 bid, not gonna be 30,000, hit 30 bid, not gonna be 30 down 2, down 2, down 2, not gonna be 32,005, hit 5 here, not gonna be 5 down 5, not gonna be 35 bid, not gonna be 2, 5 here, 35, hit a 5 bid, not gonna be 35, 35,000 a bid, hit not gonna be 5 here, not gonna be 2, not gonna be 5 down 2, down 5, down 2, down 5, not gonna be sold 32, it sold 32,000 next way.
Now offering S154, Pierce 4-cylinder engine, no reserve.
Pierce 4 there, down, not gonna be 10,000 here, not gonna be 10 here, not gonna be 10 down 5, hit 5, not gonna be 5 bid, not gonna be 5,000, not gonna be 5 down 5, not gonna be 2,000 bid, hit a 2 here, not gonna be 2,000, not gonna be 3, hit not gonna be 2 down 3, not gonna be 2 down 3, 4, 5 here, 5, not gonna be 6 down there, 7 bid, and 6 here, not gonna be 7, 8 down, not gonna be 9 down, 9, 10, and not gonna be 12 here, 15,000, at 15, 12 bid, 15 to bid, not gonna be 15, 12 here, not 15,000 a bid, hit 15 down, not gonna be 17, not gonna be 17, 17 bid, at 20 down a bid, not gonna be 20 down 2, down 2, down 2, down 5 here, 5, hit 5 bid, 7 here, not gonna be 7 down, 25, 7, 30 bid, 30,000, at 30 down, gonna be 30 down, 30 down, 30 down, 30 down, gonna be 30,000 bid, 30,000, and 2 near down, not gonna be 5, 35, hit 5 here, not gonna be 5, 35, 35, not gonna be 2, not gonna be 5 down 2, bid 5, hit a 5 here, not gonna be 5 down 5, not gonna be 5 down 5, not gonna be 35, 7, hit 5 bid, 7 here, not gonna be 40 bid, 40,000 a bid, hit $40 down, not gonna be 2, not gonna be 2 here, 42, not gonna be 42,000, hit not gonna be 5 down 5 here, 5, hit 5 bid, not gonna be 5 down 5, not gonna be 5 down 5, not gonna be 45,000 a bid, 5 down 5, and not gonna be 3 down 41, not gonna be 3 down 3, not gonna be 3 down, sold at 41,000, hit 41,000 next way.
Now offering S155, the Jeff Decker Cyclone Ashtray, no reserve.
It'll come out eventually. Not gonna be any bit of a 20 down. Not gonna be any bit of a 10,000 under bid. And down. Not gonna be a 10 here down. Not gonna be a 10 down 5. Not gonna be a 5 down 4 down 3 down 2. Give 1,000 under bid. $1,000. 1,000 here. And 1 here 2. And 1,000 2 3. Not gonna be a 2 3 down 3 down 3 down 4 down 4. Not gonna be a 4,000. Not gonna be a 3 bid 4. Hit 3. Not gonna be a 4 down 3 down 4. Not gonna be right there. Not gonna be 3 4. Hit 4. Not gonna be a 4 down 4. Not gonna be a 4,000 under bid. Not gonna be a 4. Not gonna be a 4,000 now. Hit 4. Not gonna be a 4 bid. Not gonna be a 4 down 4. Not gonna be 35 into that, not gonna be a 35 in the bid, hit 3,500, not gonna be a 5 down 35 bid, not gonna be a not gonna be a 3, not gonna be a 3 bid, hit a 3 here, not gonna be a not gonna be a 3 down 2, not gonna be 2,000 on a bid, we're still in the ashtray now to 2 here, not gonna be a 2,000, hit 2, not gonna be a 2 here, not gonna be a 2, not gonna be down here 15 bid, 1,000 not gonna be 15,000, not gonna be 15, last call, 1,000 on down, not gonna be 15, not gonna be 10, not gonna be 15, not gonna be 1,000, 15, not half, sold 1,000 next way.
Now offering S156, Jeff Decker Cyclone Ashtray, no reserve.
Well, that's a look over in the other building right next door, where many of these motorcycles have been residing all week long, waiting for their chance to cross the auction block. Some still to come. Right now, let's check in with Ralph Sheheen.
Well, I'm joined now by the legendary custom motorcycle builder, Roger Bourget. Roger, it is great to see you here at a Mecum auction. The first time you've been to an auction, first time you've sold some of your bikes here, and the sad part is these are the last 4 bikes you're going to build. Is that correct?
That's correct. I'm hanging it up. I've been doing it for 40 years. I built between 5,000 and 10,000 motorcycles in my career. And yeah, I'm just going to go on to retiring.
What is it that's led you into retirement? Because obviously the bikes you're building are still beautiful.
Yeah, I just getting a little older. I've got a great wife and a bunch of kids now. Even though I'm turning 68 this year, I kind of started late with that program. But yeah, I just want to enjoy the rest of my life and my family.
You know, you were well known for being a trendsetter when it came to big power and the huge, massive rear tire. Of the 4 bikes that you have here today, just the one chopper over here, the blue one, is basically the only one with the massive rear tire and the massive horsepower.
Yeah, that bike was the bike I built for Biker Build-Off, the Discovery Channel, #1 build-off against Billy Lane, who's a great guy. And I've had to hang on to it, and now I've pulled it out of retirement, and I'm going to let it go across the block.
Is that it? Is that the last one out of your personal collection, too?
These are, yeah, these 4 bikes. That bike and another Street Glide down it was my personal one. That's it. That's the end of my bikes altogether.
Well, Scott, the saddest part of this whole thing is that Roger is a true craftsman, a true artisan, and you hate to see somebody with that kind of skill set put their tools away.
Well, you know, it's a good point, Ralph, but I tell you what, he leaves behind quite a legacy of some amazing machines, and we're seeing them here today at Mecum Las Vegas. Thank you, Ralph. Thank you, Roger. And as we continue with the Urban Hirsch collection, we're looking at, we saw it earlier, actually, when Jeff Decker was in the booth with us. This is one of his bronze sculptures that is here, and this is the Flight of the Last Dodo, as he calls it. And look at the money that this is bringing, $15,000.
Now that's less than he sells them at retail, so it's a bit of a bargain. That's a design he created with Robert Williams, who actually worked with Big Daddy Ed Roth, and then went on to have quite a career as a painter and an artist. So it's a dual artist sculpture.
And here is another of these sculptures. 1,000 plus 5 is the title of this one. And again, Jeff Decker, if you missed it earlier, he was with us in the booth. Renowned collector, sculptor. Bronze is his forte, and he actually was commissioned to do the gigantic 16-foot tall statue that's outside the Harley-Davidson Museum in Milwaukee.
Right. We'll see that. That's actually the next lot coming up, is that same sculpture in miniature, which was produced before Harley-Davidson commissioned it for the outside of their museum.
Right. This 1,000 plus 5 goes for 1,000 plus 11,000, I guess. We're bringing math into it. Okay, here is the miniature, what you were just talking about, Paul.
Yeah, the By the Horns sculpture of a hill climber on a Harley-Davidson DAH. Jeff Decker actually owns that bike that was used as the basis for the sculpture. He kind of took the image of someone being thrown off their motorcycle at the top of a hill climb as his theme. And as you can see, it's beautifully detailed from the actual motorcycle. There's not a lot of fantasy involved in the bike. More fantasy in the ground, and of course the rider being tossed into the air. If you've ever been to the Harley-Davidson Museum in Milwaukee, this is right outside, 16 feet tall. It's truly, truly a stunning entrance to the museum.
You know, it's interesting, and it just dawned on me as I look at this. We have not had a hill climber on our show the last couple of days. A true hill climber, right?
Interesting. Yeah, typically we do have one. Well,
yes,
we had one that just sold for $55,000 in bronze.
Good point. Okay, this one, another Jeff Decker sculpture. One of his creations is called the Bullet.
Of course, referring to the speed of the rider there on his board track motorcycle. With its little sidecar, it's a Harley-Davidson 8-valve racer, overhead valve engine, drawn from life, extremely detailed. The rider's gear with those puttees around their calves, leather street shoes, and their woolen jerkins that they're wearing, no safety gear. You see Jeff did it in 2003. This is the 19th of his edition.
Yeah, that's back in the day where you could basically fold up your helmet and put it in your pocket, right?
$65,000, which shows the respect the collectors accord to Jeff's work. It really is extraordinary.
Sure does. That, just to give you a little bit of a size reference, that is about, I'm going to say 18 to 24 inches tall and maybe 3 feet long. That bullet that you just saw. And now this one actually just sitting 20 feet to our right here in our booth. This is neck and neck with death. And I think that's an appropriate name when you consider the location where the inspiration, where this sculpture was taken from.
That's right, board track racing. They called them murder drones. The technical name was a motor drone, but so many riders died, so many spectators died. First time a motorcycle was on the front page of the New York Times was after Charles Fearless Balke's motorcycle went careening up into the grandstands, beheaded a few Boy Scouts, killed a bunch of other people. Of course, he was killed too. And yet, people continue to race them because the riders made a lot of money. The family's doing all right by these sculptures. It's the third one we've seen in the $60,000 range.
Right. It's spectacular. It really is.
They're really beautiful. Beautiful work.
Well, we move away from the bronze sculptures and continue with this Urban Hirsch collection with a group of pre-turn bicycles.
Pretty cool. I mean, this is a safety bicycle, which was a design that was patented in 1885, but this is a variation on the theme. So the safety bicycle is what we think of as a bicycle today. From 1885 till the present day, that diamond frame became the standard. Well, people were still experimenting with chassis even after the diamond frame safety bicycle was invented. And this one is most unusual. The Victor spring fork did not use the Dunlop inflatable tire, which was also invented in 1885, but still using a hard tire. But hey, it's got suspension, which alleviated some of the harshness of a ride. Beautiful thing. Totally nickel-plated. Absolutely gorgeous bicycle.
By the way, I want to take a moment and say hello to my friend Rick Smits, who is watching from home today. Rick, you may remember, a longtime member of the Indiana Pacers, an NBA All-Star, and he is a very well-known and respected restorer and racer of motorcycles, even at 7 feet 4 inches.
Holy moly.
It has been a passion of his for such a long time, and he does a fantastic job. He's got an eye on our telecast today from home. Hey, Rick, hope you're doing well. And he's been here on several occasions.
Can't miss him in the stands.
Oh, no question about that. This might be right up his alley, in fact. This is first of a couple of high-wheel bicycles from the Urban Hirsch collection, kind of the reverse penny farthing setup here on this 1889 Eagle.
Well, this was a safety version of a high-wheeler. The problem with high-wheelers is when they have the small wheel behind the big wheel, if you hit a bump or you hit the brakes, you are going to take a header, which is what they called when you flew off and hit your head.
Or the dismount.
Yeah.
Wow. $2,000 for that Eagle high wheel.
10 down, 5,000 under bid, and down 5 bid, not get a bit of a 5 down, not get a bit of 1,000 bid, 1,000 under down, 1,000, and 1,000 under bid, not get a bit of a 2, tier 2, down 3,000 bid, and a 2, tier 3, not get a 3, not get a 2's way back there, not get a 3,025 down 3, and 25 way in the corner, 3,000 bid, not get a 3 down 5, and 35 up there, 35 in a bid, not get a bit of 4,000 under down, and not get a bit of 45 in a bid, not get a bit of 4, not get a bit of 45 in a bid, 5,000, thank you, and 5 bid, not get a bit of 45, 5 bid, 5,000 under, and not get captivated about 5 here, 45 in the bid, 5,000, captivated about 5, 45, 5, and captivated about 5, 5, 5, captivated about 5, captivated about 55, 55, Paul, captivated about 55 in the bid, hit 5, 55 here, 55, 55, 55 in the bid, captivated about 5, 5 bid, 55, hit 55, captivated about 55, 55, 55 here, sold 5,000, it sold $5,000, Katie.
Now offering S163 and 1888 Springfield Roadster, no reserve.
Sold on a bill of sale. $5,000. You want this one? Not get a bit of a 5. And now 5 here. Not get a bit of a 5. Forward 3 down $2,000 here. 2,000 and 3,000. Bid 3 forward. Not get a bit of 4. Not get a bit of 3. Get a bit of a 4 down 3 in the back 4. And a 5 here. 5. Get a bit of a 5 down 4 to bid. 5,000 bid. And not get a bit of a 5 bid. 4 bid. 5 here. Not get a bit of a 5 down 5 here. 4 is there. 5,000 bid. In 5. Not get a bit of a 45. 45 here. 4 not get a bit of a 45. 4 to bid. 45 in the bid. And not get a bit of a 45. 45. Not get a bit of 4. Not get a bit of a 45. 4 bid. 4,500. Sold 4,000. Sold 4,000 M. Mitch with an M.
Now offering S163.1 1888 Springfield Roadster, no reserve.
Get better here now. I'd get a bit of a 2,000 out of bid. I'd get a bit of 2. 2,000 out of down. I'd get a bit of a 2 here. I'd get a bit of a 2 down 2 down 2 down 2,000 out of bid. Hit 2. I'd get a bit of 2,000 here. 3,000. I'd get a bit of 25 3 bid. And now 3. I'd get a bit of a 3 down 3. I'd get a bit of a 535 down 3 down 5. I'd get a bit of a 35 bid. Hit 3 bid. 5 here. Down front road. You want 535 here. 35 in a bid. Hit 3,000 here. I'd get a bit of a 35. I'd get a bit of a 35. I'd get a bit of 4. Have 4,000 under now. And a 4. I'd get a bit of a 35. 4 bid. 35. I'd get a bit of a get a bit of a 4. 35. 4,000. And your 2. I'd get a bit of a 35. 4 bid. Thank you. I'd get a bit of a 4. And 35 bid. I'd get a bit of a 4 down 35 down 4. Sold 35. Sold $3,500 next way.
Now offering S164 and 1888 Springfield Roadster, no reserve.
Now not get a bit of Roadster. Now not get a bit of a 2,000 under bid.
All right, we are back in Vegas. Thanks so much for being a part of this record-breaking and historic Saturday. About 6:15 or so in the East, 3:15 here. We're here until 8 p.m. Eastern, and an 1888 Springfield Roadster here, Paul, for $3,500.
Isn't that great? So beautiful. I love early bicycles. Such a relationship with early motorcycles. In fact, one of the first motorcycles in the world was a steam engine motorcycle. Not Sylvester Roper's, but after that, someone attached a steam engine to one of these high-wheelers in Arizona.
Wow, $4,000 for that 1888 Springfield Roadster. And
how much for the whole collection
with
so
that,
far?
I'm about to tell you, that is the last of 133 overall lots, sculptures, ashtrays, bicycles, cars, and the motorcycles, and $7.9 million in total for the Urban Hirsch collection.
That's just astounding.
What a day.
One collection. Fantastic.
One collection. And that 1915 Cyclone and the 1938 Crocker leading the way.
Two top 10 bikes and the first motorcycle to sell for more than $1 million and the most expensive motorcycle ever sold at auction.
We told you.
There are lots of private sales, impossible to confirm.
Sure.
Lots of rumors. I actually have a second list of the most expensive motorcycles ever sold. They cannot be confirmed, but there are several that are well over $1 million sold privately, including, for example, the Raleigh-free bathing suit Vincent.
Oh,
which
really?
he famously did 150 miles at Bonneville in his bathing trunks and tennis shoes and nothing else.
And legs flying off the back.
Yep, sold for $1.1 million, private sale. Can't confirm that, except the owner did confirm it, so I put it in my list.
That's kind of the deep state top 10, right?
Hey, something like that.
All right, here we go with 1973 Kawasaki Z1 900.
Well, somebody still got some money because we're looking at 20 grand already for this first year Z1. The New York Steak was the code name for the project for building the Z1. It was originally going to be a 750. Then Honda introduced their 750, and they said, okay, we're going to make it a 900. It certainly trumped Honda's performance steak.
Well, a $20,000 hammer price, selling at no reserve. On to a 1986 Suzuki. Ralph gave us the once-over on this motorcycle, the GSX-R 750. Limited edition.
All the Farkles. Well, not Farkles. It's factory performance options. Beautiful bike, legendary. This was the bike to have when I was first really getting into motorcycles in the mid-'80s.
You know, that brings up a really good question, Paul. You have been so indoctrinated and deep into this hobby and this world. It is more than just a hobby for you. What got you started? What was the initial thing that sparked your interest in all things motorcycles?
You know, it was at first in 1978. I found out I could graduate high school a year early if I took 2 night classes at the local community college. But I grew up in Stockton, California, which was literally the murder capital of the United States, and there was no way I was going to take a bus at night to the local Delta Community College. So my mother helped me buy a moped. Now there's a strange story, right?
There you go.
So I took a moped, and I loved the freedom and the economy and the ease of it. Then I went off to college, and I rode a couple of bikes in college, but I didn't buy another bike until I graduated and moved back to San Francisco. And I had a friend who was a printer. We set up a printing press in my mom's basement to do punk rock show posters and books of poetry and all sorts of cool stuff. He rode an original paint BMW R50, and he let me ride it around, and I was just so charmed by it that I bought one myself, which was my first full-size motorcycle, my first vintage motorcycle.
Right.
But the thing he did, which was mean, was he gave me 2 crates of magazines, from #1 Classic Motorcycle and Classic Bike magazines. And I tell people that was the crack pipe, the match, and the crack pile, and I was gone
once.
forever.
Wow, that's a great story. I'm glad I asked that question. That's taking you back a little bit.
Maybe Jim's listening. He's still around with us.
1950 Harley FL Panhead. Look at this. Beautiful blue with the chrome, and look how they just work together.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a factory color, but I mean, who cares? They made
should have
lots
been.
of these bikes. It should have been that kind of periwinkle blue. Really lovely. Lots of sparkle, lots of bling. And these tend to be, you know, $15,000 to $20,000 motorcycles. There's a lot of motorcycle for that price. Classic panhead, Hydroglide with telescopic forks, rigid rear end, totally comfortable to ride. Lots of springing on the rear saddle, and all style for that big twin.
Actually, that is a Harley color, azure blue. Maybe not from 1950, but it still works.
20 grand took it. Somebody's going to enjoy that.
So that one will roll down the ramp and out behind our booth, back to its parking spot. And now a 56 FLH, another replica from Captain America. Yep.
From Easy Rider. This motorcycle was designed, and I mentioned it previously, designed by Cliff Voss, who met Peter Fonda when he was a journalist. Peter Fonda had just been busted for pot in 1966. He and Peter started talking. Peter said he had funding to do a motorcycle western with Dennis Hopper. And Cliff took him to his house, and they started chatting. And I can't remember what Peter's original name for it. It was really dumb. And Cliff said, why, Cliff had a poster that a girlfriend had given him. It was Mae West from the film She Done It Wrong, and Cliff's girlfriend had done in cut-up letters, "Where has my Easy Rider gone?" from the song that she sang in that film. And he said, why don't we call it Easy Rider?
There you go.
They made him an associate producer. He was given the task of wrangling a couple of panheads from the sheriff's auction, $500. And he worked with his mentor, Benny Hardy, a custom bike builder in Watts, to create both the bikes, the Captain America and the Billy bikes. And Cliff was fired from the production, as was everybody else, when Columbia took over production of the film, after Dennis Hopper spent all the money giving everybody a Bolex shooting in the New Orleans scene, which was the first scene they shot. And Cliff insisted on being paid, and part of his deal was that his name would never appear on the film.
Oh.
So he was effectively erased for history. Nobody knew. I mean, it was published in the Time in several magazines that he did this work. But the public forgot, and Peter Fonda conveniently forgot that Cliff had designed these bikes. He later took credit for it himself. But in 2009, you know, I saw an exhibit in LA called Black Chrome, which was kind of the black motorcycle history. And there was a photograph of Benny Hardy and said, Benny Hardy built the Captain America bikes. And the top of my head blew off. I said, wait a minute, 2 black guys built the Cap. How do I not know this part of history? Started me off on a path of research, and I met Cliff, and I'm actually working on a book about it right now.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool.
I think it's a really great story.
By the way, you did see the signature Peter Fonda. That is authentic. That has been documented as such on that Easy Rider replica. We're on now to a 1927 Scout with a sidecar.
This is the pre-101 Scout. Legendary model designed by Charles B. Franklin, who was an Irish road racer. Rode with the Indian factory team in 1911 when they took 1, 2, 3 at the Isle of Man TT on Indians with 2 speeds. Then there was a tariff war between America and the rest of the world, and suddenly Indians got to be 50% more expensive. And they hired Charles to the United States, and he started designing for them. And this was his most legendary design, the Scout.
Reserves off $32,000.
37 a bid, 35, 37 pound a bid, hit a 5 pair 7 a bid, hit 5, I'd get a bit of a 7, I'd get a bit of a
And lest you think that we are finished with some of the heavy hitters today, that is not entirely accurate. This one sells for 35. Coming up in our next segment, another Bruff Superior for us from 1938. We'll see this SS80 cross the block at Mecum, Las Vegas. Stay with us.
Down 5, and I'll get a bit of a 5, down 2, I'll get a bit of a 5, 22, 25,000, hit 2, I'll get a bit of a 5, down 5, I'll get a hand side here, 22, 25,000, hit 5, I'll get a bit of a 5, down, I'll get a bit of a 5, down 7 a bit, at 25, and back, get a bit of a 7, I'll get a bit of a 30,000 a bit, and at 30,000 down, I'll get a bit of a 30,000 bid, down 30 bid, 30,000 bid, and I'll get a bit of a 30 bid, 30,000, I'll get a bit of a 30 at 7 a bit, 30,000, sir, hit 30 back there, you want to get 30,000, you're out there, 30,000, hit 30 down, 30, thank you out there, 2, I'll get a bit of a 2, 32,000, hit 30's a bid, I'd get a bit of a 2, down, I'd get a bit of a 2, I'd get a bit 30 bid, 32, and 30 bid, down 2, I'd get a bit 30, I'd get a bit 32 bid, 30 bid, 32,000, and 30 bid, down 2, head me down there, last call, 32,000, get 30 bid, 32,000 bid, I'd get a bit of a 30, down 32,000, reserve is off, and 30 bid, 32 bid, and 30 bid, net, you want back, get a bit of a 32, so no, down 30 bid, 32 there, I'd get a bit of a 30, get a bit of 32,000 out of bid, 32,000. Sold 30,000, sold 30,000, Zach Sway.
Now offering S172.1 from the Coastal Texas collection of 41 Harley-Davidson TA Knucklehead Trike. No reserve.
It looks fun. I'd get a bit of a cut of a town. I'd get a bit of 158. I'd get a bit 150,000. 150,000. I'd get a bit of a cut of 100,000 on a bid. I'd get a bit of 1 down. I'd get a bit of 100. Somebody get 50,000 to start it. 50,000 a bid. Anybody get 50. 50,000. Hit 50. I'd get a bit of a 50 down. I'd get a bit of a 30,000 on a down. I'd get a bit of a 30 down. 20. I'd get a bit of a 20,000 bid. And I'd get a bit of a 20 bid. I'd get a bit of a 20. I'd get a 20,000 bid. Somebody give $10,000. It's no reserve, 15, 20. Down 5, again 30. I'd get a bit of 5, get a bit of 40, get a bit of 5, I'd get a bit of 5, get a bit of 50, and I'd get a bit of 50,000, and I'd get a bit of 55, I'd get a bit of 555, 50's back there, down 555 down a bid, and I'd get a bit of 550, I'd get a bit of 560, and I'd get a 60,000, I'd get a 60, I'd get a 60,000 here, 60, I'd get a 60, down 5, and I'd get a bit of 560, 5, I'd get a 65 down a bid, hit 5, I'd get a 60,000, I'd get a bit of 5 down 65 here, 65, and I'd get a bit of 5 bid, 5 down 70 bid, 70 bid, 5, 75, 75 back at you, and 75,000 a bid, and 75 bid, I'd get a bit of 5 down 75, 75 bid, I'd get a 75,000 down, I'd get a 75 bid, and 75 bid, 80,000 down, 80 third, 80,000 bid, and 75 here, 80 to you, 80,000 bid, I'd get a bit of 80 here, 75 down, 80,000, 80 bid, I'd get a bit, buy the bike. Play Army, $80,000, 75, 80,000, 80,000 a bid, 80,000 down, I'd get a bit of a 75, 80,000, 80,000 bid, 75, 80,000. Sold 75. Sold $75,000. Jamie on the telephone.
Now offering S173 in 1912 Harley-Davidson single X88.
Welcome back to Vegas. Scott Hoke with Paul Dorleone, Ralph Sheheen, Hannah Lopa. Good crowd here, and lots of folks standing around the edges waiting for these motorcycles to arrive. Here is a 1912 Harley single X8A.
That's right. A being indicating the Magneto edition model. Very cool, early Harley-Davidson single and original paint. Catnip to collectors.
Yes, it is.
But this is about the 10th early Harley single we've seen come across the board today. Cool bike, though.
All just a little bit different.
Yeah, everyone has been different.
Yeah.
Restored,
Very
unrestored.
Cool. Oh, the reserve comes off at 27,000.
This one has a 2-speed rear hub. That's interesting. 12. That might have been a later, or is it a clutch? I'm not sure.
Well,
I think it might be a clutch on the back wheel.
According to the consignor sheet, says rear wheel clutch.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Okay.
Yeah. Actually, very rare with a rear wheel clutch. If I was going to go across the United States on the Cannonball, I'd want a clutch. When Dean Bordagione won the Cannonball on his single cylinder, he had people helping him out at the intersections. He never stopped, except to get gas.
All right, the Harley hammers for $28,000.
Crocker number 2.
On the turntable now, yes, a 1938, or rather 36, Crocker Hemi head, the second of 2 Crockers we've had.
Yep.
In today's auction, almost unprecedented.
3 Crockers in one day coming up. We'll see if there's any money left in the room after that first Crocker that went for over $800,000. See where we get. 1936 was the first year of Crocker V-twin production. Of course, before that, Crocker had built single-cylinder speedway racing motorcycles and overhead valve conversion kits for Indian Scout motors. Al Crocker being an old hand in the motorcycle industry, used to be an Indian dealer, a couple of cities, moved into a furniture warehouse in LA at 1346 Venice Boulevard. Zimmerman's Furniture it had been since 1928, and came up with the design of a new motorcycle with Paul Bigsby, who later became famous for inventing the whammy bar for the tremolo bar
Absolutely.
for
guitars.
So Paul Bigsby had 2 careers.
This is a 61 cubic inch V-twin, and this sale of this motorcycle also includes the only known original copy remaining of the quote Crocker instructions for new owners. It's just a 7-page or so pamphlet, really, that the factory included with their motorcycles, and you will get that original document with this motorcycle.
That's worth some money right there.
No doubt.
I actually have a copy of that. Very, very rare copy. And it's pretty simple instructions. It's hardly an owner's manual, but if you had one of these bikes, you had to special order them directly from Al Crocker, put your money where your mouth is, and he would assemble one for you. Of course, Crocker had no machining or casting facilities on site. He outsourced everything, assembled them with a couple of mechanics in the back of his used motorcycle shop.
Well, the high bid for now is $575,000.
Now offering S173.
Incidentally, the original owner is reportedly a guy, a Hollywood actor back in the day named Jay, his first initial Jay Payne, P-A-Y-N-E, and apparently they found that gentleman's name during the restoration process stamped inside one of the engine cases. So that kind of is a little bit of a historical tidbit, perhaps. So that Crocker is still available should someone, Paul, want to put your hand up.
Want to walk over there.
Yeah, and now the Bruff Superior SS80 is on the block.
It's our second SS80 of the auction. It's another SS80. This one is the later from 1935 on with the matchless MX80 motor. Very sophisticated motor, had fully recirculating oiling, had an interesting 3-lobe single camshaft in that lovely round case, chain-driven magneto, 4-speed gearbox. Smooth, sophisticated, kind of the ultimate grand touring motorcycle of the 1930s. And a beautiful bike. This bike is lovely older restoration. Fantastic.
And the 40s and the 50s and the 60s. I mean, the lifespan of these motorcycles is just incredible when they're kept up and running. And they're able to run forever, it seems.
Well, I bought my first Bruff Superior in 1989. It was an 1150 model, which is an 1100cc V-twin. And in 2014, I rode an 1150 across the United States on the Cannonball. It was the fastest bike on the rally and the best handling bike on the rally. I did a roll-on drag race with a knucklehead. I had Susan on the back with me.
Your wife?
Yep. And we started 50 miles an hour, and we both rolled on the throttles, and we walked away from that guy on this beautifully restored knucklehead. And that word got around fast, let me tell you.
I bet it did.
3 weeks after that, the next 1150 that sold went for double what any had previously done.
Well, this SS80 just brought $75,000 as we send it over to Ralph Sheheen once again.
Scott, this is an absolutely stunning 2002 Ducati MH900E. It really blends together beautiful retro looks to very futuristic style, as well with all of the performance you would expect out of Ducati. Now, this bike was originally built as a limited edition machine to pay commemorative tribute to Mike the Bike Halewood, who won the Isle of Man TT back in 1978. It's got a L-twin 90-degree engine producing about 74 horsepower. And Scott, this one only has 126 miles on it.
Oh my.
It's funny how those instant collectibles are often never ridden at all.
Right.
And this was one of those. It was always going to be a limited production model. And we see a lot of them with low or no miles.
Well, that one is in the 303 staging lane. And we bring you back. Thank you, Ralph, by the way. We bring you back to the block now with his 1925 Zenith, not Zenith, Zenith Super 8.
And Zenith was the big rival to Bruff Superior. Actually won more races and records than Bruff Superior, especially at Brooklands. The Super 8 was their top-end model, except they also made an overhead valve version called the Championship. I happen to own a 1925 Championship model, of which they made 4.
Wow.
The one I bought had been supercharged in Argentina to take the South American speed record. It was ridden at 123 miles an hour through a cornfield on a dirt road to take the South American speed record.
That's impressive.
Crazy.
Here is a 1932 James Model D2. They call this the Gray Ghost.
And you'll notice it's a V-twin. It's a little 500cc V-twin from James. Lovely little engine. James was an old established manufacturer in England. They did make this, design that their own engine in-house. Very cool, very rare in the United States. Hardly ever see the V-twin even in England, but to see one here is extremely rare. James was better known in later years for building two-strokes, lightweight two-strokes after World War II, a lot of which were used in trials and scrambling.
You know, we've seen the James, we saw the Zenith right before it, and if memory serves, we did some math on the number of motorcycle makers here at this event. 180 different motorcycle manufacturers are represented at this event.
I keep saying this is the best motorcycle museum on the planet, and it's evanescent. It's only around for a week. You got to come see it. The best thing is you can buy one.
Okay, Mr. Velocet. 1969 Thruxton here.
Oh my gosh. I bought my first Thruxton, which I still own, in 1990. I think I paid about $7,500 for it, and I rode it and rode it and rode it. It was my only transportation for a few years. I love that motorcycle. Wonderful.
Was that the one in New York that you bought in New York City?
No, that was a Triumph.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right.
It's always
right,
a San
right.
Francisco bike. It was
Okay.
green, too. British Racing green. Silver and blue is the original factory color when they started producing them in 1965. Believe it or not, what makes a Thruxton is a cylinder head. You can see that carburetor sticking out the side. That cylinder head was developed in California for flat track racing. The guy who developed it, Lou Branch, sent an example over to England to the factory, and they said, hey, that's a good idea. Let's make that our race kit. And the Thruxton was born.
Well, here is a 1955 Vincent, a Black Shadow, and certainly the potential for some big money. Maybe not as big as the Crocker or the Cyclone, of course, but certainly a significant bike in the collector world.
I do believe I heard Mr. Bostrom saying he had slept through the previous Black Shadow, but that he wanted one.
This might be the one.
Here you go, buddy. Beautiful restoration of a Series C Black Shadow. What makes it a Series C are those solid forged aluminum girders, girderic front forks. Of course, it has a triangulated rear frame with twin shock absorbers, that giant 5-inch speedometer, twin carburetors, 2-into-1 exhaust, 20-inch rear wheel, 21-inch front wheel, 55 horsepower or so. Good for about 120 miles an hour, and with a little more attention, you could probably get 150 miles an hour out of it, like Raleigh Free. Fastest production motorcycle in the world between 1948, when it was introduced, and 1973.
72 is the bid.
You know, about 5 years ago, they were selling for about $180,000. Now they're about $80,000. The motorcycle market has gone up and down.
Right.
And they're a canary in the coal mine bike, because actually there are about 13,000 Vincents made after World War II, so they're not especially rare, but they're catnip to collectors. So it's collectors who buy them and drive the prices up, and when the collectors start walking away from the motorcycle scene, the price drops. And I've seen the price drop by half in the last 5 years.
That's what I said introducing this bike. I said the potential for some pretty decent money, knowing that in past years we've easily seen 6 figures on a bike like that. All right, the next machine is one that we have previewed for us. In fact, Dallas Daniels joined Ralph Sheheen yesterday to talk about the Back on Track Racers Recovery Program, and this 1968 Husqvarna 250, the proceeds of which will benefit Back on Track Racers Recovery, and that's really aimed at providing financial assistance to motorcycle riders who've been injured, and of course their families as well, following the injury in a race or whatever the case may be. And there you see the website, backontrack.com. Dallas was kind enough to join us yesterday during the program, and he in fact suffered an injury, so this is very close to home for him.
That's an important organization. You know, it's, you might have insurance, but it doesn't pay everything, certainly doesn't pay your rent. So it's great to support dedicated sports people at times when they really need it.
Sold 15,000. Lord Landis still Zell, no hyphen. Lot S1,
All right, so $15,000, very good, heading to Back on Track Racers Recovery. And next is the second of these two Ducati green frame SS750s. This one from 1974. We saw the one yesterday, Paul, that was immaculately restored.
It wasn't restored. It had original paint on the bodywork.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
And it brought $180,000. This is the one that you said had a lot of patina.
And it's original. Here's the crazy thing. A friend of mine was really, I actually told him, I said, you should buy this bike, but first you should check the club records to see if it's genuine. He checked them out. He says, hey, there's another bike with these numbers in Australia. And I said, well, look deeper at this bike. And he looked under the crankcase, and Ducati sealed these engines with lead seals when they were new, and this bike still has the seals.
Oh, nice.
What does that tell you guys?
It's the real deal.
Do your homework, check your numbers. This bike was Joe Gardella's. Joe Gardella did not deal in replicas or fakes. This is an original Ducati 750 Super Sport. Amazing motorcycle.
Selling at no reserve.
Never mind. He just got 115.
From the Joe Gardella collection. Slow Joe.
Slow Joe.
And his fast
so
bikes.
117.5 at least. Last call. Yeah,
and we talked about the green frame, and you can clearly see that. And that was just a random choice of a paint color for a frame, wasn't it?
From a marine engine. Amazing.
Oh, very nice. $115,000 at no reserve.
Well bought. That's in wonderful condition.
40, 40, 30, so we get 30, 30, 40, 50, and David at 50, and now 60, down under bid, under David gets 60, down 70, reserve is off, and now 70,000, under David gets 70, I get 60 bid, you want to get 5, sir, internet gives 65, I got 60 here in the crowd, 5, whoop, 5, under David in there, 60, down under down 5, I get 60, down under down 5, it's 60 bid, down 5, under David at a 5, right 5 here, down 5, run a 5, under David at a 70, down under bid, and now 70, down under bid, down 70,000, under David gets 70, what do you got? 68, now 70 out there, $70,000, 70,000, 72, 72, sir, 70's online, 72, down under bid, I thank you, Iron David get 2, down 2, I got 70 on the internet, $72,000 out there, 72. 70 bid, 72, yes or no? Iron David gets 70, down under David get 2 to bid, 2, down under David gets 72 and a half. Sold $70,000 on the net.
From Paul Adams Collection, S178.1, a 1973 Ducati, no reserve.
Hit right, Iron David get down to get a beer, 50, Iron David bid 50, 30, Iron David get 30, down under bid, Iron David in a beer, 30, Iron David get 30, somebody give 10,000 to start it, 10, Iron David get 10, 2 down, 10 down, 10 down, 15, 15, 15 down, 20 bid, down 20, 20, Iron David get here, 15's bid, 20, I get 15, down under now, you want 17, Iron David get here, 15, down under bid, $17,000, I'm 15, down 17, under David get 15, under David get 17, down under bid, I get 15, down under David get 17, under David get 17, under David at $15,000, $17,000 bid, I now 17, under down 20, and now 20, miss your spot, I got 17 on the internet, $20,000, it's you want 18 back there, got 17, 18, and 17, 18, I get 17, under David at 18, I get 17, under David get 18, to get 18, 18, last call if you want her, and 17, down under David get 18, internet's in, last call and I have. Sold $17,000, Katie.
Take a look here, lot S179, 1967 Honda CR450, factory Daytona 200 race bike.
Yep, right.
We are back with our coverage at South Point Hotel and Casino, along with Paul Dorleone here in the booth, author, historian, writer himself, and our expert commentator, Ralph Sheheen Hannah Lopa, out and about in the 303 staging lane. I'm Scott Hoke. 1967 CR450 from Honda. This is a factory Daytona 200 race bike, Paul.
Amazing, and we're already at 200,000, which is wholly appropriate for a bike that's this rare. This is a CR750, which externally looks a lot like a CB750 production bike. There's a big difference, though. It's got a gear train running up between the cylinders that runs the double overhead cam. It's not the same bike at all as a CB750. This is a factory race bike.
Yeah, this was
super trick.
Ridden by Jim Odom at the 67 Daytona 200. We heard from Jim Odom with Ralph a little while ago. This is a significant motorcycle for sure.
He set the lap record that year that stood for many years at 130 miles an hour on this motorcycle. What a cool piece of history.
$250,000, and it will not be enough. So the 16 rolls down the ramp.
We haven't had that many bid rolls on this year. Just a few. Just a few. Opportunity for someone out there to do a little investigation and decide what they really want to pay for it.
Yep, no doubt about that.
You can negotiate with the sellers.
Yeah, actually, and that often happens. In fact, about 10% of the sales at a Mecum auction, generally speaking, are done at the bid goes on desk. So here we have a 74 H2B 750 Mach 4.
752 stroke triple. Wild machine. Hairy and wild, beautifully restored. Stronger frame than the old 500, stronger forks, disc brake instead of the old drum. A little bit more manageable. Still, a wild amount of horsepower from that two-stroke engine. That power delivery would come on strong at about 7,000 RPM. If you drop the clutch fit quickly by accident or on purpose, that front wheel would go up in the air and you'd be wailing down the street. Super collectible these days.
All right, 25 grand buys this Kawasaki from 74, and we check in again with Hannah Lopa.
Guys, I've got a 1952 Norton Daytona Manx for you. Now, the Manx was originally introduced in the early 1940s, was widely used in road racing events, notably the Isle of Man. It developed a reputation for being very competitive. So in 1952, Norton wanted to prove the capabilities of their machine, specifically at the Daytona 200. This version was a special edition specifically for the 200. It was raced by British racer Terry Shepard in the 1952 Daytona 200, finishing second. Ultimately, the Norton Daytona Manx ended up winning the Daytona 200 2 years later in 1954.
Cool, Hannah. That's coming up not too long from now.
Beautiful bike from the Paul Adams collection. Hope you're listening, Paul. Your bikes are coming up.
Yep. And I think 31 different collections represented here. Of course, Urban Hirsch, first and foremost among those, but there are some very, very good motorcycles still to come. 1973 Z1 now with a sidecar and a $9,000 bid at no reserve. And it just sold.
Amazing. I mean, that's a first-year Z1. Whether you like the Farkling in the sidecar or not, that's still a first-year Z1. Windjammer fairing with the bags. That's pretty rare.
You can always leave the sidecar at home, right?
That's true.
Very cool. All right, 1983 Benelli 900 Say.
We were talking about this a little bit yesterday. The first six-cylinder production motorcycle was the Benelli 750 Say. Later on, they produced the 900. Dig the styling on this bike. If it reminds you of certain 1970s cars, that's probably because Alejandro de Tomaso owned Benelli at this point. He was the one that pushed for the six-cylinder engine design. He wanted the baddest, most sophisticated motorcycle you could buy. He was already producing the De Tomaso Mangusta and Pantera by then. And he wanted a bike that went with his De Tomaso theme. So he made this extraordinary six-cylinder motorcycle.
And a $14,000 price tag here.
What a beauty.
Okay, you've got to be kidding me. Not one, but two Rikuos?
Yep.
Pauly. This is one from 1955. We had a 51 version of the Japanese Harley-Davidson yesterday. It's not a Harley.
Well, it kind of is, though.
Yeah, kind of, sort of.
It's kind of that war bride kind of thing. Riku, of course, was based on the Harley-Davidson design. This is a 45, which Harley never licensed. Harley licensed the 1200 model, but the Japanese shrunk the engine to become a 45. You'll see the timing chest looks exactly like a UL. Harley-Davidson did sell the license to produce Harley-Davidson designs in Japan, and they were sold as Rikuo, which kind of translates to Road King.
A lot of originality there, $17,000. Now in 1970, Kawasaki H1 Mach 3 spinning on our turntable.
And this is about the 900th Kawasaki triple we've seen come out. I think people realize that these are selling for a lot of money. This is a very early example. 1970 was the second year of production. What I love about this one is that gray on black paint scheme. That's very, very sexy. 500cc two-stroke triple with drum brakes. Holy moly, what a wild machine.
And it brings $17,000. Great story on the next bike. We talked about it briefly at the beginning of the show. This is a 1941 Indian Chief, Paul, in very original condition, aside from the tank that was resprayed in the mid-40s. But the thing is, this has been owned by the same family since it was brand new.
This is exactly how you want to find a motorcycle. Yeah. One family from new, mostly original paint. You know what? Who cares if the tank was repainted?
Right.
By the factory.
That's part of the story.
In the 40s. Yeah, if you look closely at the gas tank, you can see the original paint colors underneath. It's wearing through back to the original. Wonderful paint option. 1941 DuPont owned Indian. And there you can see that lighter blue underneath the paint. And the chip right there.
Yep.
DuPont owned Indian, and you could get any color DuPont made. Of course, DuPont owned a paint company. They were a paint company. For an extra $5, you can get any color you wanted, custom. So there kind of is no wrong color to restore your Indian, but this one is not restored. It's original. Last year, the Chief before the war.
Brand new.
The leaf spring forks.
Brand new in 1942 when this was purchased, $750. And $45,000 all these years later. What a cool story.
80,000 Someone get 50,000 to start it. 50. Iron David to get down 50. Iron David to make it down. David to get here 25. Iron David to 30. Iron David to get down 5. Iron David to 5. 40. Iron David to get down 40. Down 5. Iron David to get 45. Go 5. Iron David to get 45. $50,000. Iron down 50. Iron David to round up 50. 5. Round up 5. 60. Iron down 5. Iron David out there. You're going to be 65. $70,000. Iron David to 7 again. Iron David down 70,000. Iron down 70. Iron down $70,000. Iron down 70. Down 70. Down 70. Down 70. $70,000 bid. It's 70,000. Iron David to George going to be 70,000. Iron David to get 70,000 bid. Iron David to get down 70. Down 70. You want to give $68,000 for the heck of it. $68,000 and $68,000. Iron David to $68,000 bid. Iron David to get down 68,000. Iron David to get 68,888. Iron David at 8,000. Anybody else says $68,000? $68,000. I got 68. George, I got you at $65,000. Is that right? 68,000. Got 65. You going to be 68 or you going to be 68? $68,000. 65. You want to give 67? I got 65 with George, right? Had that in about 5 different places. All right, we're going to sort it out. I got 62. You want to give $65,000. Where do you give 65 or internet? You going to be 65 as well. 65. $65,000. 65. Yes or no if you want it. Internet, would you give $65,000? You're out there at 65. You got $62,000, $65,000, 62, 65, 62, 65. Iron David to get down 5. Iron David to 5. Iron David to, well, we've already been there before and it didn't work. Iron David to get 2 down 5. Iron David to get 2 to bid. Iron David to 5. Iron David to needle 1. Iron David to get here 65,000. Needle 1 there. Iron David to get 65. You got 63. Sorted that out. Now 65 to you, sir. $65,000. Only $65,000. $65,000, sir.
Restored as a 99-point quality bike.
65 to you. Give 65,000, sir. 65. 64, you're out at 5. I got 64, 65. Now you're nickel and diming at each other. Hey, but the good news is the reserve is off. I got 64, 65. Bill, last call if you want it. 64, 65. You've been a good bidder. I appreciate it. 64. Anybody else at 65? Sold $64,000, George.
Lot S1, 83.1, a 1948 Indian Big Bay Scout 648.
Yep, right. Iron David to get down to get impaired. Iron David to 50. Iron David to get down 50. Yep, 50. Iron David to 50. Town out of beard. Iron David to impaired. Some get 30. Iron down 30,000. Iron David to thank you, George. Iron David to 20, 25. I get 25, 30. Iron down 30. Bid. Iron David to get 30. David to get 30 again. 30. Iron David to get 30. Down 5. Bid. Down 30, 35. Yep, 5. Iron David to what was that? Iron David to get 35. And down 35 to bid. Iron David to get 32. 35. Go 5. Iron David anybody get 35 down 7 and 35, 37. I get 35 to bid, 37,000 and 35, 37,000. Under David at 35 is bid, $37,000. Anybody else here for 37 and 35, 37. Under David to get 35 down. Under David to get 7 to bid, 7 to bid. Under David to get 35 bid down, 7 to bid. Under David to get 37 down. Under bid I have close to bid at 35,000. Under biggest on at 35.
Lot S184, a 34 Indian bobber with a 4-speed.
Yeah, bobber.
We're back in Vegas. 303 is the only car care brand, or in this case, motorcycle care brand, that is recommended by Mecum Auctions. And every one of these bikes crossing the block gets a little spot shine with 303 spray wax or protectant or speed detailer, whatever the case may be. And you can find out more there at the website on the bottom left of your screen. 303, driven by quality. All right, a 34 Indian bobber on the block here, Paul.
It's only a bobber because that rear fender is slightly shortened. Otherwise, it's a perfectly standard 1934 Indian Chief. Really interesting paint scheme. Midnight blue and silver with blue pinstriping. I think it's gorgeous.
Love it.
Bob jobs traditionally have no front fender at all and high-rise handlebars, so I don't think I would call this a bobber, but it's a cool bike.
If you want to do it quick, though, we got $32,000, $33,000, $32, $33. Thank you.
In my opinion, these mid-1930s Chiefs are the most beautiful of all. Look at that sweeping front fender and the teardrop tank. Just beautiful. So elegant. Of course, Briggs Weaver was one of their chief stylists and designers. He was the one who sketched out those profiles for Indian under DuPont.
Oh, he's the guy who was responsible for those signature fairings, yeah, the heavily valanced fairings. What did this one bring? Did you see the number?
Sorry,
I missed it. We were just entranced with the beauty visual of that motorcycle. By the way, it is just past 4 o'clock here in Las Vegas. 7 o'clock out east. We've got an hour to go with you on our Saturday coverage of the largest motorcycle auction in the world. And boy, has it delivered today.
Still delivering. Look at this gorgeous 72 Harley-Davidson XRTT 750 overhead valve V-twin racer. Look at those twin carburetors poking their little mouths out there. Just to remind you, this is all about performance. Harley-Davidson used Cheriani road race forks, Fontana 4-leading shoe front brake in magnesium, and a disc brake at the back. Why not a disc brake at the front? Well, guess what? That drum brake was far more effective than any disc brake in 1972. It would take another couple of years for discs to become as powerful as that brake right there with 4 leading shoes. That's a 150 plus mile an hour motorcycle. You notice the bodywork is unusual. It's ergonomic. Your knees fit up top, your elbows fit up front. Fantastic motorcycle.
Not something you'd want to take around the streets of New York or San Francisco, not just because it's not street legal, right? But that's a handful of a motorcycle.
I think people would hear you since it's running on straight pipe.
There you go. Yes, music to my ears. 1939 EL from HD now.
Third-year production, Harley-Davidson EL Knucklehead, 1000cc V-twin. 4-speed gearbox, heavy-duty clutch. Robust, unbreakable forks, solid frame. Very smooth motor. I've ridden a 36 Knucklehead. I've never ridden a 39, but the 36 was shockingly smooth.
Tell me about this hand-shifted 4-speed gearbox. 1 year only, right, on this motorcycle?
No, from 1936 on. Yeah, very cool, very strong gearbox. They kept using all the way after the war too.
And it sells for $45,000. Here's another racer. This from 1994, and we got a glimpse at this earlier with Ralph.
I've always had a hankering for the road version of this bike. They had to build a few road examples to satisfy homologation rules for the AMA for the Battle of the Twins series, which was very, very important in the late 80s and 90s to the American marketplace. Water-cooled overhead cam V-twin, nothing to do with their production bikes. And at a certain point, they just got tired of throwing money at it. Didn't think it was worth the investment. They realized their customer base didn't much care about racing anymore. And so they abandoned the program. So we've got a few of these racers. They're pretty rare. Few of the roadsters. I don't think any of them were crashed or crushed.
Well, the high bid here on this VR 1000, $85,000.
What a neat bike. Always liked them.
So we move on. That one rolls down the ramp and up behind it on the turntable. Now 1963 Triumph Thunderbird.
And that's what they call the bikini fairing on the back. You see how it's got sheet metal that wraps around the oil tank, kind of curves up towards the back of the seat. This was what came after the bathtub rear end, which was spectacularly unpopular with the American market. Everybody in the United States took them off immediately. That's why they're actually very rare in the United States. So Edward Turner kind of redesigned them quickly for 1963 with this little bikini rear end, which I think is actually quite attractive.
Yeah, and even more so for just $5,500.
Yeah, rare bodywork option.
650cc overhead valve, air-cooled, parallel twin here with the 69 Triumph TR6R.
That's right, and I love that red with the silver flash paint job, 69 and 70. Classic 1960s Triumph 650. The TR6 had the single carburetor, which a lot of people considered easier to ride because two carburetors are harder to keep in balance. With one carburetor, you just had to adjust the idle.
I think that guy is pretty excited.
He's happy for a $5,000 completely restored Triumph TR6R.
Yeah, nice. And that's his bidder number in case
anybody else wants to use it out there.
Right.
Just kidding.
Exactly. That would be not good form. Okay, from the 650cc now to a 750cc from 1982.
T140. That's when they bumped up the capacity to 750. Disc brake is standard, 5-speed gearbox. You know, a lot of people consider the T140 to be the best of the early Bonnevilles. Of course, Triumph under John Bloor began making Bonnevilles again, but those are 150 pounds heavier than this bike. And people say that these 750s are actually really well sorted, robust. A lot of the early faults are worked out of them. Desirable bikes, and they're cheap.
Where was Triumph in 1982 in terms of the history of the brand at that point?
Yeah, these were totally retro bikes at that point. There was no claim to competitiveness in terms of performance with what anybody else was doing. And at that point, they had been taken over by their cooperative, the Meriden Cooperative. It's a co-op bike. Here's a bike I dearly love.
Should I just take it from here and you can put your headset down and go bid? 77 900 SS.
Love the square case wire wheel 900 Super Sport. This is the first sport bike I ever sampled in 1986. I've been riding BMWs /2s. I got on this thing and it felt like a hammer hit me in the back of the head when I opened the throttle.
Wow.
So fun.
$20,000. It's another bike from the Slow Joe Gardella collection, the estate collection.
What a cool bike.
Here is a 126-mile 2002 Ducati. It's an MH900E.
MH for Mike Halewood, a Of course, Ducati had produced a Mike Hailwood Special 900 SS in the 1970s. And Ducati was playing around with design and wanted to do some flashy show bikes. This was actually a show bike that they decided to produce 1,000 of. A contemporary 900 SS in 2001, 2002. With that super distinctive styling, with the exposed engine, integrated fairing, and of course those cheeky exhaust pipes sticking out the back. I love the X-wedge hanger for the turn signals and the license plate between the mufflers. It's so cool.
So $50,000 Ryan Burr.
Hey, 50,000 bucks. And super low mileage Ducati rolls out to a new collection. You can continue to watch as we pause for a moment. The feed will continue on YouTube.
Down 10, so we get 5 down under bid, down 5. 5 here, 7 to bid, down 10 up here, down 12. And down 12, down under David, get 12 bid, down 10 bid, 12. I got him right there, Shay, down 12. And now 15,000 under you, sir. 15, 17 to bid. And now 17, down 20, down 20. And 17 under David, get 20. I'm bid down 2, down 22. 20's bid, 22, 25. And down 2 to bid, down 5. Under David at 3, 5. Under David, get 23, 25. And down 5, under down 7. Now 7 under David, get 25, 7 to bid. David get 27, under David get 6, 7 under David at 7 to bid. It's 6, 7 under David at 7 down under bid. Down bait, down under 30, under David get 30. Hit 30 bid, under David get 30. Hit 2, under David bid 30 bid, 30 till. I get 30 down under David get 2, 2 under David get 30, David get 32 down under all later down 5, under David at 3, 5 under David get 33, 5, 7. Hit 5, 7 under David at 37, 40 under David get 2, under David get 42 down under bid. Hit 42 down under David get 2, 5 under David get 45. And now 45, 7 under David get here. She bid there 47. And now 47. All right, you want back in 50. And now 850. Iron David at 850. Iron David get 50. Iron David at 850. And now 50, 850. Iron David get 50,000. Yes or no? Iron David get 50. Down under down 2. Iron David bid 50 till. Hit 50. Down under David get 2. Other internet bidder. You want to get 52. Last call. Hit 50,000. 52,000 under the half. So $50,000, Megan.
Lot S1 90.1, a 98 Ducati final edition, no reserve.
Yeah, Brian, Hunter David in a beard, Hunter David get 50, Iron David in there 50, Iron David in there get 20, 20,000, Iron David get 20, David get 20, David get 10 here down 10, Iron David been 10 down under bid, and get 10 here down 10, Hunter David been 10 down under to get 5 bid down 7 down under bid, 5 here down 7 down under bid, I get 5 bid down 7,000, hit 7, Hunter David at 10, Hunter David get 10 down under David at 8 10, and now 10 down 8 down under 10, Hunter David get 10,000, Iron David been 8 down under down 10, Hunter David at down 10, Hunter David get 10, so we give $9,000 sells highest bidder, $9,000, hit 9, Hunter David at 9, Hunter David down 10, Hunter David at 9 to bid 10, I get 9 down, Hunter David get 10, I'm at 9 down, Hunter David get 10, Hunter David at 9 to bid down 10, anybody else at $10,000, got 9 bid 10, Iron David at 9 to bid 10 and a half. So $9,000, Megan.
Arizona Motorcycle Collection presents this S191.
Sir, round her out, give an even number. Give 50,000. You always remember what you paid for it.
Hey. Give $40,000 and own it. Okay, then give 37 and see if you can.
Give 17.5. What do you mean no?
The only way the reserve comes off if you bid 50, we'll find out.
Those that are sitting around him should be telling him, yes, that's a no-brainer. And you're all not speaking at all. Hey, he raised his bid to 42. Now sell it to him. Trust me, I know what it's like when the crowd turns on you. Reserve is off 42. Woo! So 42.
Hey, that's Jimmy Landis right there, our lead auctioneer for Mecum Auctions. Matt Morvac, Trev Morvac, Russell Conklin up there as well, and others joining in the fray. A terrific group of auctioneers and bidder assistants here at Mecum in Las Vegas. Here is another Ducati for you, Paul. 1976 900 Super Sport.
Same model as the one I loved earlier. This one, of course, is in much shinier condition. And people are responding. It's selling for twice what the other bike sold for.
Exactly. 39,000.
I was willing to accept a little patina. For $20,000, I can live with that.
Sure. Well, next on the block is going to be the first of a couple of 2014, a couple of bikes from the Roger Bourget collection. And we heard from Roger a little bit earlier talking with Ralph Sheheen. He's decided to retire from building these custom bikes. This is a 2014 Harley Street Glide that he has totally customized.
Completely customized. Wow. Look at that front wheel. Look at that front. I meant the tire, but I meant the wheel itself.
The whole
extraordinary. Machined from billet. Beautiful, custom.
Yeah.
Spectacular. May not be your taste, but you have to respect the artistry and the craftsmanship it took to make this motorcycle.
No question about it.
Big wheel baggers are still incredibly popular. This was built 11 years ago. And this is the style you see going down Daytona or even in New York.
And you know what, Scott? That's one of the reasons why Roger's getting out of the business, he was telling me earlier, because of the big front wheel baggers. He's an old school chopper guy. One of his choppers is the one that he did on the Biker Build-Off show against Billy Lane coming across the block a little later. He's built bikes like this, obviously, but he said, you know, it's just not my taste, as Paul pointed out.
Well, it's interesting too, because this is almost, is it not, Paul, the kind of the evolution of that chopper craze we were talking about yesterday, Orange County choppers, etc. This is the next generation of that a little bit.
It is. It's a whole other branch of the custom motorcycle tree. Big wheel baggers. This motorcycle didn't exist in the 1980s, 1970s, 60s. No such thing. It's an invention in the 2000s.
Well, the bid goes on Roger's first motorcycle. Don't know that we'll have an opportunity the next 45 minutes to see any of the others just because of time, but you can still watch it on the house feed, which will continue on YouTube. Just want to point that out. In the meantime, a 1913 Harley 9A single has made an appearance here.
Yeah, we've had a lot of early pre-1915 Harley-Davidson singles this year, from blingy lollipop condition like this one to original paint. Of course, Harley-Davidson made its reputation on single cylinders like this. That hub you just saw in the middle of the belt drive rim was a clutch. 1939A with a clutch.
That was a good one. You're gonna.
Chicken George Boswell helping facilitate the buy on that for $35,000. Here's a 1940 Indian Sport Scout. Classic Indian styling here.
Now, this is one of my favorite Indians. It's got the small chassis, but it's got the big fenders. And what's nice about the 1940 Sport Scout model in particular, all the other bikes had a plunger rear suspension at the back. The 1940 Sport Scout had the deep skirted fenders, but it's a rigid frame. So it's it's a one-year model. I love the styling. It's kind of like a miniature Chief. It's got a powerful Sport Scout engine. That's what they raced at Daytona at the time. They can be tuned to go fast, and it's just crazy for that styling. It's just smaller and more compact than the Chief. Just beautiful.
Okay, Paul. Now 5 to you. 25. Actually, just get 24. See if that works. Get 24.
Look at that profile.
24.
So beautiful.
Get 24. 24.
They literally don't make them like that anymore. That small, that light, that stylish.
Looks pretty good for an 85-year-old motorcycle.
That's right. Grandma's still hot.
Ryan Brewer at 22. $23,000. 22's bid with Brian. $23,000 a half. Sold $22,000.
By the way, happy birthday to my dad, who's celebrating his 85th birthday today at home in Indianapolis.
Happy birthday, Dad.
$22,000. Where does that fall? What's the trend for those?
That seems pretty light to me.
Sports
Normally,
Scouts.
I think they're going for more like closer to 30,000.
Okay.
So somebody got a good deal.
Well, here's another Yale, a 1912
Full of
model.
Yales this year. What's going on?
Yeah, model 27 twin here. how many times have we mentioned it? Expect the unexpected at Mecum Vegas.
You never know when there's going to be a flock of Yales coming flying through. Could be original paint, hard to tell. Could be a patina restoration, but what a neat motorcycle. Beautiful V-twin engine, Yale's own design. Single speed belt drive with a chain pedal starter.
$60,000. Beautiful. And that, we're told, is in, or that previous bike was in original condition, so not a patina restoration. Here's a Big Chief now from 1927.
Yeah, the earliest version of the Chief. Of course, it evolved from the Power Plus V-twin. Grew a little bit to become the Chief. Love that antique styling. The leaf spring front fenders. And the tank slipped in between the frame rails there. That shape was shared with the first Indian Force and the Scouts. Beautiful Chief.
$40,000.
No reserve.
Yep, no reserve. And that's the hammer price. So that one has found a new collection, and could very well be the, you know, somebody came here just for that bike. Could be the main attraction bike in that guy's collection now. Never know. Here is a 1914 Harley 10F twin.
And the 1914 Harley-Davidson is the year before the 3-speed gearbox. This bike has a 2-speed rear hub. You can see on the top of the gas tank there, there's a little tiny lever that you pulled forward or back to go from one gear to the other. It worked well, but owners were not really savvy with how to keep one of those in good shape. I don't know if you ever had a 3-speed bicycle with a rear hub. It's really easy to get them out of adjustment, and as a kid I could never get mine back in adjustment.
Yes, in fact I did have one of those, and it was frustrating.
So that's why this is a 1-year only model. Next year they went to a proper gearbox.
And this one hammers for $48,000. And we check in again with Hannah Lopa.
I'm here at this 1967 Harley-Davidson FLH Electric Glide. Now, this was a pivotal year for Harley-Davidson because it was the first year that they introduced the electric start as a standard moving forward, but it also still has a kickstart on it, you know, just in case. The electric start was a huge milestone in Harley's history. This one's fully dressed with saddlebags. You've got the wide seat, the long floorboards for long rides. It really helped establish Harley-Davidson's reputation for producing touring motorcycles. You've got that chrome styling that Harley-Davidson became known for during this time period in the two-tone blue and white. Love the fringe and the studs on the seat, personally.
Well, you know, Hannah should know about Harleys. Well, her husband, as we told you yesterday, is Kyle Wyman. He's a factory Harley rider in the Mission King of the Baggers division of Moto America. But Kyle's grandparents have been Harley-Davidson dealers in upstate New York since 1962.
That's cool. That's cool. So they could very well have sold, well, they did sell bikes like that.
Very, very true. Yeah, so Hannah comes by an honest, and that's right in her wheelhouse. And a pleasure to have her on the crew this year, no doubt about that.
Great addition.
1937 Indian Chief, now at no reserve at $45K.
In my opinion, those mid-30s Indians are the most beautiful of all. Sweeping styling, Art Deco style, special pinstriping, and different decals every year.
Awesome.
So beautiful.
Very nice. Okay. let's discuss this one because the last time we had a description of a bobber,
I chopped it
you
down.
chopped it down, yes.
Because I wrote the book on choppers. The Chopper, the real story. I'm sad that you cannot buy a new copy of that. It's out of print. Copies are going for anywhere between $300 and $1,000. But I'm happy to tell you the history of Bob Jobs cut downs and choppers.
So does this qualify as a real bobber here?
I don't like the word bobber. I think that's a fishing float. It's actually more in the chopper realm because they've extended the forks. And that kind of makes it more of a chopper.
All right.
But it's an Indian frame. It looks like it's an unmolested Indian chassis with a plunger rear end. You don't see a lot of Indian choppers. Very rare.
Yeah, that's from 1948, by the way. Here's a WLA model from Harley-Davidson, 1942, the military version.
And from 1932 to 1945, they were all numbered as 1942. So this could have been built in 1943 or 44.
Okay, yeah.
They just kind of standardized production, decided not to be fussy because they were busy making 50,000 of these for the war effort.
$27,000, no reserve, complete with a quartet of hand grenades. we presume they are dummies.
We hope.
27 grand, and that bought the military version of the Harley-Davidson. Back with more in a moment.
David to get 30, David to get 30, David to get 20. Bent top here, David to 10 pound under bed. And now 10 to 10 under David to 5 under 7. I'm at 5 down under David to get 7 down under bed. Under David to 5,000 is bid. Someone gives 7,000 under. 5 here down 7. I'm at 5 down under David to 7 to bid. Down 10 down under David to 10 to bid. 10 under David to 12 down under bid. Under David to 10 down 12. 12 down under David to 12 to bid. 12. Iron David to get 10 down under David to get 12 to bid. Under David to get 12 to get 12 to get 12 down under down 15 down under to get 12 on the internet. 15. 12 bid down 15 down under down 17 under David to get 15 to bid 17. I'm bid 15 down under down 17. I'm here down 15 down 17 under David. I'm there Kirk Iron David at 15 down under down 17. I get $15,000. 17,000 under the 17. 15's bid. 17. 15's bid. 17. 15. 17. 16. 17. 16. 17. 18. 18 down under bid. Iron David to get 18. I get 17. 18. 19 under David to 19 to bid. Iron David to 19. 19. 19 under David to reserve is off under David to 19. Iron David to 19 to bid. Under David to 19. Under David to you got 18. Under David to thank you. Iron David to 19. Iron 18 to bid. 19 under David to 19. Down under all later down and a half. So $18,000 on that.
Here's 2 in a row from the Marco Antonio collection. S198, 1934 BSA with sidecar on for display. Sold on a bill of sale.
All right, thank you. Iron David at a 30. Hit 30. Iron David to get 30. David to get 30. David to get 30. David to get 20. I tell you what a pretty bike. 20. Hit 20. Iron David to get 20. David to get 20. David to get 20. So we get 10,000 on her to start it. 10. 10. Iron David to get 10,000. Iron David to get 10 to bid. Under David to 5,000 under 7,000 under bid. I'm at 5,000 under down 700 David to 7,000 under David to 10,000 under bid. 12,000 under. 10, 12, 15. Iron David in there 15. And then 15, 15, 15, 15, 15,000 under bid. I get 12 bid. 15,000. Iron David to 15 under David. We're gonna give 13, Paul. 13,000, sir. 13. Iron David to get 13. Iron David to get 13 to bid. Under David to get 13. 13. 13. 13. Down under bid. Under David to 13. Under David to have that. Under David to 13. 13. Down under bid. Under David to 13,000 under. Iron David to get here 13. Iron David to get 13. Iron David to work anyway. Iron David to get 13. Iron David to get down 13. $13,000. $13,000. Iron David to get down 10 to bid 13. Iron David to get 13. Iron David to get 13. 14. Down 14. You're out there. Iron David to get 13. 14. I got Brian in a lead at 13. 14. 13 to bid 14. I get 13 to bid 14. Brian good. Iron David at 13. 14. Reserve is off. I get 13 to bid 14. $14,000. Internet you want back in. 13 on bid. $14,000. 13 to bid 14. Later down and a half. So $13,000 on a Ryan Brewer.
S199, a 1926 Rudge 4 valve 4 speed. Sold on a bill of sale for display.
And here's Jimmy.
And somebody get $40,000 here. You better get 40 bid. You better get 40. You better get 30. At $30,000 here. You better get 30 bid. You better get $10,000 here. You better get 10 bid. You better get 10. You better get $15,000 now. At $15,000 here. You better get 10 bid. You better get $15,000 here. Somebody get $12,000. At $10,000. You better get 10 bid. You better get 10. You better get $10,000 here. You better get $5,000 for it. $7,000. 5, 7, 8, 8,000. You better get 9,000. Now you better get 9 bid. You better get $10,000 bid. You better get 10, 12. At 12,000, you better get 12 bid. You better get 10. You better get 12 here. You better get 10, 11. $11,000, $12,000 bid. You better get 13,000 now. At 13,000, you better get 12, 13, 14,000. You better get 14. I have $13,000 bid. You better get $14,000. You get 14. At 13's the bid. 14, 15,000. Reserve is off. At 15,000, you better get 14, 15, 16,000 now. At $16,000 bid, you better get 15. You better get 16,000. Sold. $15,000. Nick Spracklet.
Now offering S199.1 from the Bob Weaver collection, a 66 Velocet Thruxton 500.
Welcome back to our live coverage here on YouTube, on the Mecum YouTube channel. 30 minutes or so to go here today. And another Velocet Thruxton. This is from 1966, the Thruxton 500. Paul Dorleone from the Bob Weaver collection here.
That's the same year as my Thruxton, 1966.
And you still have yours, yeah?
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
It's one of those cold, dead hands motorcycles.
Yeah, I have a couple of musical instruments that fall into that category.
Just speak to you and you have a relationship with for years. Wonderful motorcycles.
What's the best part of this for you? The best part of the Velocet?
You know, they're really, really smooth. Cycle World did an analysis in 1993. They pitted three new bikes, a four-cylinder, a flat twin BMW, and I think a twin cylinder against a 1960s Velocet. They said the Velocet, all the testers said the Velocet was the smoothest bike of all at 65 miles an hour.
Wow.
Fabulous.
That's
motorcycle.
impressive.
Yeah. Plus, of course, they did first motorcycle to do 100 miles an hour for 24 hours in 1961.
$16,000 appropriate for this bike, you think?
Cheap. I'd be happy to buy it for that.
Okay.
I'm not gonna. I already got one.
All right. Well, the potential for more significant money here. A 1951 Vincent Series C Rapide with the sidecar.
Beautiful. Looks like a Steib S350 sidecar. Might be an S500. I'm not sure.
How about S501?
S501. There you go. Elegant sidecar from Germany. Hitched to what was originally designed as a sidecar hauler because Philip Vincent was a big sidecar fan, and he made a lot of designs on the Vincent that made it very easy to use a sidecar. There's actually a rotatable part of the front forks that changes the trail of the front forks. There's like a little piece you can unscrew that changes the angle of the forks for sidecar or street use. Plus, the rear wheel has a sprocket on both sides, so you could flip the wheel around to get the different gearing you wanted between solo or sidecar. Vincents are super interesting in that way. There's lots of hand adjustable features. Critics say they were a collection of solutions looking for a problem, but they're wonderful riders' machines.
That Steib sidecar, by the way, restored by Ziggy D.
Ziggy?
Classic Motorcycles, yeah.
Ziggy.
And the combo actually is an award winner, best in his class in 2013 in the Clubman's All British Motorcycle Weekend.
Ziggy's a great restorer. I got reached out to by best-selling author Deborah Kushner, who said her father had a Vincent, and she was looking for the best restorer, and I said, go to Ziggy.
Ziggy.
She did, and they brought it to the Quail Motorcycle Gathering last year. It was great to meet her and meet her dad and see the Vincent.
Very cool. Let's check in real quick with Ziggy Sheheen out in the 303 staging area.
I've been called a lot of things, Scott. Never been called Ziggy before, but hey, I'll take it. And I take this, too, a 1940 Crocker. Now, we've seen some massive, massive numbers. A world record with the Cyclone at over $1 million. We saw a 1938 Crocker do, what, over $800,000? And we saw a 1936 Crocker go, the bid goes on at $600,000. So what will a 1940 do? And what makes this one special? Well, Dale Walksley from the Wheels Through Time Museum up in Maggie Valley, North Carolina, did the restoration and rebuild on the engine. And as Paul knows, Dale is an absolute expert when it comes to doing things just like that.
That's right, Dale Waxler. Wheels Through Time Museum. The museum's still open. Unfortunately, Dale's not with us anymore, but his son Matt is still running the museum. Dale rebuilt that engine, and that's an entirely new chassis for the motor, but the identity of a Crocker comes from its engine. So it's not such a big deal that the chassis has been remanufactured. Still a Crocker, and still a lot of fun, and still a super rare American motorcycle.
Sure thing, and potential big bucks. We hope to have that for you coming up here in the less than 30 minutes of our program here. And we will document it in its entirety if we have the opportunity. Well, they're taking care of the next sale on the big screen here for the folks in the building. It's a 1993 Honda VFR 750R. There you see it, and it just sold for $25,000.
Yep, that's an RC30. Beautiful motorcycle. This one looks like it was in racing configuration.
All right, here is an 86 Suzuki RG 500 Gamma.
Gamma we never got in the United States. It's a factory race replica, 4-cylinder, square 4, water-cooled 2-stroke, just like they were racing in Grand Prix at the time. And this one is in full factory racing livery.
Scott, I spoke to Kevin Schwantz. Obviously, this is done in a Pepsi livery that matches Kevin's old 500cc Grand Prix bike. And we were talking about this motorcycle here. I sent him a picture of it, and he said, you know what? I took one of these, put slicks on it, took the street legal tires off, and upgraded the exhaust, and I put it on the podium at Assen. That's the difference between a world champion and me, a guy who just talks about world champions.
Exactly. I know the feeling.
Well, it also says volumes about that this really is a factory race replica. It's a heck of a motorcycle.
I don't know if I ever told you this. I did a school in Indy at Raceway Park a number of years ago, and I won't tell you exactly what happened, but suffice to say I had to walk back to the paddock.
I can imagine.
Los Angeles office after February 10th. What we are offering is the 1984 Yamaha RZV 500R on the screen.
And somebody get $30,000 here. You better get 30. You better get 25 bid. You better get 20. At $20,000 here. You better get $10,000 bid. You better get 12. I have 10,000. 11. Put up at 12 bid. You better get 12. 13,000. You better get 14. Nope. I got 13. You got to be 14. 14. 15,000. 16. 17. At 17,000. You better get 17. You better get 17. At 17,000. 18,000. Reserve is off. 17. 18. I have 17. You better give 18. Now you better get 17's the bid, and you better give $18,000 for it. At 17 bid, 18. Sold $17,000. Alex.
Now offering S203 is 73 Kawasaki Z2 48 RS.
How much is somebody give $80,000 bid? You better give 80. You better get 70. You better get 50. $50,000 bid. You better get 15,000. You better get 20. At $20,000 here, you better get 20 bid. You better get 20. You better get 5 bid. You better get 5. 30. At 30 bid. You better get 30. You better get 30. You better get 30. You better get 30,000. You better get 30. At 25 bid. You better get 30,000. Anybody else? $30,000. At 25 bid. You better get 30 bid. You better get 30. You better get 30. You better get 30. 27. 27. 27. Now 30. 27 bid. You better get 30 bid. You better get 2. I have 30 bid. You better get 32,000. You better get 30 bid. You better get 32. At 30 bid. You better get 32,000. Anybody else? Last call. 32. Close the bid at $30,000. Close the bid and the bid goes on. 32. 35. We're still rolling. 35. 32, 35. On that bike going down the ramp, 35, 37, $37,000 here. You better get 35, 37. I have 35,000. You better get 37,000. You better get 70. You better get 40. I have 37 bid. You better get 40 now. 2 at 40 bid. You better get 2. Put them at 2 bid. 42, 45 at 45,000. I have 42. You better get 45 bid. You better get 5 here. You better get 2's the bid. And you better get 45. Got 42. $43,000. 42 bid. You better get 43. $43, Internet. 42. 43. Close the bid at $42,000. Close the bid. The bid goes on.
Now offering us 204 78 Kawasaki KZ1000 Z1RT.
We are back in Vegas. Thanks so much for tuning us in here on YouTube, on the Mecum YouTube channel today and yesterday. Hope you've enjoyed our coverage. A 1978 Kawasaki KZ1000 Z1 RTCs. You can plainly see, and something tells me there's a little bit of turbocharging going on here.
TC for turbocharge, as if a KZ1000 wasn't fast enough.
Right.
Let's put a blower on it.
Can you say overkill?
Overkill. How wonderful overkill. This was actually not made by the factory. It was factory sanctioned, but it was a dealer that worked with a supercharger provider to make a very limited number of these with the blessing of the factory, sold as a TC model. Outrageous motorcycles.
Kind of like what the Don Yankos of the automotive world would do. Take a stock car, a stock automobile, and hop it up and do his own treatment to it.
Were those ever sold as factory cars? Because these were sold as Kawasaki's by the factory.
Yeah, well,
it came with a warranty and everything.
Right, but the Don Yanko versions were sold at his dealership in Cannonsburg, PA, and they were totally legit.
That's great.
Absolutely. Very cool. Good story on that bike. Here is a 1974 BMW R90S.
Heyday of the factory cafe racers back in the mid-1970s. Ducati 750 SS, a 900 SS, Norton Commando production racer. Fantastic. BMW decided to join the fray with this very special motorcycle. R90S, 900 cc's, twin disc brakes. Really, it was all about the styling. You know, got that little half fairing from Standard, the Standard gas tank, special tail section. But what was really special was the paint job. All-time classic.
$8,000 for that 74 BMW. Here is an RS54 from 1954. One of only 24 built in 1954. How's that for some confusing numbers? But look at the bidding.
Almost all of them were converted to sidecar racers because actually these were good road racers, but not the best. They never won a world championship with these. They came in second under Walter Zeller in the 50s, and that's as close as they ever got. But it was a perfect engine for sidecar racing, and they took many, many world sidecar titles with these. Very, very few original real RS54s survived in solo form.
$145,000. $150,000.
145. The reserve is off.
145,000.
And that actually puts that in our top 8 today.
Serious hot rod Grand Prix.
A 1954 R 51.3. Also from BMW, sorry.
That's okay. The R51 was introduced in 1938. It was an overhead valve 500 with a plunger rear frame, just like this. In fact, the R51 looked pretty much like this, but it had a different valve cover. After the war, the R51/2 had a 2-piece valve cover. The R51/3 had this finned valve cover. Very pretty styling, telescopic forks, elephant ear fenders as they called them. I believe this bike was built by Craig Vescherek, I think. And elegant motorcycles, these plunger frame BMWs are highly coveted because they're beautiful and they have great performance.
Performance and smooth handling, correct?
Yeah.
That's one of the hallmarks of these BMWs.
Smooth engine.
Got it bought, man. Thank you very much.
Boy, I tell you, that's pretty well bought.
I think so.
$12,000. Okay, another R51, this time an R51 SS from 1938.
This is the earlier R51 model I was talking about. You see how it's got a one-piece valve cover with one rib across it, and a little cap in the top to put oil in. And the SS model was a factory production racer with lots of tuning goodies inside and a 21-inch front wheel. And they made the factory made 50 of these. This one is documented to have been shipped by the factory to Archie Fraser Nash of Fraser Nash automobile fame, imported BMW cars before the war. And they brought in a few racers. This would have been a privateer racer. It's assumed that this was raced at the Isle of Man TT alongside the BMW factory bikes.
$25,000. Gotta be kidding. Anybody give 20?
Consigner has had this bike for 34 years.
That's a pretty cool motorcycle. It's got Amel Fisher TT carburetors. Those are Amel TTs built under license by the Fisher
15,
carburetor
anybody
factory.
get 20,000? Anybody get 20? Got 15,000.
One of 50 made.
$20,000. 15, baby. Anybody get 20? Baby, anybody get 20? Anybody get 20? Anybody get 20?
You mentioned that Isle of Man race in 1939. When did the Isle? What was the first year of the Isle of Man? Do you recall?
1907.
1907. Okay.
Close the bid at 15,000.
Pivotal year, the first year of Brooklands, the first year of the Isle of Man TT.
207, a 58 BMW RS.
All right, $15,000, the high bid for that BMW. It is BMW o'clock, if you will. Here's a 1958 RS54 racer, this one with the sidecar.
And this is World Championship Helmut Fath's BMW RS54 racer. He, of course, later went on to build his own racing sidecar bike with a 4-cylinder engine, which he won the World Championship with. But this is documented to have been Fath's racer that he did very, very well on in the German Championship. Nobody's loving this Super Ren Sports right now.
Right, the high bid here at $50,000. So we'll pause for a moment, and our final segment coming up, we'll run down our top sellers on a record-breaking Saturday here in Las Vegas.
30, when I get 40, when I get 40, when I get 40, when I get 35, 40. At $40,000 bid, you want to get 40 again, 40 bid, you want to get 45, 50. At $50,000, hey, you want to get 50 bid, you want to get 45, 50. I have $45,000 bid. Somebody get $50,000 for it. I have 45 bid, you want to get 50 bid, you want to get 50, you want to get 50, you want to get 50. $45,000. Somebody get $50,000 for it. I have 45 bid, you want to get 47. At 45 bid, you want to get 70, you want to get 70, you want to get 70, you want to get 47. At 45 bid, you want to get 70, you want to get 70, you want to get 7 bid, you want to get 47. Now 50. Put him at 55. 55. Now 60. Now 60. 55. 60. 55 bid, you want to get 60,000. At $60,000, you want to get 60 bid, you want to get 6. How about 57? You like that? Give 57. $57,000. $57,000. You better get 57 bid. You better get 70. You better get 70. You better get 57. 57. $57,000. 57. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you'll get it. I mean, like I could almost guarantee it. 57. 55. 57.
57. Yeah, I'm right in his face. 57. 57. 57. 60. 57 bid 60. I have 57,000. Anybody get 60,000? Anybody get 57, 60? Reserve is off. 57, 60. 57 bid. Anybody get 60,000? Anybody get 57, 60? Sold $57,000. Sold $57,000. Brian on the telephone.
Now offering us 208.1, a 1933 Indian Chief.
And somebody give $100,000 bid, 100 here. You better give 100, you better give 80. So you want this one? $80,000 bid, you better give 80 bid, you better give 80, you better give 80, you better get 30 bid, you better get 35, put a bid 5, 40. At 40 bid, you better get 5 bid, you better get 45 here, you better get 5, 45. At 40's bid, you better get 45, 50. At 50 bid, you better get 50,000, you better get 50 bid, you better get 50, you better get 45 bid, you better get 50. Now 55. Now 60. 55, 60, 55 bid, you better get 60,000, you better get 60 bid, you better get 55, 60. I have 55,000, you better get 60,000, you better get 60 bid, you better get 55, 60. I have 55 bid, you better get 60,000. I don't know. Is he giving 60? 60. Now 5. 60 bid, you better get 65,000, you better get 60 bid, you better get 65. I have $60,000 here, you better get 65,000, you better get 60 bid, you better get 65. 60, 65. 60's bid, 65. Anybody else? Well, I guess I'm going to close the bid on that one then.
Oh, Jim.
I guess we'll close the bid.
Oh, Jim. Oh, Jim. Eric had some high hopes for you.
Hang on, hang on, hang on.
All right, all right.
Don't lose your high hopes.
We'll keep them there.
We got 60. I understand. 60's bid. $65,000. 60 bid, 65. Now 70. 65, 70. Reserve is off. 65 bid. You better get 70,000. Sold $65,000. Sold $65,000. Ron's way.
Now offering S209, a 39 Indian Model 439.
Back for our final segment here on this Saturday at Mecum, Las Vegas, our motorcycle auction. Boy, it has been a blast. We've got some time to cover a few more motorcycles before we bid you farewell here. And 1939 Indian Model 439-4 seems like a good one to start off this segment with, Paul.
What a beauty. I mean, Briggs Weaver, who is the stylist and designer at Indian, he just had an eye for elegance. When we get to the profile of this while it's here on the rotating Mecum turntable, you can just see the front sweep of the fenders, the teardrop-shaped fuel tank, and the swept rear fender, accentuated with the pinstriping and the paint job. So elegant, so beautiful, with that wonderful finned four-cylinder motor underneath. I mean, in my opinion, this is one of the most beautiful motorcycles ever made. Perfect marriage of styling and performance, because this was 100-mile-an-hour motorcycle, well-tested four-cylinder engine. What a bike.
Bid at $85,000.
$88,000. Anybody get $90,000? Anybody give $88,90?
There's your sprung saddle.
90. 95.
See the rubber blocks there to keep it from clashing on the frame.
Now 100.
Yes.
95 bid. What do you mean no? You cannot come in at the very end like that and think you're only going to bid
tail
one
light.
time.
Two-tone.
Not only that, but it's illegal to only bid one time.
90's what I got.
Nevada.
95,000 is the bid.
Clark County. $100,000.
I've got 90.
That is
97. Now 100.
apparently quote
I got 97. I'm taking the reserve
red
off.
and silver World's Fair paint scheme. Yes,
Right, that's the particular combination of paint, accent color, and pinstriping that identifies it as a World's Fair paint scheme.
And the hammer falls at $97,000. Still a bit of time left, and we're going to see some more motorcycles here. One coming up from the Arizona Motorcycle Collection. I want to take a minute on this February 1st and say happy birthday to another individual, member of our crew, our production manager, Heather Janes, celebrating a birthday today.
Happy
Heather.
birthday, Heather.
She takes very good care of all of us on the Mecum crew.
I've never had to sleep on the couch. Heather always takes care of our rooms and everything.
Absolutely. Here's a 67 FLH Electric Glide from Harley-Davidson.
The one with the other Heather talked about. She likes that white saddle with the studs and the fringe. So pretty. I actually love the blue and white paint job on this electric ride. It's a stunner with all the white rubber parts, the white footboard, kick starter, foot pedals, white saddlebags, white flash on the blue paint.
Reserve is off.
What a beauty.
Definitely falls into the category of an affordable classic motorcycle here.
Yeah, shovel heads are still very affordable. Who knows for how long?
Right. Well, 25 buys that one here in Las Vegas. I think it's appropriate now, with about 5 minutes left in our program, that we run down our top-selling motorcycles on this day for the ages in the motorcycle collector world. A 1913 Henderson 4. Comprehensive mechanical restoration, but the patina is original. It brought $320,000 earlier today. As we anticipated, this Crocker 1938 Crocker Twin number 46 brought $800,000, a world record for a Crocker here in Las Vegas, or anywhere else for that matter. But the big story, the headline of today and this entire auction, and maybe this entire year, the first $1 million motorcycle at auction. It was just a matter of time, but today was the day. 1915 Cyclone V-Twin, Paul, gavelled for $1.2 million, breaking records and establishing a new high water mark in the collector motorcycle world.
Well, if you're going to break the record, you might as well blow it out of the water by $300,000.
You know, and here's our top 5, and this speaks exactly to what you were talking about yesterday at the beginning of the show, being so taken by the variety that's here in Las Vegas.
Incredible. From 1913 Henderson, 1915 Cyclone, to a 38 Crocker. Amazing. So interesting that the top 5 for the motorcycles are pre-1916. Very, very interesting. A lot of folks have been worried about the health of the pre-1916 collector market these days, as collectors get older and younger folks aren't as interested. But there you go. 4 of the top 5 are pre-1916.
And real quickly, before we get to Hannah Lopa, tip of the cap to Urban Hirsch, because all 5 of those cars were from his collection.
Urban,
yes?
What a guy.
Yep.
What a guy.
We knew it was going to be a big collection, and we were not disappointed. Okay, let us check in for the final time this weekend with Hannah Lopa. Hey, I got to say, it has been such a pleasure to have you on our crew, Hannah. Well done, and hopefully we'll do it again next year, huh?
Thank you, Scott, Paul, Ralph, for welcoming me with open arms, the production team, the crew. You guys have been incredible. I've learned a ton this weekend. One last preview for you. I couldn't help myself. A 1960 Triumph T120 Bonneville. This model was originally introduced a year earlier in '59, but the 60 brought some updates. Stronger frame and rear suspension, refined electronics, improved engine and performance tuning. In terms of racing, the T120 Bonneville became a dominant force in the 60s. These models, especially this one, were regularly seen on tracks and even achieved numerous records in speed trials on the Bonneville Salt Flats in Utah, which is where it got its name.
All right, Hannah Lopa, thank you very much. And again, well done. Pleasure to have you with us. On the
first
block.
year Bonneville 59 was orange and kind of gray, and people didn't like it. So the next year they went for blue on blue, and it was a lot more popular.
There you go. Here's a 1913 Indian single.
Early Indian single. But check that out. It's got full leaf spring suspension, front and rear. Indian was interesting and tilting the cylinder head backwards on their single cylinder bikes. That's all through their early production with their F-head singles. Of course, they had the Indian Prince, which was a vertical single, different design entirely.
22 is the current bid.
Reserve is off.
And the reserve is off, as we heard Jimmy Landis just announced to the crowd.
23,000.
There you go. 23 buys that Indian. Okay, Paul, we are going to make this our final motorcycle of the weekend, and appropriately enough, it is a Crocker Big Twin from 1940 now.
Our third Crocker of the day. How often does that happen?
Never. Here, only at
only here.
Vegas.
This is an engine that Dale Waxler of the Wheels Through Time Museum found and restored. And he sold it along to someone who built a complete chassis around it. So the engine is Crocker. The chassis is a reproduction of a Crocker. So, but it's the engine that forms the identity of all Crocker motorcycles because the frames were never numbered, just like Harley-Davidson at this time. And so there you have it.
250,000 bucks.
260 pounds and $250.
And speaking of Dale Waxler and the gentleman who did the work on this engine, they called this bike called Dale's Burnout Bike. I think he put a little extra oomph into this one.
I have witnessed Dale do a burnout on a vintage motorcycle. He was quite adept at it.
250 pounds and 260 pounds and dollars. Anybody else? Good close bid at 250 pounds and out of it goes on at
All right. The bid goes on at $250,000. You will see that bike roll down the ramp here, and that's our final bike of the day. Well, Paul, it's been a pleasure, brother.
Haven't we had fun?
Oh,
what
have
a day.
we ever. What a day, what a weekend. So good to be here in the booth with you, and that will wrap up our coverage of the 34th Mecum Las Vegas Motorcycle Auction. It is in the books, and we are already looking forward to the next auction, which for us is coming up in Glendale, Arizona, and that begins March 18th at State Farm Stadium. We would love to see you there in person. Until then, I'm Scott Hoke for Paul Dorleone, Ralph Sheheen, and Hannah Lopa. And I think we could take her rookie stripes off now, no problem. Hey, thanks so much for watching us on YouTube today and yesterday, and so long from Las Vegas. Good night, everybody.
$1,200,000.